Spontaneous Love, Book 2 in the Shelter Sisters series, a sweet small-town romantic suspense by Heather Tullis. Prosody. One Sheila crouched, huddled facing the corner, covering her head with her hands. Rod slammed his fist into her back again, causing pain to explode through her torso. Was that a kidney? And kicked her in the hip. She ached all over. He had probably only been hitting and kicking her for 2 or 3 minutes, but it seemed much longer. Maybe next time you'll remember, I don't like it when you ask questions. How many times do I have to tell you? Now, clean this place before you leave. It's a sty. Afraid he might change his mind, she whispered out. Of course, I'll take care of it. His footsteps pounded across the floor and the front door opened and closed. A moment later, his truck engine roared to life. When the engine's grumble was long gone, Sheila stood, gingerly, feeling every blow he had rained down on her. This had been mild compared to the beatings her mom had endured from her second husband. She wiped at the tears on her face, careful of her split lip. One thing was for sure. Sheila wasn't going to stay around to be anyone's punching bag. She'd seen her mom live with the beatings week after week, month after month, believing Lenny when he said he'd stop if she were a better wife. Sheila's sister followed in their mother's footsteps and had taken the abuse for 3 years before a miscarriage forced her to make a different choice. Her brother, Garrett, seemed to have equally bad luck with women, though in a different way. Sheila may have terrible taste in men, but she wasn't stupid enough to stay where Rod could hurt her again. Her muscles screamed as she turned to look around the room. He had made a mess of the place in his rage, knocking dishes off the counter, the lamp from the end table, and shoving her against the shelves. She said she'd clean it, but she'd lied. Sheila grabbed her purse, then noticed a couple of her books, a sweater, and some other miscellaneous items of hers. She located a plastic grocery bag and stuffed her belongings inside, picking around the debris to make sure she got it all. She added some toys she had brought along for her daughter Chelsea, and on impulse, grabbed the ragged Furby of Rod's that Chelsea loved so much. Lately, he had refused to let her play with it, but he'd left it on the living room shelf as if to taunt her. Limping out of the apartment, Sheila headed for her tired blue Ford Escort. She was pretty sure nothing was broken, but she'd be in pain for a while. In the past, Rod had yelled a few times, even threw something once or twice, but he'd never hurt her. Looking back, she should have seen it coming. How could she have been such an idiot to keep dating him? As she drove home, she thought about the way he had treated her, the small indications that he considered her more of a possession than a partner. He'd come looking for her if she stayed in LA. She couldn't stay. She parked in the back lot of her crummy apartment building, the most recent in a long line of crummy apartments she had lived in for her whole life. Sheila looked around the room at the faded paint and watermarked ceiling. She had wanted a better life than this for her daughter. Maybe this was the first step. She didn't have much furniture. It was second, third, or even fifth hand. At least leaving it behind wouldn't hurt much. Having Chelsea in all-day kindergarten had been a real blessing, especially now when it meant Sheila could pack without distractions. 90 minutes until she picked up her daughter from school, and she wasn't coming back. Rod should work until the pawn shop closed at 6, but he was the boss, so he could go home to check on her if he wanted. As she worked, an underlying fear pushed her, worried her that he might burst through her door at any second. Sheila froze halfway through packing her kitchen when someone knocked at the door. A moment later, Nesta, the 50-something woman who often watched Chelsea at night, spoke through the wood. "Sheila, I know you're there. I can hear you moving around." Relieved, Sheila opened and hurried the woman in. "What happened to you?" Nesta gingerly took Sheila's chin and turned her face for a better look. Belatedly, Sheila remembered the bruises growing on her face. "Rod, you always told me this would happen. I'm leaving. I can't stay, or he'll come looking for me." Nesta's eyes widened with concern. "Oh dear, where are you going?" "I don't know. Vegas?" She hadn't considered a location, but Vegas wouldn't be far enough. Texas was more like it. Or possibly Maine. Though she was being ridiculous, Sheila couldn't help wanting to get as much of the country between them as possible. "I hate to lose you, but let me help." Nesta hurried back to her own place and returned with 3 boxes and a wad of shopping bags. They packed quickly and carefully, making sure they only packed the most important things. When it was time to pick up Chelsea, Sheila had almost finished packing the things she cared about. She still had to load the car. "I just need 20 more minutes. I'll go get Chelsea. That will give you time to load. Promise me you'll stay in touch." "Of course, you have my number." On the phone that belonged to Rod. It had seemed like such a good idea at the time, letting him add her line to his plan, saving her a bundle. However, he'd used the fact that he was paying for the phone to track her location before. "Actually, I have to leave the phone here. It's Rod's. I'll write down your number before I go. I'll call when I get a new phone. Anything I leave behind that you can use is yours." Nesta pulled her into a careful hug, mindful of the bruises. "It breaks my heart to lose you." Sheila hugged her back. "Me too. I'll go get Chelsea. I might as well take a load with me to the parking lot." They both took as many bags as they could to the car, and Sheila stacked it all into the front passenger side. She relocked the car and headed back for more. When she packed in the last few bags, she wondered if Chelsea would have room to shift her feet. She didn't have much cash, though, and they wouldn't be able to replace anything for a while. She found a notepad and copied the important numbers from her contacts list before making her calls. First to the school to tell them Chelsea wouldn't be coming back, refusing to listen when they said that she needed to come in and officially withdraw her from classes. Next, she phoned her boss to tell him she wasn't returning to work at the call center. She was leaving a message for the landlord when Nesta returned with Chelsea. Nesta parked a few spots away and Chelsea bounced out with her backpack, grinning and ready to chatter about her day. "Hey there, sweetie." Sheila wrapped her in a hug, glad she had taken a few minutes to use cover stick on the bruise that was rising on her cheek. "Mom, what happened?" Chelsea pointed to her fat lip. "I'm a klutz, ran into a door." That phrase was practically code for got beaten up by someone, but her daughter was too young to realize it. Chelsea looked over her shoulder at the car. "What's all that stuff? We're taking a trip." Sheila passed the phone and keys to Nesta. "Drop these in the manager's box, will you? And if Rod asks you, tell him you were away and don't know anything." Nesta hugged her one last time. "I'm going to miss you, honey, both of you. Take care of yourselves and good luck." "I will. Thanks so much. You've been a lifesaver. Seriously." Sheila managed to keep the tears at bay, but she knew it wouldn't last for long. "Chelsea, give Miss Holmes a hug goodbye and tell her thanks for picking you up." "Bye," Chelsea said, hugging Nesta. "See you when we get back." Nesta and Sheila looked at each other. They knew they'd probably never see each other again. "Sure, honey, you listen to your mom." "I will." Chelsea bounced into the back, and Sheila settled her in the booster seat with the snack she had set aside for after school. She wanted to get to Vegas before they stopped for dinner. With any luck, they'd be out of the city before the traffic got too crazy. "Where are we going, Mom?" Chelsea asked as Sheila put the car into drive. "It's a surprise. Even to me." They pulled around the building and onto the road. Chelsea tapped on the window glass next to her. "Hey, there's Rod." Sheila glanced back and saw Rod walking into her apartment building and let out a breath of relief. She turned right at the next corner and put as much distance between herself and her life in LA as possible. 3 years later, Sheila watched as everyone congratulated Mina and Caleb on their engagement, surrounded by red and pink hearts and streamers for their group Valentine's Day party. It was an appropriate setting for an engagement. She couldn't help thinking about how much her life had changed since she'd run from LA. She'd been alone. She and Chelsea and the baby she hadn't known she was carrying yet. They drove almost nonstop for 2 days before pulling into the small town of Crystal Creek just north of Kansas City, looking for somewhere to stay for the night. And then she'd realized she'd left her wallet on top of her car at the last gas stop and had no money for a hotel. Officer Lisa Waite, who was now her sister-in-law, knocked on the car window in the school parking lot where Sheila had pulled over to sleep for a little while. Lisa had helped her and Chelsea move into the local women and children's shelter. That's where she'd met these 5 women, her sisters, who were as much family members to her as her brother who'd moved to the area after Sheila had decided to stay. The 6 women had helped each other through the months in the shelter and continued to collaborate after they moved out on their own. Sort of. Andrea, who, along with her son Bobby, had been Sheila's roommate for most of the past 2 years, sidled over and wrapped an arm around Sheila's shoulder. Can you believe it? Her nearly black eyes sparkled against her brown skin and tight afro curls. He seems nice enough. Not like any of the abusers or deadbeats she'd known, though it had taken the past 6 weeks for her to be sure of that. She still wasn't certain about Caleb's 2 army buddies, Ethan and Nash, who were also at the party. Come on, girl. You know he's just right for her. We wouldn't have her without him. The thought of Mina in that psycho's hands made Sheila's skin crawl. They'd had a real scare that day when Mina had disappeared, but the 3 men brought her home, and that was all that mattered. She'd try to keep that in mind as she dealt with them. "Cupcakes, ladies?" Nash asked, holding one in each hand. His muscles bunched in the regulation army uniform that the guys wore for a day at work on base at Leavenworth. His dark hair and eyes made her guess he was at least half Latino, though his name indicated otherwise. "Thanks. How much do I owe you?" Andrea asked since she'd been the one to order them, but Nash picked them up. "On the house this time." "Thanks, and for helping bring Mina back." "You have no idea." Andrea sucked in a shaky breath. Sheila understood. The memory of wondering if Mina was alive or dead after being abducted by her stalker still lingered in her mind despite her relief. "You're welcome. Ethan and we'd do anything for Caleb. Like the way you women feel about each other. He got me through some rough times." Nash's normally cocky attitude had toned down a few notches tonight. "It looks like we're not getting rid of any of you anytime soon." Sheila would have to think about that. She looked across the room to Ethan, the other man who could easily burst out of his shirt thanks to his very nice muscles. He met her gaze, and his intense brown eyes seemed to see right through her. He always made her nervous, not in a bad way like other men did when they paid too much attention to her, but in a good way which made her equally nervous. Attraction fluttered between them from their first meeting, but she was not planning to date again. Possibly ever. It was fine for Mina and Andrea to look for love again. They were both widows and had done well enough the first time around. Sheila had never been interested in anyone who wasn't serious trouble. Even the guys who seemed nice at first ended up being a big mistake. So, she'd abstain from relationships because the last thing she needed was to complicate her life further with a man. She just had to remind herself of that when Ethan looked at her with his curious expression, as if she were a riddle to figure out, or a computer code he couldn't quite unravel. Sheila turned her attention toward Chelsea and her son Parker, her 2 reasons for living. Chelsea was unwrapping a cupcake for her younger brother, accidentally getting a large dollop of frosting on her finger as she handed it to him. This forced her to lick it off. The girl was addicted to sugar. Parker didn't seem to notice the pilfered frosting, so Sheila let it go. Tonight, after everything else that had happened, she wouldn't make an issue out of it. After 30 minutes, Sheila herded her kids across the drab hallway to their apartment to settle in for the night. The party had run later than expected, and dealing with cranky children in the morning was not on her to-do list. The other women followed soon, and through her open door, Sheila heard Ethan telling someone goodbye in the hall. She came out of the kids' room to find Ethan standing just outside her doorway, which stood open as usual when she was around and awake. Since the 6 women had won the lottery together the previous summer, they had purchased an old, abandoned apartment building. The 6 of them were the only ones living on the 2nd floor, so there were no strangers to worry about in the hallway. "Did they settle in okay?" he asked in his soft Texas drawl. "For now, we'll see how long they stay in bed." He hooked his thumbs in his back pockets. It must be hard. Even with the other women helping with childcare, it was overwhelming most of the time. Sometimes, but they're worth it. She had crummy taste in men, but at least she got 2 amazing kids out of it. But surely that wasn't why he came to talk to her. Can I help you? Actually, it's the other way around. I hear you'll be installing the stair rail soon. I wondered if you could use an extra pair of hands to fetch and carry and hold things upright while you connect the pieces. That intrigued her, mostly because he offered himself as the grunt instead of insinuating that she couldn't handle the tools herself. I may need a fetch and carry person. I'll keep you in mind. So, you'll be thinking of me. I can't ask for more than that. He held out a business card, though he didn't step through the doorway into her apartment. Grateful that he was respecting her private space, she crossed over to him and took it. The ivory card was one of Mina's, but his name and number were scrawled across the back of it. Call me if you decide you need a hand. Really, since we work 12-hour shifts at the prison, I have a lot of free days. I think what you're doing here is amazing, and I'd love to help with it. A spot around her heart went a little gooey, but she tried not to show it. Thanks. Good night. He turned and headed down the hall. Good night. She glanced at the card again before turning to set it on her kitchen counter. Her first thought had been to throw it out, but that seemed unnecessarily rude. Of course, she wouldn't call. No way. Though she appreciated that he had offered, she absolutely would not call. Sheila opened her email and checked for any orders, printing 2 packing slips for the next day's shipping, and responding to a customer who had requested that she submit a bid for a special order. She'd check again the next morning after Chelsea and the other girls went to school, but was pleased with the orders. Knock. Since she'd been spending most of her time making the stair railing, she hadn't been able to create as many products for sale as the other women. Knock, knock. Andrea's voice came from the doorway behind her, and Sheila turned to smile, noticing the baby monitor clipped to Andrea's belt. Did you get yours settled? Yeah, he dropped like a stone once he was horizontal. How about yours? I haven't heard a peep. Must be a sugar coma. Andrea sat on the sofa with a plop. It's been some day. That's for sure. Could have been worse. You know that's true. Sheila took the chair across from her, and her gaze flicked above the sofa to the stained glass-style painting Comfrey made for her the previous summer. It was the only decoration she'd bothered to hang when they moved into the building at the first of the year. Spontaneous, she read. I should have picked something more reasonable like stick in the mud or curmudgeon for my power word. Whatever. We both know there's a spontaneous soul buried inside you just waiting to come out. Yeah, spontaneity hasn't exactly been a great choice in the past. I've made some crazy decisions on the spur. And yet, when Comfrey had urged her life skills class to pick a power word, something they wanted to become, Sheila had chosen this one. And you packed your stuff and moved here on the spur of the moment. One very smart decision. I can't argue with that. Still, one good decision in a lifetime of stupid ones was not a fantastic track record. Then again, dating Rod hadn't been a spontaneous act, but something that she'd moved into after he flirted with her for a while. Look, you chose spontaneous as your word because you didn't want to be afraid to get out there and do things for fun. You were restricting yourself too much. Just because you don't plan first doesn't mean what you're doing is risky. But even when it is, sometimes you have to do it anyway. Take a chance. Well, living with you was taking a chance, and look how that worked out. Sheila shot Andrea a sideways glance. You know you love me. I do. She would never have survived the past 2 years without Andrea, especially when Parker was a newborn. Do you have any packages for tomorrow? Andrea gestured to the sales dashboard showing on Sheila's computer. Yeah, and a bid request from a former customer. You? Yes, I sold several prints, plus a framed image I've had listed for months and was about to give up on. I know Mina needs to ship some earrings. If you'll watch Bobby, I'll do the postal run tomorrow. Sounds perfect. They'll be ready by 10. Okay, I'm going to bed. Caleb was headed upstairs when I came over here, so it's just us women again. I wonder when they'll get married. Right now, Caleb lived on the 3rd floor, giving the women more privacy, but still close enough to help with security if they needed it. They had only moved into the building in January, after some work had been done to make it habitable. Since it had been abandoned for a long while, it had needed a new roof and windows before the city would let them move in. These apartments on the 2nd and 3rd floors were only temporary while they renovated the top 3 floors for their permanent homes. They were also converting the first floor into office, retail, a garage, and an indoor pool. Mina's thinking the wedding would be best after we move into our new places upstairs, so we've got a while. We'll see what they decide. September or October then? Oh, I hope so. I'm still holding out for the August 30th move-in. Andrea sighed. Deirdre told you not to trust the contractors when they said that. Prosody. I live for disappointment. Andrea patted Sheila's knee, stood, and headed for the door. Have a good night. You too. Sheila sat for a long while after Andrea left. She had chosen spontaneous as her power word for a reason. Being a stick in the mud wasn't much fun. She remembered back when she was a child, before her mom remarried, she'd been up for anything and full of ideas. Living with a stepfather who wanted everything his own way and believed violence was an appropriate avenue to get what he wanted, had snuffed that out of her. Maybe it had been the hope of a simpler, more joyful life, like her childhood. Maybe it was the hope of creating wonder and excitement for her kids. Or maybe she was fooling herself into thinking she could remake herself into something new. Who was she kidding? She shut the door to the hall, putting that thought out of her mind. 3 Sheila really tried to do everything on the railings without having to call Ethan for help. She assembled the pieces herself and corralled help from her sisters to haul the finished lengths of railing off the table after she attached all the pieces. They were long and heavy. But asking them for a minute's help to haul something from one side of her small shop to the other side wasn't much. Asking them to drop their projects for their own businesses and kids for several days for the install was another thing. If the situation were different, she would have hired someone temporary to help. But the background checks Deirdre, one of her shelter sisters, had been doing on anyone who worked in the building had recently become even stricter than before. It would take too long to get someone cleared. Sheila looked up from her work and glanced toward the business card which she had tacked to one wall far from the sparks created by her welder. She had put it there after Ethan offered it to her 2 weeks ago, and while she had considered calling him, she hadn't been ready for the help, and therefore hadn't been forced to decide about it until now. Sure, Ethan had passed the background checks with flying colors. Sure, Caleb had vouched for him, repeatedly. And she liked Caleb. So far, he had proved that they could trust him, which was good since he was here to stay. Sheila put the shield back down in front of her eyes and finished the last of the welds for this piece of railing. 2 more to go, and then she would have to get help. They needed the railings as soon as possible, since the old ones had been falling apart and had been removed. The sooner the better. She would still need to do the railing that would circle the roof, but she reminded herself to work on one thing at a time. First, she tacked down the 4 corners where the steel lengths met, and then welded each of the sides before turning off the gas and cleaning up her gear. She left the fan running until she finished her cleanup, cycling out as much of the fumes as possible, away from the room where she was working. Now that her equipment was all off, she could hear the faint sound of hammers pounding somewhere downstairs. The workers were installing sheetrock and should finish in the next day or so. In another few weeks, she would be down in her permanent shop with all the fantastic equipment she hadn't felt like hauling up to her temporary workshop, which was across the hall from her apartment. She glanced again at the card that seemed to call to her from the other side of the room. Fine. She washed up and then pulled out her cell phone. This is Wolf. Ethan's smooth Texas twang was all business today. Nice. Are you on the hunt for Little Red Riding Hood? She couldn't help teasing him. Just don't tell me I have abnormally large eyes and you're safe. Is this Sheila? Yeah. Hi, after 2 weeks I was starting to wonder if you would actually call. So was I. Apparently I am. Do you need someone to fetch and carry now? Soon. Are you still game? You bet. When do you want me? When are you available? She wondered if she sounded like a flirt, even though she was sure she kept her tone under control. They just switched me to nights, and I work the next 3, so I'm clear on Monday. Sheila moved into the hallway. Huh. She stopped in front of the large calendar that Andrea had placed on the wall so they could track when they might need help with childcare. She scanned the couple of days starting on his first day off. That should work for me. I think I can leave Parker with either Mina or Andrea for most of the day that day, and the one after if you're free. It would mean taking two or possibly all three toddlers for large chunks of the next day and the day or two after. But that was doable, as long as none of the boys caught whatever bug Deirdre's daughter Kaylin had brought home from school. I'm your slave. That thought was a little more appealing than she wanted to admit. Great. Swing by after 8. We try to get the girls off to school before digging into projects. Sounds perfect. You want me to bring donuts or something? I'm not one to turn down a fresh cruller. I'll keep that in mind. See you then. Yeah, see you. She ended the call and picked up the orange marker that was designated for her family and made a note on the calendar that she would be installing the railing. Will you need help with that? Vanna asked from behind her. Sheila turned and looked back at the, as usual, impeccably dressed blonde who was decked out in a dove-gray linen skirt and tailored jacket. I've arranged help, so no need to worry that you'll get roped into it. She tried to make her comment light so Vanna wouldn't take it as a dig. It was rare to see the woman dressed down in jeans and a tee, and even then, she wasn't likely to be digging in the garden or really getting dirty. Not that she was a wimp. The woman could pull her load just fine, but not without a little whining along the way. Thank goodness for that. Vanna hurried to clarify. I would help if you need me to, though. I know you would, but it will be more than a few hours of work, and I know you're setting up promotions for our store downstairs and promoting and running your own business. Besides, this will take some serious muscles, so I broke down and called Ethan. Really? There was a tad too much curiosity in her voice. Yes, but don't try playing love doctor with me. She lifted a finger and waved it at Vanna in punctuation. He's just going to be my slave for a little while. That's it. Of course. But there was a look in her eye that said she couldn't set aside the natural matchmaker that was clawing to get out. Sheila hadn't known her well before they had all won the lotto. Vanna had entered the women's shelter just before Sheila and Andrea had moved out, but Vanna had made every effort to become one of the group over the past 7 months. It wasn't a surprise that Vanna was a matchmaker by profession. It was bred right down to the marrow in that woman, which was fine if you were looking for love. Since Sheila was not, she would prefer that Vanna use her skills on someone else. Yes. Sheila returned the marker to the place where it belonged and headed to shower and change before Chelsea got home from school. She was on homework duty with her and Grace, Bennett's daughter, who was also in Maddie Belliston's 3rd grade class this year. Tomorrow would be the spelling test, which meant drilling both girls on their words. Heaven help her.
Ethan rang the bell to the side entrance of Sheila's apartment building on Monday and nervously waited for someone to answer it. Why should he be nervous? He was a tough guy. He'd gone to war, jumped out of planes and helicopters, and it wasn't like this was a date or anything. Yet the prospect of spending the day with Sheila made him as nervous as he'd been at 16, waiting to pick up Mary Jo Fuller for the junior prom. Come to think of it, didn't that happen in early March as well? The door opened, but it was Mina's narrow Indian features that greeted him instead of Sheila's pale skin and auburn hair. Hey, come on in. Sheila has her hands full dealing with a temper tantrum. Parker decided he wanted to stay in their apartment instead of joining me and Devin. She's in my place trying to convince him to stay. She swiped her keycard at the entrance to the stairs and punched in a code before the door unlatched. Was that going to stop them from working? Not having much luck? It'll be fine. He was up in the middle of the night, so he's cranky and needs a nap. If he was up, then Sheila was up, right? Is she also in need of a nap? Ethan asked as he followed her up the inside stairwell. Probably, but she'll forget about it once she gets to work. He had been hoping she would be alert and in a good mood so he could pry some information about her from her usually tightly pressed lips. Then again, being tired could lead to her being less careful not to drop details about her past. Maybe. The hallway was dingy and in need of a paint job. He couldn't understand why the women had painted their temporary residences, but had failed to add a little sprucing up in the halls that they constantly walked through. Then again, it was no worse than the building they had moved out of recently. All six had moved from the women's shelter into a rundown apartment building a few blocks away. They had happily left that place for this one in January. He knew what a dive the other place had been because he'd looked at moving off base and considered the building. For about 3 seconds. It was a dump, even worse than what he saw here, and that was saying something. He could afford to buy a house in the area instead, but though he and Nash had talked about starting their business here when they finished their active duty on base, he hadn't felt pressed to make a decision about housing yet, though he would have to decide soon. He heard Sheila's voice as soon as they pushed through the door to the second floor. "And you'll have a good time with Devin. I'll see you at lunch." Parker wasn't really talking much yet, but he whimpered something. "Sounds like he's already doing better." Mina looked relieved. "Good." Ethan followed her to the first door on the left, where Mina lived. He took in the sight of Sheila sitting beside Parker on the floor, talking to him and holding out a toy to him. "Do you want the truck?" She offered him one that was at least 4 inches tall. Parker's breath shuddered a little as he came off his crying jag. He reached for the toy. Sheila looked up at where Ethan stood outside the apartment door. "You ready to put those overblown muscles to good use?" "Nothing overblown about me." He popped up a bicep and flashed her the grin she seemed to expect. "We'll see." She got up off the floor and headed toward him, and he stepped out of the way so she could exit the apartment. "Hopefully he's good to go for a while," she said. "Come help with the lifting and carrying. That's what I'm here for." He followed her to her shop, which he was endlessly curious about since it hadn't been open on any of his previous visits. She pointed him toward a toolbox as she grabbed another one. "If you'll bring that, we can head down." Wishing he had more time, Ethan looked around and noticed the newspaper lying nearby, open to the sports page and an article on basketball. Interesting. He followed her downstairs, through Vanna's office, which was nearly done, and through the first-floor work zone. The sheetrock was almost all up, and then there would be a patching and sanding to finish up before the painters could get to work. The work crew greeted Sheila and eyed Ethan as they passed through. Sheila keyed the two of them into the stairwell at the front of the building, which led all the way to the roof. The stacks of new railing leaned against the wall under the stairwell, filling the space. He guessed that made sense since they were replacing the rails for an entire 5 flights plus the roof circumference. "Will that be enough to do the whole stairwell?" "Nope, but I figure I'll take your help to install them on the days that you're available and work on the last few pieces on the days when I can't get help. I'll want final measurements for the curved base on the first floor anyway." Good plan. He slid on the thin work gloves he'd brought with him when she pulled on her own gloves. They grabbed opposite ends of a couple rails and hauled them up the stairs. Ethan was impressed with how strong Sheila was. Each piece of railing must weigh close to 50 pounds, and she hauled her end on the two with relative ease, even as they moved up the stairs. "Are we starting at the top or at the bottom?" he asked. "The top of the bottom. Each run is 2 lengths, so we'll get this in, and then I'll be able to get an exact measurement for the curved piece. The framers are working on the 5th floor and said they'd get all of the prep work for the stairwells to the 6th floor and roof done before we get to them." Sounds like a plan. There sure are a lot of vehicles on the street and backlot. Sheetrock will be finished on the 1st floor this week. Electric is being pulled on the 6th, and the framers are making nice headway on the 5th floor. I'm just glad that we decided to live on the 2nd floor, so most of the noise is below us, or 2 floors up. She lifted the latch to the stairwell and unlocked the door. It's nice that the elevator to the top is done, so the workers don't need to use this stairwell anymore. Mina mentioned that when I was over last week. You'll have to take me up to see the progress when we finish here. She hadn't committed either way, but Ethan let it go for now. He did his best to follow her lead. anticipate when she would need various tools, and keep his mouth shut about anything not related to the job for over an hour. She seemed stiff and uncomfortable to have him there at first, but after a little while, she relaxed and focused more on the job and less on what he was doing or where he stood every second. He wondered what it was from her past that made her so wary of him. He knew some of the women in the building had come from abusive backgrounds, but Mina hadn't shared any of those details or indicated which ones. Once Ethan figured she had relaxed enough, he started with an innocuous topic. They're making good headway on your store. The ladies had a lot of plans and irons in the fire. Yeah, we're still at least 2 months out by the time they complete all of the finish work and install fixtures, but we're making nice progress. These railings are amazing. Did I mention that earlier? Instead of the standard vertical rails, each panel was a full-blown rose design, albeit a simple one, with 2 leaves shooting off each side. This central piece hovered in the middle, held top and bottom by vertical rails. Yeah, thanks. I waffled on the design for longer than I had planned on, but I'm really happy with the final product. She ran her hand along the length of steel, which had been powder-coated in a deep brown enamel. How did you learn to weld? Let's go grab a couple more. She gestured back down to the main floor. My grandpa was a welder. He didn't make anything as beautiful as this. His work was strong and functional. I asked Comfrey about doing a class on it, and she hooked me up with a local welder. He taught a couple of us from the shelter how to use the equipment and safety features. It was fun, and I like how much creativity I can add to a basic project. This could have been so straightforward and boring, but that's not what any of us wanted. That was more words than he'd heard her string together since they'd first met. He loved how her eyes brightened at the subject. I'm sure your grandpa would be very proud if he could see this now. She smiled. I like to think so. You aren't from around here originally, are you? No. Her previously open expression closed again. Not wanting to spook her, Ethan kept his voice casual. Where are you from? Out west. We moved around. How about you? That was sadly unspecific. Houston, Texas. Makes sense with the accent. I've heard it's got a lot of traffic. Yeah, where was Chelsea born? In a hospital. Parker almost wasn't. He tried to come while I was still at home, but thankfully Andrea got me to the emergency room in time. She was so cagey. Good. Doctors can be useful sometimes if things don't go exactly as planned during the birth, or so my sisters claim. Her brows lifted. You have sisters, plural? 2, and a brother. He's older and thinks he's wiser. They grabbed 2 more rails and headed back to the stairs. Don't you hate older brothers sometimes? She was turned away, so he couldn't see her face, but he thought he heard a grin in her voice. Yeah, you have one? You met Lisa, Officer Waite? She's my sister-in-law. Right, I remember hearing that somewhere. So, did you move to town to be near them? No, Garrett followed me out here after Parker was born, just to check on me, he said. And then he met Lisa, and that was that. Nice. It was like pulling teeth to get specifics, but at least he'd gotten a couple of details. He wondered if he could find an excuse to talk to Lisa and wrangle a few more things about Sheila. Then again, she had seemed awfully protective of Sheila before. She'd probably be even better at keeping secrets. They set down one of the rails next to a toolbox and walked the other down to the next spot. I get the feeling welding isn't something you'd had in your life plan, so what did you want to do instead? She pushed a lock of hair out of her face and crouched to bolt this railing to the one in front of it. I didn't know until I was already doing it. I'm just glad to be where I am now. Are you always this chatty, or am I extra lucky because you like me so much? Her head spun toward him. What do you mean? You just go on and on rambling about all of the little details in your life, he teased. I feel like I know your whole life's story now and what you prefer for lunch. She shot him a faux annoyed look at his sarcasm. You know about my brother. What more do you want? Ethan shook his head. This project, the one he'd made for himself to get to know her, was going to take a while. Maybe baby steps would be better. So you like basketball? I saw you were reading an article about it in your shop. You caught me. I'm a not-so-closet basketball fan. The Nuggets are my favorite. She focused back on her work, and they settled into a spirited conversation about the relative merits of various players and teams. That was something anyway. Too bad the local pro teams didn't include basketball. He wondered if he could get her to go to a game with him. He tucked that possibility into a nook with her name on it to be pulled out and mulled over later. After they finished up for the day, when she still had 15 minutes before having to walk across the street to the elementary school to pick up the girls, Sheila took Ethan upstairs to see the renovations that were underway on the 5th floor. "Hey, Adam," she greeted a man whose shirt was covered in sheetrock dust. "It's looking good. This is Ethan, one of Caleb's friends. He's helping install the stair railing." "Ethan, this is Adam. He's in charge of the crew doing the framing and sheetrock." The man was about Ethan's height of 6'2" and on the homeward stretch toward 50. He eyed Ethan as though he wasn't sure if he could be trusted with the ladies downstairs. Caleb had said that the crew was protective of the women, which was perfect as far as Ethan was concerned. "We'll have that stairwell finished for you by Thursday night." "Perfect. We'll want to install the new pieces on Monday if possible." "This is looking good." She walked over and wrapped her hand around one of the 2x4s that framed in a room. "It's coming along. Man, somehow this room is even bigger than I thought. Wait until the sheetrock goes in, and then you'll get a good feel for things. It's coming along. We're actually a bit ahead of schedule, so we should finish this floor up midweek if nothing goes wrong." He reached out and knocked on one of the 2x4s. "This end is yours, isn't it?" "Yeah, we'll have to take the grand tour later," she added to Ethan. "Maybe next week, when they've finished up on this floor." "I'd love to go through the layout. Upstairs is all framed in, isn't it?" he asked. "Yeah, come on, and I'll show you around Deirdre and Bennett's places." Ethan could tell that she had spent a lot of time with the blueprints since she had no trouble telling him about every room and closet that had been framed in. One thing he could say, the new digs would be plenty spacious. Even with a section of each woman's future home sectioned off for their workspaces, they definitely wouldn't feel cramped. He would have loved a tour of the first floor, which was nearly sheetrocked, but a glance at his watch told him that their time was up. "Tomorrow? Or maybe the time after that?" she suggested. "Sure, they'd probably prefer that we weren't running around while they're working anyway." He helped her clean up her tools for the day, return her tools to her workspace, and then walked out with her when she left to get the girls. They stopped on the stoop to say goodbye. "I'll see you same time tomorrow?" she asked. "Sure thing. See you then." "Thanks. I appreciate it." She turned toward the school, and he moved in the opposite direction toward his car in the rear parking lot. Sheila was still skittish, but Ethan felt like he'd made some headway, and they'd gotten a lot done. Either way, he deserved some pizza. 5. Ethan was impressed. He and Sheila had worked nearly 6 hours installing railing the day before, and were coming up on the same amount of time today, and she hadn't slowed down. They had made great headway completely attaching the inside and outside rails for the first 4 floors, though she still needed to make the curved segment for the bottom. At this rate, he would only have one more day with her before this excuse to spend time with her was over. She had also managed to avoid any specific questions about her past. Oh yes, he knew all about her obsession with the Denver Nuggets, her daughter's dance lessons, her son's problems with teething. However, he knew very little about her, where she had lived before, any previous relationships, schooling, activities, family, etc. No matter how careful he was about sliding the more personal questions in sideways in their discussions, she saw them coming and avoided them as if doing so were second nature to her. What? Was she in the witness protection program or something? On the other hand, she had gotten him to tell all about his family, though he might have glossed over a few bits, including his plans when his contract with the Army ended the following month. She knew what kind of foods he liked best, where he had been stationed, and several funny anecdotes from his 2 deployments, focusing on the positive in what had often been anything but positive. At least it seemed to have relaxed her a little, so she wasn't so stiff with him. As she finished tightening the last bolt on this railing, with Pink Floyd pounding in the background, he glanced at his watch. Chelsea would be getting out of school in a few minutes, which meant Sheila would be going into full-on mom mode and would kick him out. I'd like to learn more about how you made these railings. Do you think I could come watch you make one of the pieces for the roof? She glanced up at him through the railing, then back at her hands. I'm not OSHA approved for spectators. As if OSHA applies to a one-woman business. Are you saying that none of these other ladies has ever seen you work? There was no way that was true. It took her a long moment to respond. Once or twice, but I'm very particular about who gets into my shop and what they touch. Technically, I've already been in your shop. Haven't I proved that I'm capable of doing what you say and letting you be the boss when you're the expert? Maybe. Okay, so what's the issue? It wasn't like she disliked him, or like he was asking for a date. Sheila closed the box of bolts and slid all of her tools into the toolbox she had hauled out each morning. Finally, she turned to him. Look, I can see that you like me and want something more than friendship. I appreciate the interest. It's actually very flattering. You're a really nice guy, which means unless you're putting on a great act, you're totally not my type. That took him by surprise. Most women didn't say that they wouldn't date him because he was too nice. You like mean guys? Jerks who treat you like crap? She shrugged. I have crappy taste in men, period. Every time I think I've found a nice guy, he ends up being not so nice. I swear it's genetically coded into my cells. It can't be genetically coded. That would mean that your family members all make bad decisions in the romance department. Oh, they do. Really bad. Well, Garrett finally settled down with someone great, but that was after dating a couple of crazy women and my mom and sister. Her lips pressed together as frustration and sadness filled her eyes. Well, we'll just say that they seem to have given up on getting out of their situations. I love my kids more than anything, so I can't entirely regret my relationships with their fathers, but I thought they were both nice, sweet guys. In the end, they were anything but. I'm not at all interested in going there again. She headed down the stairwell toward the second floor. Man, the thought of her being hurt in any capacity made him want to break a couple of noses. At least. Are you suggesting that you make nice guys turn into jerks? He asked, following a couple of steps behind her. It's possible, but probably not. I like thinking that you're a nice guy, so I'd rather not learn differently. But he could be her friend, right? They didn't have to date for him to get to know her, or for her to come to trust him. Sometimes good relationships worked better when they started with friendship. Does that count out friendship as well? She narrowed her eyes at him and tipped her head. You just want to be friends? It wouldn't be the first time I was only friends with a smart, creative, beautiful woman. Her brows shifted upward minutely, and she stared him down. I'm not asking for a date. I just want you to show me how to build the railing. Okay, so he wanted a date, or 3, but he could accept that she didn't, and he really was curious about what it took to create something like this. Sheila came to a stop on the second floor. She studied him, as if trying to decide if he was for real. Okay, but you and I are not dating. No, not dating. Not at all. Not ever. That's what you said. Fine. I'll let you help with 1 or 2 pieces of the railing for the roof. I'm trying out some different patterns, so I'll have examples to show to future customers. She still seemed unsure about whether or not to believe him. Deal. He held out his hand for a shake and was not disappointed when her grip was appropriately firm and her skin soft as her smaller but very capable hand fit in his. We can do that next week when you have time off. I have an order coming in, and I need to catch up on some work for my business for the next few days, Sheila said as they re-entered her hallway on the second floor. She turned, and he helped her replace the bar over the door and lock up behind them. Sure, how about Monday? I have a couple of days off to help you with that and install the rest of the stairwell railings. Sounds good. She paused at the calendar and wrote in that he would be there to help install railing again. Great. I'll see you then if not before. He lingered in the hall. Of course, it can be messy, so wear something you can get greasy or stained and make it 100% cotton since we'll be working around fire. Polyester can burn into your skin. Good to know. He slid his hands in his pockets to avoid sliding them onto her hips instead. Boundaries. You know where the door is. You should get out. Find a date for your next day off. She sent him a pointed look. I like to see my friends in happy relationships. Right. He turned to head toward the exit since she was watching, as if not sure she trusted him to leave without stealing one of the boys. The sound of their laughter rang from the apartment 3 feet away, the one they used for larger gathering and playroom space. Vanna came to her open doorway and looked at Ethan. Did I hear something about you needing a date? She has dateless person sonar, Sheila said. Of course, that's her job. Ethan shifted to see Vanna better. You have my soulmate just waiting for me? Well, I won't know that until we've had a much more extensive conversation about your hopes and dreams, background and struggles, bad habits and pet peeves. And let's not forget your bank account and credit card numbers. Come, let's have a chat. She motioned him to join her in the apartment she was using as a makeshift office. Though he was fairly sure that the financial data she had mentioned was a joke, Ethan hesitated. He wasn't sure he bought into the whole matchmaker thing. On the other hand, maybe getting an in with Vanna would help him understand Sheila at all. Don't worry, Sheila said. She doesn't bite, usually. Besides, you should get out and enjoy yourself when you have some time off, so you might as well give her a shot at hooking you up. Right. He felt cornered, but what could it hurt to just talk to Vanna? When Ethan entered her perfectly put-together office, Vanna shut the door behind him. You don't mind, do you? I find people are more likely to be open about themselves if they aren't concerned about someone listening in on them. I'm not really into the matchmaking deal, though my mom would probably love it if I did. She's always trying to get me and Jared to find someone special and settle down. No problem. Vanna took a seat on a comfortable-looking sofa and gestured for him to take the chair opposite her. You really like Sheila. I do. I don't know her very well. She's very cautious, but I'm guessing there's a reason for that. Are you going to help me with her? He asked, hopefully. Not overtly. Be careful with her. There definitely haven't been many careful men in her life. Now, I do want to grill you since I don't know you very well, and because, whether she thinks so or not, the fact that she let you help with the railing is pretty telling already. You think? Because she's pushing me to date other people now that I agreed to just be friends. For now, anyway. Vanna smiled and crossed one nicely shaped leg over the other, showing off perfect calves. Getting her to let you in isn't going to be as easy as jumping out of an airplane. Now, according to my sources, you're Ethan Wolf of Wolf Enterprises, owner of the shell company that owns at least 6 apartment complexes, 3 office buildings, and a small corporate airfield just outside Houston. That's not counting the family holdings, which you own a portion of. Her tone and face still held a completely sweet and open expression, even as she mentioned details about him that he usually didn't share with others. Ethan goggled. As far as he knew, no one on base knew the extent of his holdings. How did you know all of that? Sheila may not have asked Deirdre about your background checks, but between Deirdre and myself, we uncovered plenty about the 3 of you guys when you started coming around. You're not close with your family, who think that military service is a waste of time when you could be earning real money in investing, which you're doing on the side anyway, so that's hardly impeding you. Nash is from a much more troubled background, with a messed-up family, but he's as smart in engineering as you are with finance and computers. He's made something of himself that he can be proud of. You two have been inseparable since you met in jump training and worked under Caleb on your last tour in Afghanistan. You don't have much time left on this contract, about 6 weeks if I remember correctly, and then you're getting out of the Army to focus on your security company, and Nash is planning to join you when he finishes his active duty a few weeks later. She looked at him for a long moment. Did I miss anything important? I hate peanut butter. Man, these women should work for the U.S. government doing background checks. Vanna laughed. Good to know, and for your information, anything you tell me here stays between us. Good to know, he echoed. Does that include everything you just said? Nope, that was part of the original background check, not in any way associated with this particular conversation. Anything you say here, I'll keep private, however. But the fact that Deirdre and I haven't told the others should clue you in that we aren't going to go blabbing now unless one of our sisters asks about you. Still not sure how he felt about any of this, Ethan leaned back, trying to get comfortable. Her office smelled like jasmine and roses, a scent he sometimes caught in the hall. The place was more put together and decorated than Sheila's apartment, though he doubted any of her clients had actually been up here. Okay then, what did you want to know? Though it felt awkward when he started, it didn't take long for Ethan to relax. She had a way of putting one at ease, even while digging for details you didn't usually share with others. Since she already knew so much about him, though, he decided to put it on the line in the hopes that she would ease Sheila and the other women's minds about having him around.
Rod groused as he came into his office. $10,000. With another 10 grand, he could expand the business and get his bookie off his back. His mind strayed again to Sheila. It had been 3 years since she had left him, taking the diamonds with her. He had taken the gems as payment for one of his less savory deals and had been holding them for a few weeks before selling them off. Then she'd stolen them when she'd run. He hadn't thought she knew anything about them, but apparently he'd been wrong. For over a year, he'd searched for her before throttling back. It was like she had disappeared off the face of the planet. He'd had her family's phones bugged for months, but she hadn't contacted any of them, not even her brother Garrett, who had been the only one she seemed to talk to. He had given up on finding her the previous spring, but now he pulled up a browser window and did another search. She couldn't stay underground forever. When her name came up on the American Lotto page, he thought for sure he had found another dead end. Sheila Johansson couldn't be that common of a name, but every time he had searched for her, it either brought up someone else or one of her old, untouched social media accounts. Seriously, he hadn't known that a woman could drop it cold turkey like that. She'd never shown that kind of self-control with anything else. Then the article came up, and there she was, standing with 4 other women in the photo of the winners. He clicked the link and found out she lived in Crystal Creek, Kansas. A few more minutes of searching showed him exactly where the town was located, and he was able to find another article about the women renovating an apartment building in town there. Gotcha. He opened a new screen and started to look up flights. She would be sorry she'd had the nerve to leave him.
6. Was Ethan really interested in learning about her work, or was all of this just a way to spend time with her? Sheila didn't know, but he should arrive any moment to help her build the first section of railing for the roof. Part of her was happy about spending the afternoon with him. The other part, the more cautious side, wondered if it was a really terrible idea. She should have just told him no possible way that she didn't want him around, except that seemed totally rude. And it wasn't true. He seemed so unlike the other men she'd dated, not that they were dating, and that intrigued her. The fact that he was very well put together, good-looking, and considerate made her attraction to him even stronger. Regardless, she wasn't getting involved with him. She would teach him a few things, and he would help her install the railing, and that was it. She finished drawing out the pattern they would be making that day onto the steel table in soapstone, double-checking the measurements and making a couple minor adjustments to one of the curves. The buzz from the front door interrupted her, and after glancing at her computer monitor, which was set up on a table on the edge of the room, she turned toward the hall to let him in. "Got it," Mina said, gesturing to her from the top of the stairs before heading down to the front door. Sheila pulled her hair out of her ponytail and adjusted it low on the back of her head with her fingers to slide the elastic back on. Then she groaned internally. "Stop it, Sheila. Just stop it," she muttered to herself when she realized she was primping for him and returned to her shop. She took a drink and then grabbed her ball of string, carrying it to the table. "Hey, looks like you've already been busy," Ethan said from the doorway. Sheila turned and smiled. Man, he looked great. Why was it that the guys who were the worst for you always looked amazing in a tight t-shirt? Yep, Come on over and I'll show you what we're doing. She tapped her finger on the steel table. We're doing straight rails for the roof, which is a little simpler than the angled ones for the stairwell, but we've got these fun curves at the top. She pointed to the top panel above the vertical rails. When we bend them, the bars will stretch a little, so we'll have to play with the lengths to make sure the curves are exactly right. This is really detailed, he said, looking over her notes. What happens if you lose your notebook? I cry and waste several pieces of steel while I test for the right settings and length again. It's easiest to make enough pieces the first time you have it set up, but the notes help. I take pictures of the pages and back them up on my computer just in case, but I'm pretty careful about keeping track of my notebook. Did you learn that the hard way or the easy way? I learned the easy way because my mentor learned the hard way. She grinned at him and let out some of the string. Okay, let's measure each of the bends and then we'll go down and cut some pieces. Once they had all of the measurements, Sheila took Ethan down to her shop, taking the shortcut through Vanna's office and into her shop area. Wow, they've already painted down here, Ethan said, looking around. Yep, they finished the back part of the building on Friday and will get the front half painted by tomorrow night. Vanna will have carpet in by the end of the week. In a couple of weeks, Vanna's hoping to have her office open, and then I'll have to go down the front stairwell to get to my shop. Still not the worst commute ever. She could open sooner then. Sheila pulled out the quarter-inch round cold-rolled steel they would be working with. Maybe. They still have to install her bathroom, cabinets, light fixtures and plates, load in her furniture. Then she has to set up the office. She may start seeing clients there before her official opening on the 25th, but it won't be by much more than a day or two. Her makeshift office upstairs and a corner table at Sweet Confections seems to be working for her most of the time right now. So, what's this? He asked as she added the measuring arm to the cutting machine. A hydraulic shear machine. It's great when you have a lot of cuts that are the same size. Saved me hours of cutting with a saw. She showed him how to set it up, and he adjusted the lengths to the ones she had written in her notebook. In just a few minutes, they had cut all of the lengths for the panel they would be making that day. Why didn't you take the shear up to your shop? He asked when they had verified the lengths. Way too heavy to lug up and down the stairs. That was part of the reason that it took so long for me to start building the stair rails after we moved in. I had to wait for the guys to finish framing on this end of the building first. She switched to some flat bar for the bottom of this section and the molded top bar, marking and cutting them, and then running through the squares of cold-rolled steel for the vertical rails. In a matter of minutes, they had finished cutting everything for the design she had laid out upstairs. So, will you move down here about the same time that Vanna moves in? He started piling the shorter pieces into her arms, and the mid-length and long ones into his own. No, I'll be at least a couple of weeks later. She can't fully put out her shingle until she has appropriate space, so we're pushing to get her up and running. We'll work on this space next. Though with all of the projects they were dealing with, the work would go more slowly than Vanna's office. The setup upstairs was working okay for her for now. They crossed back through Vanna's future office, which had a secret exit into the back part of the building. Won't your noise leak through to her office? Ethan asked as they slid into the elevator. We used a lot of sound shielding material all the way around my shop space, so it shouldn't be a problem, but if it is, I'll save the noisiest jobs for when she doesn't have clients. We'll make it work one way or another. Sheila had Ethan help her bend the pipes and lay them all out on the table. As lunchtime approached, Ethan said, I'm calling in an order to Dequan's Chinese. I told Mina that I'd buy for everyone today. She said she'd let the others know. What will you have? Sheila paused to consider before turning to him, not sure how she felt about his declaration. You know we can buy our own Chinese, right? We're not exactly on food stamps anymore. I know. That doesn't mean I can't do something nice now and then. Sheila bent the bar in her hand before answering. I'm all about sweet and sour chicken and their spring rolls. Sheila checked the piece they had just bent and then returned it to the metal bender to add a few more degrees to the angle. Ethan pulled out his phone and called in an order that had enough food for 10 people before returning his phone to his pocket and reaching for the next bar. You planning to invite some of the construction crew to help us eat all of that? I like variety, and leftovers are always a good thing. He slid the newly bent bar out of the machine and set it on the table where it belonged. Huh. Torn between annoyance and appreciation, Sheila focused on the job until it was time for him to break away to pick up the food. Teether rate equals 7%. While Ethan ran down the street to pick up lunch, Sheila cleaned up and gathered the other women and the little boys in the common area. Nice of him to buy lunch, Mina said as she settled Devin into a booster seat. How's he doing as a grunt? Better than I expected. He picks up quickly and knows how to take orders. I'm sure that's normal for an army man, though. He'd been interesting and made her laugh as well. She liked that he seemed to anticipate her needs but didn't try to take over. Also, the cleft in his chin just begged for her to touch it, but she'd managed to abstain so far. I knew you would hit it off if you gave him a chance, Vanna said. Sheila held up a palm facing Vanna. Hey, he's fine as a grunt, but don't try your matchmaker stuff on us. Parker followed her example, holding out his hand, though his palm faced down. No, do it, he demanded. No need. Your mama has it well in hand, little one. Vanna ruffled his hair. We're just boss and grunt, Sheila protested. I've heard that before. There was a buzz from the front door, and Deirdre glanced at the camera feed playing on her phone before she stood up. I'll go let him in. I didn't think it was possible for any one person to carry that much food, Sheila said when Ethan entered the room a couple of minutes later, both hands full of bags that bulged with boxes of food. I'm tough. Ask anyone who's served with me. He set out the boxes along the table, reading off the contents as he set them down, putting the sweet and sour directly in front of Sheila, and then chose the chair across from her at the long table. Thanks, this looks great, Deirdre said. You're welcome. So, what has everyone else been working on today? The ladies served themselves and the kids, swapping boxes up and down the table while they answered. Adult conversation was punctuated by the boys asking for more, babbling about the movie they had watched that morning, or protesting the selections their mothers had given them. Ethan didn't seem the least bit uncomfortable as the only man surrounded by so many women, nor was he acting all flirty and cocky about it as many guys she knew would have. But then Sheila remembered that he had 2 sisters. She supposed that would make him easy enough with women. They took a break for half an hour to eat and relax before everyone returned to their own work. Mina had 2 little boys by the hand, taking Parker and Devin back to her place for their afternoon naps. Thanks, I'll take them tomorrow, Sheila said. No, Ethan's available to help finish installing the stair railing tomorrow. You should take advantage of that. Sheila glanced his way and found him nodding, then looked back to Mina. But I haven't been doing my fair share of the daycare. Maybe not, but the work you're doing on the railing benefits all of us, and you're making a major sacrifice of your time from your business to do it. So how can we refuse to watch this little guy? Besides, they play together so well most of the time that I actually get more done with 2 of them. That was true, but Mina couldn't work in her jewelry studio, which meant she wasn't creating new inventory, just messing with paperwork. Well, thanks anyway. I appreciate it. I'm sure the tables will be turned at some point down the road. Mina disappeared into her place. Sheila and Ethan returned to her shop to work. Did each of your pieces take a full day to make? He asked when they had finished tacking the pieces on the one side, flipped the whole railing, and then welded the second side. No, I batched the work, cutting all of the pieces of a certain length and bending them all, then stacked them in piles. Then when I started welding, I was able to move faster. Prosody plus 7%. Since the roof panels I'm working on right now will all be different, so I can show off different designs I can provide, they will take longer to make while I figure it out. Ethan checked his watch. Don't you need to go pick up Chelsea? Vanna's on pickup duty today, and Bennett said she'd help Grace and Chelsea with homework for a while, so we can finish welding the other side of this baby. He moved to the far end of the table and grabbed the railing in his gloved hands. You ladies depend on each other a lot. Sheila mirrored him, and they flipped it while she responded. I'd probably have been in the shelter for 3 times as long if I hadn't been able to depend on Andrea and the others. Don't get me wrong, being a mom is still hard. Sometimes when I finish the day, I collapse on the sofa and wonder if I can run away to Fiji and leave them here. I love my kids, but it's definitely easier having the help. Ethan chuckled and grabbed the face shield he had set down a few minutes earlier. You women are a unit, stronger together than apart, but you each have your own roles. True. What was your role in your unit when you were serving with Nash and Caleb? Caleb was the dad, which is kind of funny because Nash is a couple years older. Caleb has this complex where he has to watch out for everyone, though. I definitely caught that about him. He's so good with Devin and Mina, and he's been worming his way through the rest of the crowd as well, she added ruefully. She had tried to support Mina, but she had held on to her reservations about Caleb for a good while. I believe it. Nash is the clown who keeps everything light. Not because he isn't a deep thinker or can't be serious. He just believes that even serious things should have a lighter edge sometimes. And he likes to make people smile. She snorted at the understatement as she reached up to drop her auto-darkening face shield. He's a big teenager. Ethan set a hand on her wrist. No, he's really not. He's at least 90% adult. He's just self-conscious and hasn't shown you ladies his more grown-up side as much as he ought to. She lifted her brows in disbelief and tried to ignore the warmth radiating from where their skin touched. I'll take your word for it. Sooner or later you'll see it for yourself. Sure, and you? What's your role? He flashed her a grin. I'm the didn't ask what clique you belong to. I asked what role you filled. Yeah, I'm the geek. I'm good with numbers, great at code. I have solid business sense, and apparently I kind of suck with women. Why do you say that? Even though I've been plying you with my charm for a couple of months now, you still won't go out with me. The only conclusion is that I'm not nearly as charming as I thought. She almost managed to hold in a smile, but the edge of one escaped. I don't think that's because you're lacking charm. You seem perfectly adept to me. She pulled down her face shield and nudged him to do the same before turning on the welding torch and getting to work. This work took focus to get it right, especially when his presence filled the air. When she finished the welds and was satisfied with her work, she shut down the torch for the day and returned her face shield to its peg on the wall, taking the one Ethan had borrowed and setting it on the next peg over. What about our unit? Which roles do each of us fill? She asked, as if they had been talking only a moment later instead of more than an hour. Ethan seemed confused for a moment before he clicked back into the previous conversation. I see Mina's the peacemaker. She's like an oasis of calm, which is exactly what Caleb needs. Andrea's the mother. Deirdre is the watchdog. Vanna's the busybody aunt who's always trying to get everyone married off, though I haven't heard any indication that she's dating. Bennett's the little sister with an attitude who you all protect. And you? Me? She was wildly curious to see what he thought. He had nailed the others perfectly. He faced her, little more than a foot away, and studied her. He ran his fingers over her cheekbone. You're the glue of the group, the stable person who keeps everyone together. Mina said you did all the research for the building after you won the lotto and came up with the idea for the business downstairs where you could all sell your stuff together. Stable. Great. That's exactly how she wanted everyone to think of her. Stick in the mud and stable. His eyes narrowed at her. Like a magnet. Why don't you like that answer? She pretended not to be bothered, even though she totally was. There's nothing wrong with being stable or having a magnetic personality. You'd think the person pulling you all together would be Andrea, since she's the mother. But maybe it's more like one of those solar systems that have 2 stars. In this case, you both radiate out to everyone and they turn to you. You just fill different niches in that role. That's not something to be unhappy about. I know. It wasn't like she could help feeling let down at his description. His gaze never left her face. But you're still disappointed I picked that. Sheila shrugged, feeling like a sullen child, but not sure she could help it. Though she had turned to put away her tools, she could still feel him watching her. I didn't say you were wrong, but you aren't happy about it. It would be easier to change the subject. So tomorrow we'll finish installing the stair railing. I'll finish up a couple more pieces of rail and then send them for powder coating. That will be enough to block in the section where the kids will have free rein to play on the roof for now. Maybe we can install them middle of next week. That will give us a nice breather with the 3-day weekend coming up. He didn't push her to continue the topic, and Sheila was grateful to let it go. He was right that his words weren't negative. They just made her think that her hope of spontaneity would never happen. She wanted to be more than stable. Stability was great, really great, especially considering where she had come from. But did that mean she couldn't be fun too? She heard Rod's voice echoing in her ears that she was boring and needed to relax a little more. She didn't want to be boring, dismissible. She could have layers, couldn't she? They finished cleaning up her shop area in silence. You want to go up and check out the roof now? He asked. Let's wait. We can do it when we finish the stairwell railing tomorrow if you're still game for that. Besides, she wanted to get away from him, just for a while. She needed to be alone for 2 minutes before she had to go help with homework and focus on her kids. Okay. They stepped into the hallway and had turned to lock her shop door as Ethan's hand brushed her elbow. Hey, I really admire you. Everything I said earlier came from the perspective of someone who's impressed. Thanks. Maybe she would feel that way sometime. For now, though, she just wanted him gone. Thanks for helping today. It was nice to have an extra set of hands. You were doing me a favor, remember? I wanted to learn how you do all of this. Right, so now you owe me one. I'll let you pay it off by helping me again tomorrow. She did her best to act as though it was all forgotten, even as her stomach knotted. He chuckled. You're getting that anyway. How about going to lunch with me tomorrow for my thank you? It was so sudden she actually hesitated for a moment, the word yes nearly falling from her lips before she reined it in. Nice try, but no. Before she turned toward the common area to collect her kids, she added, Have a good night. You too. Ethan studied her for a second before he headed for the side exit. When the door had closed behind him, Sheila crossed the hall to her apartment, catching sight of him on the computer monitor she always kept up with the video from the front door cam running. The outside door closed as he turned toward the street where he usually parked. She closed her eyes. Stable. I'm stable. A tear squeezed out onto each cheek, and she brushed them away. It was loads more than she had been able to say about her own home life, and she wanted that for her kids. So why was she having such a hard time with this? She turned back to look at the picture Comfrey had painted for her with her power word. Spontaneous. Why was that so hard for her? She could have said yes to lunch. She'd wanted to, but she also didn't want to. What did it mean to be spontaneous, anyway? Was it really something she wanted to be? Or was it one of those things that people said they wanted but then never tried to develop? She heard Parker yelling something from across the hall, so she took a deep breath. Time to go soothe the savage beast. No time to think about men and their disappointing words for now.
7. I've been working on that prototype, Nash said without preamble when Ethan answered his call only moments after Ethan entered his place on base. Good. Any luck? I'm nearly there. How's the code coming? Great. Well, I didn't work on it today, but it seemed like I was making progress last night. Ethan had invited Nash to help him when he started his high-tech security company. Nash had a mechanical engineering degree and was a genius. They had been working in their off time, which was thankfully more plentiful here on base than it had sometimes been in Afghanistan. When Ethan's contract ended in 5 weeks, he was getting out and focusing his full attention on the company. Once they had a working prototype, there would still be a million things to do to get the business off the ground. Should I ask what you were up to today, or were you back with Sheila? I was helping her with the railing, and you know they're all busy trying to build their own businesses. Yeah, whatever excuse you can find. Wish I could find an excuse to work with Bennett, but I don't think I'd be much good at spinning wool or making scarves and booties. You free for dinner? Yeah, let's get together and talk shop. I've been mulling over some ideas. The more he thought about the layout of the girls' apartment building, the more ideas he had about securing the area, starting with the once again accessible roof. Whoa, slow down, cowboy. We seriously need to limit you to only a few ideas at a time. We can't possibly give enough attention to the things we've already got going if we add in anything more. Ethan smiled. I know. I wanted your take on it, and then I'll write it up and file it for later. You say that now, but you know if you tell me what you're thinking about that I'm going to get stuck on it and keep mulling it over until we can make it work. Ethan grinned. Can I help it if you glom onto too many things at once? I just need another few minutes to finish this spreadsheet entry, and I'll pick you up. Pizza? You read my mind. See ya then. Yep. Ethan ended the call and set aside his phone. Returning to the spreadsheet where he was entering the data on a potential acquisition, an apartment building in Houston. His brother, Jared, had popped in to check it out a week ago, but Ethan would need to take a trip down to see it for himself next weekend, since he and Nash had managed leave for a 3-day stretch they would go together. And then there would be the inevitable family dinner. But he wasn't going to think about that right now. He'd far rather be thinking about Sheila. She claimed that she was fine, but he had sisters. He knew when he had stepped in it, even if she pretended differently. Every time he spoke to her, he liked her more. Today had only reinforced his interest, though he wished he knew why his description had upset her so he could avoid doing it again. He wished he could be sure that he had caught glimmers of interest in her eyes and not just imagined it. If only Vanna had been willing to help him out. But he supposed that would be too much to ask. The women protected each other. If he knew more about why Sheila had been in the shelter to begin with, maybe he would have a shot at alleviating her fears about him. Since that didn't seem likely anytime soon, he'd have to settle for what he could get, and pizza with Nash. He saved and closed his spreadsheet and shut down his laptop before he grabbed the notebook he used to write down all of his business ideas. At least he could make headway in one area of his life.
8. Sheila stepped out into the beautiful sunny weather and grinned. The winter had been longer and colder than average, and even though it was still quite cool before school, spring was definitely in the air. Chelsea, quit dawdling, she said to her daughter, who was bringing up the rear of the group of girls. Honestly, they could probably just let them walk down to the crossing guard in front of their building and cross the street to the school on their own. But at least one of the women accompanied the girls to the school grounds each morning and picked them up each afternoon. Deirdre insisted on it, and when the weather was this beautiful, Sheila was happy to don a jacket and walk the girls over. She had left Parker with Andrea this morning, so her hands were free as she followed the girls, who were twittering on about an astronaut who was coming to do an assembly at their school that day. The road was full with parents dropping their kids off at the curb and people hurrying to work, and Sheila greeted several moms as she passed them on the sidewalk. "Great morning, isn't it?" Carla, the crossing guard, asked when Sheila and the girls joined her. "Beautiful. I bet you've been looking forward to spring more than most of us." Winter is not the ideal time for this job. Carla stuck out the stop sign she carried, and the cars coming from the left slowed and stopped at the crosswalk. "I bet." Sheila and the girls, along with several other children, followed Carla into the road and passed on by her once traffic had completely stopped. Sheila took the girls almost to the front door. "You girls be good, learn a lot, and have fun." A chorus of "Yes, Mom" and "Yes, Sheila" punctuated their entrance into the building. The girls weren't exactly babies anymore and had asked to be able to walk across the street themselves more than once. 2 first graders and 2 third graders felt they were very grown up. Sheila sighed. It seemed like little more than a blink ago she was dropping Chelsea off for her first day of preschool. She imagined in another blink she would be in high school, not something Sheila was looking forward to. They grew up way too fast. She sauntered her way back to the street and waited for Carla to stop traffic again for the next group of munchkins. A blue sedan passed in front of her, and for a second, Sheila thought she saw Rod driving it. Then it was gone. She looked more closely, but she couldn't see the driver through the back window. Maybe it had been her imagination? It hadn't been the first time that she'd thought she'd seen Rod, and it had turned out to be someone else, with his general build and coloring. She let out a long breath and headed across the road again as traffic came to a halt for Carla. She needed to shake it off and get back to work. Ethan would be there soon. But she felt itchy. Later that day, Sheila waffled back and forth on the idea of a date with Ethan, if he asked her again. They had been together for 6 hours already, and he hadn't even hinted at wanting to take her out, but she was sure that he wouldn't give up that easily. She knew Deirdre had done a full background check on him, but other than mentioning that he checked out, she hadn't said anything about what she found. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to ask to see the report. "So, Nash and I were talking about the garden you have planned for the roof," Ethan mentioned. "I haven't been able to pin Deirdre down to find out exactly what you're all trying to guard against or how tight it'll need to be up there. Any insights you can give me?" All three guys had been trying to subtly and not so subtly find out details about their backgrounds, but Sheila wasn't going to share her own, never mind anyone else's. "Deirdre can handle the security." "Yes, but I have some thoughts. Nash and I are working on some components for a security firm we're going to open when I'm discharged, and he finishes his active duty this spring. It would be a great chance for us to field test some of it." How long had they been thinking about that? "You're starting a company. I thought all of you Army types were in it for life." She wasn't sure what she thought about it. She knew Caleb would be at the base for a 2-year stint, so for some reason she had assumed the same of Nash and Ethan. "When do you get out?" "I finish my contract next month. I like what I'm doing, but I also have some other dreams." Nash was planning to get out after this time. He's nearly finished his active duty commitment for this contract as well, though he'll have some active reserves time left after that. It's his second contract, and he's ready to shift into engineering work full-time for a private company. "I have some ideas. Anyway, I'd like to field test a few things when you start work up there now that the main elevator goes all the way up. We can get better surveillance from the roof than what you've got outside the building. I'll mention it to Deirdre. No doubt she'll have dozens of questions for you." "I'm not so sure about that. She seems pretty wary still. Can't blame her for being careful." "What? Why?" "Can't say, even if I knew everything, and honestly, she keeps things close to the vest. All I know is that she's very into security and protecting us. She and Bennett are the main people we're trying to protect, though most of us have reason to be careful. All of us had a crazy time dealing with the email, letters, and calls that started coming once they announced we had won the lotto. It got pretty out of control. We were all ready for something a little more private after that, even Vanna, and as far as I know, she isn't trying to hide from anyone." "Are you?" Sheila stiffened thinking about the glimpse of the man earlier that morning. She seriously needed to get a grip. There's no way that Rod came looking for her after all this time. "Not as such. I have my own past, but I don't expect it to come looking for me, if that's what you mean." "I'm glad to hear it. So what happened? What chain of circumstances led you to the shelter?" He accepted the drill she offered and bolted his end of the railing into the stairs. "That's a story I don't tell anyone until I know them much, much better than I know you." Watching from the corner of her eyes, Sheila could practically see the battle in his face as he tried not to suggest that they change that. Finally, he clenched his jaw. "I think it should be pretty obvious that I'd like to get to know you better. I'm trying not to be pushy, though, so I'm just going to throw this out there. If you ever do want to go out, to grab a meal or coffee or ice cream, or just have someone to vent to when you get irritated with any of the ladies here, I have sisters. I know it's got to happen sometimes. I'm game. I'm just going to leave that there as an open invitation, whatever." He shot another bolt into place, saving her from having to respond right away. When the sound died down, Sheila found herself saying something she hadn't expected. Ice cream. I could use some after we finish this today. Of course, my kids will want some too. That kept things casual, and she didn't take the kids out as often as she would like, thanks to the unwelcome attention they often got. Surprise registered on his face as he met her gaze, as if checking to make sure that she really meant it. Good, I'll be happy to buy. Great, we'll see if we can ruin their appetites for dinner. Or we could make it dinner for all of us and finish with ice cream. The look in his eyes said that he realized he was pushing it a little. She was, oh, so tempted. Not today. Got it. He stood from the crouch they had both been in as they worked and picked up another bolt to attach the corner railing to the long piece they had just finished. Name the place. Sheila couldn't believe she had agreed. Except it wasn't actually a date if the kids were there, right? Either way, this would be fine. It was just ice cream in the middle of the afternoon. 9 Sheila drove to Fisher's Ice Cream since she had the car seats. She had considered insisting that he drive separately, since this was not a date, but that would have bordered on rudeness, all things considered. She pulled into the parking lot, and they got out, both moving straight to the back to help the kids out of their seatbelts. All right there, big boy. You ready for a treat? Ethan lifted the 2-year-old out and set him on one hip as if he'd done this 1,000 times. Ice cream, Parker called out, waving his arms. It was one of the few words he said regularly. Yes, definitely ice cream. Do you like chocolate or vanilla best? Ethan asked. Ice cream. He doesn't seem to have a preference, Ethan said, turning to Chelsea, who had come around the back of the car with Sheila to join him. How about you? Chelsea considered for a few seconds. Strawberry is best. Chocolate is also really good. Vanilla is only good if you're going to mix something into it. I agree with you about vanilla. He turned toward the restaurant. I can take Parker. Sheila didn't want the kids to get too comfortable with him, even though a voice in her head said she was being stupid. Of course you can, but I've got him. How about you? Where do you fall on the strawberry, chocolate, vanilla spectrum? Ethan just kept moseying up to the front door. Yes, please, he chuckled. Anything sweet will do, or anything ice cream will do? Ice cream. I generally lean toward either fruit or chocolate, the fudgier the better, but it depends on my mood at the time. Right now was a serious chocolate day, maybe because she was feeling especially unstable emotionally. Maybe she should have let him bring her ice cream so the kids didn't get involved. On the other hand, it was nice to be out in public and have someone with her that didn't have her looking over her shoulder. She had thought that was all in the past after she had been in the area for a year and hadn't heard anything from Rod. But after hers and the other ladies' faces had been plastered at every shop that sold lotto tickets locally, she had become uncomfortable with being in public again and avoided it as much as possible. No one would bother them if Ethan was with them, though she was sure of it. Well, hello, Frank, the 60-something owner, greeted them when they walked in the door. Do you need a private room today? He asked when he saw her. No, though a quiet corner would be appreciated, thanks. Sheila was grateful for the way that he always protected her and her sisters when they came in here. I can do that. He grabbed a few menus and led them to a table that was out of sight of most of the other tables, though there were 4 or 5 in their area, one of which had an older couple enjoying shakes. This will be perfect, thanks, Sheila said. I'll bring back a high chair for your boy and send a server over in a few minutes, Frank said as he passed out the menus. Perfect. Thanks so much, Frank. They slid into the benches, Ethan holding on to Parker until Frank returned a moment later with the high chair. Have a nice time. He took an extra look at Ethan as if sizing him up, and then headed back to the front counter. Ethan slid Parker into the chair and buckled him in. Sheila couldn't help double-checking, but he had done it right. Do you usually get a private room here? Ethan asked as they looked over the menus. The question had been casual enough, but Sheila heard the undercurrent of concern. I rarely come here without the others. With 13 of us, we usually ask for a private space. If he hasn't filled the party room, he'll put us back there, so we don't have to worry about being stared at or approached. Andrea asked about the private room when we first came, shortly after we received our payout when we were getting a lot of unwanted attention and requests from people to make donations. He's been wonderful, and all of his staff now offer us a private room when we come in, even if he's not here. That's really nice of him. It is. There aren't a lot of places that we've been able to go to get away from pointing fingers. It got better by December, but then a new round of commercials came out in January, so it started all over again. I haven't seen any commercials. It's just on the local station, as far as I can tell. Maybe they have ended again. Do you watch a lot of TV? Some ESPN, it's basketball season after all, and Netflix. You? We mostly stick with Netflix, but I try to minimize video time to only a couple of hours a few times per week. We're working on reading skills and crafts instead. Do you ever take them into your workshop? Ethan asked. Chelsea has come in and helped on a couple of simpler projects, but she sits back out of the way when I do anything dangerous. Parker joins me in a playpen sometimes if I'm not welding, especially if one of the other boys is sick. Mommy, I want strawberry delight, Chelsea said, putting down her menu. Of course you do. Sheila settled on death by fudge. I like working with Mom in her shop, Chelsea said, especially when she bends bars. Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? I like the crackling noises they make when they bend. The waitress arrived then to take their orders. Sheila placed the strawberry and fudge orders for her and Chelsea. She would share her own with Parker. Ethan went for a chocolate caramel creation, as well as ordering a large basket of fries. Feeling extra hungry? Sheila asked. I figured I'd buy some to share around. Fries go especially well with ice cream. I think it's something about the sweet and salty combination. Fries don't go with strawberries, Chelsea informed him. That is a shame. I guess you'll have to eat them in different bites then. What's your favorite subject in school? The greenhouse. The greenhouse is a subject? Do you mean the one in the community garden? Yes, our class has some beds in there and we're growing things. Mrs. Belliston teaches us science and poetry and history using the plants. It's lots of fun. Belliston, any relation to the officer I've met once or twice? This was directed at Chelsea, but he glanced back at Sheila at the end to include her. That would be her husband, Sheila said. His niece, Felicia, used to come over after school, and Mom watched her until he picked her up. But that was last year. Leisha, Parker called out. He dropped the soft plastic hippo he carried everywhere onto the floor, and Sheila bent and picked it up, returning it to him. His niece is living with him? Ethan asked Sheila. For about a year now. Various reasons. He married Maddie over the summer. So you had your own kids, a full-time job, and you babysat for Belliston. And the others, Chelsea said. Some days we had lots of kids. It was fun, but kind of noisy. I like it better now because when it's noisy, I can go back to our apartment or into the hall where I can have quiet. Did you ever sleep? Ethan lifted a brow to Sheila. She could have ignored it, but there wasn't anything to hide, and he might hear it from any of the others. Andrea and I were sharing an apartment. Mina and Bennett were sharing as well. Deirdre and Vanna had their own, but we were all in the same building. We worked different shifts and helped each other out when needed. Also, I babysat some other people's kids to make ends meet. So, this babysitting arrangement you have with the others isn't new. You've been doing it for quite a while. Yes, but we have more space and aren't bringing in kids from other families to join the melee. Sheila bristled when his expression turned thoughtful. What? I was just thinking that you're pretty amazing. Don't. Sheila wanted to give him a rundown of all of the things she didn't want him to do, starting with seeing her as some paragon, but in front of the kids was definitely not the time to do it. His expression asked, "Don't what?" But he didn't say it. Instead, he responded, "Maybe later we'll get into that." His eyes scanned the room around them, as they did every couple of minutes, and he gave the impression of a soldier looking for enemies. Is something wrong? You keep looking around, Sheila said softly. No, I guess it's habit after serving in Afghanistan. It's not something you stop doing overnight. Does it make you uncomfortable? Sheila considered, then decided that it didn't. No, actually, it's nice to not have to be the one keeping a lookout. Not that she would let down her guard, but having an extra set of eyes was a very good thing. They shared a smile of understanding that stretched for several seconds until Chelsea interrupted. "Where are you from? You have a funny accent," Chelsea asked. She had pulled a small notebook from her mom's purse and was doodling in it. "What?" Ethan asked. "You're in the army, so you travel around, right? Caleb says he's lived in lots of places. You don't sound like you're from here, so where?" She stopped drawing and pinned him with her gaze. "Texas, Houston area. Have you ever been there?" "No, we haven't, Mom, have we?" "No, baby, we haven't." "Where will you go next?" Chelsea asked, her gaze back on her moving pen. "Do you know, or do you find out the day before they send you?" "Usually you know for a while before you go, but not always. I'm almost done with my contract, so they won't send me anywhere else unless there's an emergency in the next few weeks." "Will you go home then?" Ethan focused wholly on Chelsea, treating her question with the same seriousness he would if it had been coming from an adult. "My family is there, but I like it here too, and Caleb will be here with you guys, so I'm planning to stay." "Is Caleb your brother?" "You don't look like brothers." She looked at him again, studying him for a moment. "Your mom and Andrea don't look like sisters either, but they call each other sisters." Sheila watched the byplay, ready to step in, but happy to have Chelsea asking some of the questions that had been running through her own mind. Though she had wondered about his future plans, she hadn't wanted to show enough interest to ask. She picked up Parker's toy again and wondered why no one had invented a leash for these things, so the kids could pull them back up on their own. "You silly," Chelsea said. "They're not real sisters. They're best friends, along with all of the others." "There you go," Ethan said. "That's how Caleb and Nash and I are. We're brothers in the army, and very good friends. Caleb and I have brothers and sisters in our families too." "Yeah? How many do you have?" He talked about his sisters and their husbands and kids, his older brother who was still single, his parents, and then the ice cream was delivered. "Mom has a real sister too," Chelsea said as she picked up her spoon to dig into her strawberry dessert, "but we never see her or my grandma." "Where are they?" Sheila wanted to stop this line of questioning but didn't know how. "Out west. I can't remember what it's called." Prosody. "I don't remember meeting them, but Mom said I did when I was really little." Chelsea scooped up ice cream and filled her mouth. Thank goodness for distractions. Sheila also filled her mouth with ice cream so she wouldn't be able to answer if he asked her the same question. When he looked at her, she shook her head, and he didn't pursue that topic. "Do you like basketball?" he asked instead. "Yes, not as much as Mom, but the games are exciting. We went to one at one of the schools and ate popcorn and stuff. It was fun. Our team won. Very cool." Sheila only had to answer questions here and there while they ate, since Ethan talked about himself and asked Chelsea a lot of questions. That left Sheila to focus on eating and feeding Parker, who demanded more the second his mouth emptied. When Chelsea's sundae was down to a melted blob and the other two dishes were empty, along with the fries, Ethan asked for a paper cup for the remaining strawberry delight. "Now that it's almost dinner time, you can go home and try to get them to eat something that looks like real food," Ethan said as he transferred the melting dessert from the glass dish into the new cup. "Pizza?" Chelsea asked. "Honey, you couldn't even finish your ice cream. If you need to eat anything else, we'll try something with a few vitamins." Sheila ruffled her hair, then pulled some wet wipes out of her purse and set them on the table to clean little hands and faces. "You look like you've been having a lot of fun with all this stickiness on your face." "I was having fun," Chelsea agreed. "Good." She turned to do Parker, but Ethan was already on it. His face was clean, and Ethan was going to town with a wipe on Parker's hand and arm. "Oh, I could do that." "I know, but you were busy, all done." He set the wipe in the pile with the others and slid out of the bench, then proceeded to unhook Parker from the harness. "Come on." Knowing she would sound ungrateful if she demanded to carry her son back to the car, she followed along, taking Chelsea's hand. "Tell Mr. Wolf thanks for taking us for ice cream," Sheila said to Chelsea when they stepped outside. "Thanks, Mr. Wolf. It was good," Chelsea said. "You're welcome. It was nice to talk to you." Ethan picked up his pace a little when they hit the blacktop, though he didn't appear concerned. Sheila opened the driver's door and unlocked the others, then turned back to help Chelsea. "There's a guy coming out of the ice cream place that I saw look in on us a while ago. Do you recognize him?" Ethan asked as he leaned over to strap Parker in place. Sheila straightened to look over the roof of her car and felt all of the blood drain out of her head. "It's him." Ethan shut the door and took one look at her face. "Get in the car." "Who is it?" Chelsea asked. "Don't worry about it." Heart pounding, Sheila shut the back door and slid into the front seat. She shoved her key into the ignition and turned it on as Ethan took the seat beside her. Sheila went down the next row of cars to put space between herself and Rod, and then out to the street. She glanced over at Ethan, who was watching out the window toward the restaurant. Everything from her past zoomed up to meet her. The terror she'd felt when Rod had started beating her, the way her nerves had jangled as she'd thrown things into boxes and bags and stashed them into her car, and the way she had nearly hyperventilated the first time she had thought she'd seen Rod in the grocery store after she'd moved to Kansas. She'd had the pregnancy test strip in her cart. She had been sure he had given up on her and moved on to someone else. But here he was, 3 years later, and here she was with the son she'd never told him about. He would be livid. She pulled out in a break in traffic and headed the long way around to her apartment. If somehow he didn't know where she lived, she would be sure that he didn't follow her home. She turned left at the traffic light and wondered if she could stay in town or if she'd have to run again. After she had taken several turns down wrong roads, Chelsea spoke up. "Mom, this isn't the way home." "I know." She spotted some new homes going up in the next neighborhood and made something up. "One of my friends has a house being built over here, and I wanted to see how it was going." She turned into the neighborhood, which only had a couple of homes that looked done enough to live in. Nice. When they completed the circle and came out to the street again, Ethan muttered, "All clear. I haven't seen anyone." Sheila let out a breath and nodded, then headed back to the apartment building. As she turned to pull into the garage, though, she saw a blue sedan parked in front of Dequan's on the other side of the community garden. Someone was sitting inside. "He already knows we live here," she said in an undertone. "Let's get the kids upstairs and then we're going to talk." Ethan's voice held a note of warning. He wouldn't leave without answers.
Ethan was glad Sheila had suggested they take her car since his was parked on the street. It was reassuring to know they were secure inside the garage once the door closed. Seeing the terror and paleness of Sheila's skin when she had recognized the man had been anything but reassuring. He wanted to demand answers immediately, but by the time they had arrived back at her place, Ethan realized he needed to get her alone and try to be gentle about demanding an answer, if such a thing was possible. Sheila was independent and secretive. If he wanted answers, demanding wasn't going to get them. They took the inside route past the pool that had been dug out of the floor and would be installed properly the next week. They skipped the elevator to the upper floors and along the back hallway and then through the door in Vanna's reception area. Finally, they went to the stairwell that led up to the floor where the women currently lived. When they reached their hallway, Ethan checked his watch. It was after 4:30, so Caleb would be getting off soon. Ethan had to go into work tonight and had planned to catch an hour of sleep after the ice cream party, but that wouldn't happen now. Deirdre stepped out of her apartment at the end of the hall. "I didn't expect you to come back up." "Me neither, but we have a situation." Her brows lifted, and she shot him a look that demanded answers. "Can you ladies keep an eye on the kids for a minute while Sheila and I talk? Then I'm sure she'll talk it out with all of you." "Is everything okay?" "Sure," Sheila said brightly. Ethan shook his head subtly. Deirdre nodded once before turning to the kids. "All right, how about you guys come to my place? I downloaded a new math game for Seelan. I bet you'd like it, Chelsea." "Okay." Sheila shot Ethan an annoyed look, but he only gestured toward her open door when the kids followed Deirdre. Huffing, Sheila led the way. Ethan shut the door behind him. "Who is he?" He softened his voice, afraid of scaring her when she was already worked up. "Rodney Fife, my ex-boyfriend and Parker's dad, though Rod doesn't know it." What did he do? Did he hurt you? She grew anxious, restless, moving around the room. Yeah, once. He wanted to swear, but sucked it in. Only once? I packed and moved that afternoon. Came straight to Crystal Creek, though that hadn't been the plan. I just wanted to get away from him. I'd been ignoring all of the signs. I knew better. She wrapped her arms across her chest, seeming to fold into herself. Hadn't I seen it with my stepdad? The backhanded compliments, the whining and insistence on their own way, the confidence-stealing digs, the mean way they cut you down while acting as if you misunderstood them if you called them on it. I excused it, tried to blame myself, swore to myself that it wasn't going to be like that, until it was. Some women talk about how their abusers started with a single punch and then showered them with apologies, but Rod didn't do that. Once he finally started hitting, he didn't stop until I was broken and bruised on the floor. Ethan wanted to pound something. Someone. The guy had hurt her and tracked her down again, probably from the news articles about her, though who knew why it had taken so long for him to appear. She moved to the window, stared up at the sky through the tiny openings between the blind slats that he had never seen open enough to see the ground. Ethan walked up behind her and to the left, not wanting her to feel pinned in. He longed to touch her, to offer comfort when she was obviously in pain. Not wanting to give her any reason to fear him, he only ran the backs of his fingers down her arm. I can only try to imagine how horrible that was for you. Sheila nodded once, her movement jerky. I thought, when he didn't track me down right away, that he must have given up, moved on to someone else. I can't believe he was still looking after all this time. You'd stopped worrying about him. Yes, mostly. I don't know what to do, Ethan. Do I grab the kids and run again? Do I stay inside and hope he goes away? Is it even possible for me to get a restraining order against him? Would it help if she did? How often did restraining orders stop crazy people from stalking or injuring the people they were fixated on? But saying that wouldn't be helpful now. I suppose we should start by calling Lisa and your brother. She can make a report. Get the other officers to keep an eye out for him, and we can make sure that you ladies aren't left alone. Sheila stared at her shoes. This isn't your problem. He pushed her shoulder back, making her face him. You can't seriously think that I wouldn't worry like crazy if I thought there was any chance that you might be hurt. She looked up at him through wet eyelashes. You don't even know me. Is it strange that I can know so little about you and still feel like I know you? Still feel like there's some connection between us? He brushed his hands softly down each of her arms to her elbows, lingering there without boxing her in. This can't be anything. He wouldn't let her push him away for the wrong reasons. I think it's a little too late for that. Do you want to call Lisa, or do I just call dispatch? She stepped back, looking away. I'll call Lisa and have her come over tonight, after the kids are in bed. You know you don't owe me anything. If it makes it easier for you, then tell yourself that I'm stepping up because Caleb and his new family deserve extra protection from your ex. It's only part of the reason, but if it makes things easier, then you can tell yourself anything you want. She closed her eyes in despair. Oh man, I hate that I brought this on everyone else. You don't even know what this is yet. Anything that has to do with Rod is bad news. How likely is it that he'll hurt someone else if he thinks they're in the way, or it will hurt you? She paused for a moment before nodding. Very, very likely. Okay then, make your call. I'll talk to Deirdre about getting the video footage from your security cameras so I can look at it tonight, and then I'll go wait for Caleb to get home. Before he left her apartment, closing the door behind him, Ethan heard her initiate the call and say, "Hi, Lisa." Andrea met him in the hallway, clearly worried. What's wrong? Don't tell me there's nothing wrong. Rod is here. The tightness in her shoulders dropped. Oh no, what are we going to do? What we have to. He turned left, heading for Deirdre's apartment. He didn't know what that was yet, but they would figure it out.
Okay, what's the full scoop? Andrea asked when the children had all been tucked into bed that night. The apartment doors were closed to ensure no one could sneak up on them, but every woman had their baby monitor on the banquet table in front of her in case one of the kids woke up. Occasionally, they heard the soft sigh of one child or the next as he or she shifted or rolled over. Sheila looked out over the group, which included Caleb as their de facto security guard / Mina's fiancé. He sat in on most anything that had to do with the topic. Today, when I was returning after I dropped off the girls to school, I thought I saw Rod, my ex, drive by. I've thought I'd seen him several times over the years, though before, when I looked a second time, I always realized it wasn't him. So I shook it off. She then filled them in on what had happened at Fisher's. Caleb didn't seem surprised, but then she had expected Ethan to fill him in before he left. He didn't talk to you, so you don't know what he wants, right? Caleb asked. He doesn't have to talk to me for me to know that it's bad news that he was still looking for me and followed me here. That's assuming he doesn't know that Parker is his kid. There's no way I'm letting him near my son. If he can't get to you or Chelsea, then he might hurt one of the other kids instead, Deirdre said. Bennett's eyes were wide with fright. He could come after any of us. Hold on, Caleb said, his voice a little louder than Sheila had heard it before. Just calm down for a minute. Calm down? Bennett almost shrieked. It's not your kid who might be grabbed on the street. No, but it could be my fiancé or Devin, and I want to keep all of you safe, Caleb said flatly. Everyone, let's take a deep breath. I'm not saying there's nothing to worry about, because clearly there is. Rather than going out of our minds with worry, we need to review our safety procedures and plan an increase to keep everyone safe. Were you just about to suggest we were getting hysterical? Deirdre's voice had gone flat. Caleb flicked his eyes her way. I plead the fifth. I totally get why you're upset. To an extent, that's good. We need to keep on our toes while we figure out why he's here and how to get rid of him. We'll figure it out and we'll take care of it. I think we need to bring in the police, Sheila said. You and your obsession with bringing in the police, Andrea muttered, loud enough for everyone to hear. Sheila was so tired of her attitude, even though she understood Andrea's frustration. Yes, my obsession with the police. I know your situation sucks, Andrea. I'm totally sorry about it, but Lisa and several trusted officers can help us. Just tell me that she and Belliston and some of the others haven't been helpful with our situations. They have, yes, but nothing. Lisa and Garrett should be here any minute. He's my brother and she's his wife. They should know. Having officers keeping an eye out for Rod is only to the good. I'm not saying they will fix everything. I'm just saying a few extra sets of eyes is a good thing. You'd be right about that, Caleb said. We can use all of the extra eyes that we can get, which means if we can get a decent image of Rod from the security cameras, we'll pass them around to all of the construction crew, the local police, the crossing guard, the school teachers, everyone who might be in a position to help protect everyone who lives here. We'll double up protection for you until we know what's going on and solve the problem. One way or another. Deirdre's eyes looked deadly serious. Sheila looked away. Besent. She hadn't intended to stir up so many emotions among the group, but she supposed it made sense. All of them had been through something traumatic and life-changing, and there was nothing they cared about more than protecting the children. So now what? Vanna asked. Caleb nodded. Tomorrow, if you can stay home, stay home. I'll go with whomever is walking the girls to school, and we'll tell the girls, the school administrators, and the teachers that the girls need to stay in for recess tomorrow. If they can't stay in, then I'll have either Ethan or Nash here to stand guard at the playground during recess, and one of them will walk you and the girls back home after school gets out. We'll work with you ladies to help keep everyone safe while we figure it out. While you figure it out, isn't that what you mean? Bennett asked. I mean, while we, those of us at this table, plus Ethan and Nash, figure this out, hopefully with the help of the police. He must have seen the objection in Sheila's eye because the last sentence diffused her argument. We're gathering information tonight, and we'll have another quick meeting after the girls are in school tomorrow with whatever Ethan finds, Caleb said. If Ethan finds anything, Andrea said, then we'll know that as well. No sign of Rod in the video cameras is a good sign, he reminded them. Right. Sheila reminded herself of that when they broke for the night and headed back for their own apartments. She just had to make it through the night, and then they would know more. She'd experienced more than enough terror in her life. She didn't know if she could handle any more. 11. If Lisa had been male, some people would probably have declared that she had little man syndrome. The woman was tiny but fierce. She could take down a perp twice her size, but still had treated Sheila with kindness and respect. That day, 3 years earlier, when she had found Sheila and Chelsea bedding down in the cold in their car only a few blocks away from the apartment building. Sheila had been bruised on her last dime and had no idea where to turn. Luckily, Lisa had been the officer to find her and check to see if they were okay. She had directed them to the women and children's shelter, where Sheila had met the others. For that alone, Sheila felt like she owed Lisa more than she would ever be able to repay. The fact that Lisa had eventually married Sheila's brother Garrett made things even better. So when trouble came calling, even though she had 3 very brawny, very protective Army paratroopers on her side, she still wanted to bring Lisa into the loop. Since Lisa would never keep something like this a secret from her husband, that meant explaining it to both of them. Lisa was not only short at 5'2", but slimly built, deceptively slim. Her sandy blonde hair and blue eyes often led people to think she wasn't very tough until her inner cheetah came out to play. Unlike Sheila, who shared her mother's pale skin, blue eyes, and strawberry blonde hair, Garrett had gotten their father's dark hair and eyes and olive skin. He was a solid 3 inches shorter than Ethan and not nearly as broad, but she wouldn't have called him skinny either. When they arrived on the side doorstep and rang the bell, those who were still gathered in the common area turned to Sheila. "You want us to stay, or would you rather talk to them yourself?" Andrea asked. "I think just myself for now." She was not looking forward to this conversation, even though it would be good in the end. "You're sure?" Deirdre asked. "Yeah, thanks." Sheila answered the outside door without letting go of the one to the stairwell. "Hi, come on up. Thanks for coming on such short notice, and after the kids were in bed." "It sounded important," Lisa said. "It is. We'll chat in the common room. I don't want to wake the kids or have them come out when they recognize your voices." Sheila let them onto the second floor. "Are you guys ever going to set up the doors to unlock from a button in your rooms?" Lisa asked. "It must be a pain to have to key through 3 doors to get back upstairs." "We've talked about it, but Deirdre doesn't want to enable that right now. Honestly, we don't have all that many visitors." "If you say so." Sheila debated about leaving the door open to the hall, but finally decided to close it behind them. No need to disturb the others. "Whoa, it must be a big deal if you're shutting them out," Garrett said. "Sit with me?" Sheila took a seat at the long table and they sat across from her. She pulled out a picture of Rod that she had dug from a box she hadn't opened in 2 years. "What does this have to do with him?" Garrett asked, recognizing the picture immediately. He had never liked Rod. "I saw him today. Who is he?" Lisa asked while her husband started to swear soft and continuously. "The guy I ran from when I came to Crystal Creek." Lisa nodded. "The one who beat you up. That would be the one." "You're sure it's him? Did he talk to you?" "No, but it looked like he wanted to." She explained seeing him in the car that morning and outside the ice cream place that evening. "Ethan's going to review the video feed to see when he first arrived, and one of the guys will help us walk the girls back and forth to school every morning and afternoon. We'll take pictures to the construction crews and talk to the schools about keeping the girls inside during recess for now, but you both deserve to know what's going on. And I figured having the police department also keeping an eye out for us won't hurt." "You know we'd be happy to." Lisa studied the face. "I think I've seen him once or twice. I'll pass it among the others that I know I can trust." Sheila's brows lifted. "What does that mean?" Lisa set down the picture. "Andrea's been getting to me. I've been talking with a few of the officers I trust. Belliston and Jackson," Sheila added. She nodded. "And a few others. They agree that something not quite right is going on with the chief, and maybe a couple of the detectives. We can't prove anything, but we're working on it." Sheila let out a whistle. "Great, just great. All right, well, good luck with that." Have you thought about taking a trip this weekend? Getting away for a few days? We talked about taking a couple of day trips, maybe going to the zoo and a couple of fun family places. Of course, with Rod in town, we won't be doing that now. You should think about getting out of town. Seriously, Sheila, I agree. Garrett backed up his wife. Fine, I'll think about it and talk to the others. But I don't know what's to keep him from following. We're safer here. You're going to keep the kids inside for all of spring break when the weather is supposed to be gorgeous? Lisa asked. I just got back a pile of railing from being powder coated, and we've gotten a bunch of deliveries for the roof garden. We can always take it up and get the kids busy helping us prep the beds for planting. And if I install the first run of railing, they'll have somewhere safe to play. She was going to suggest that maybe Ethan would help her install the railing on the roof the next day, but then remembered that he was working that night. They might get a little installed, but he deserved a break. I have meetings I can't get out of tomorrow, but I'd be happy to take a personal day on Thursday to help you with the railing, Garrett suggested, or anything else you need. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll let you know. Email me the picture and I'll share it around, Lisa said. You're the best. Sheila gave them both hugs, knowing they needed to get home, but not feeling at all tired. We try. Get some sleep. We'll spread the pictures around tomorrow and you'll be careful. It'll be fine. Lisa's determined smile didn't convince any of them. Sheila watched them from the doorway as they exited down the stairwell. Well, she was too wired to go to sleep anytime soon. She might as well cut bar for the next railing design she wanted to assemble. Though she had the baby monitor on her belt, she still checked on her kids before grabbing the notebook from her shop and heading downstairs to get to work. Her phone beeped as she walked into her future shop. Ethan, I know you're probably wound up. Try to get some sleep tonight, though. One of us should. She smiled. Waste a good second wind? No way. Cutting and bending bar should wear some of that off. Did you talk to your bro and Sil already? They just left. Happy hunting on that vid tonight. Thanks. Happy bending. Thanks. Sheila slid the phone back in her pocket. It didn't seem to matter how much she told herself that she didn't need a guy. He just wormed his way under her skin.
12. Ethan had barely made it to work on time, stopping only to dress and grab a couple of protein bars to get him through the night. He settled into the control room and the inmates' dinner and evening routines. He was impatient, wanting to get to the searches, but needing to put his work first. Once everyone was back in their cells for the night and things had quieted down, he logged in remotely to his computer at home and started searches for Rod. It took a while to sort through listings of other people with his name to find his Facebook page, a reference to him in his local chamber of commerce, and a brief mention of him opening a third car wash from a news article. He opened each reference in a new tab and then continued searches for his name, then on impulse, added Sheila to the search. A picture came up from some news article with the two of them earning a brief mention. He had never searched for her name before, even though he'd been tempted. He studied the image taken just over 3 years earlier. She was shorter than Rod by about 6 inches, a little shy of the 8 inches between himself and Sheila. Rod had a gregarious smile, like you would see on a used car salesman. He had a possessive arm around Sheila, which Ethan definitely didn't like. The grainy image didn't make the man look nearly as hard or dangerous as the man Ethan had seen that day. Saving a PDF of the information he'd found to his flash drive, he opened the files Deirdre had given him and began to watch. The range of camera 1 hit the side porch and front part of the garden side of the building. Camera 2 covered the entire front of the building, from edge to edge, just a side view in case someone tried to break in. Camera 3, a newly added one, covered the parking lot and garage door area. That one had gone up after Caleb's car was vandalized a few weeks back. He parked inside now, so it wouldn't happen again. A fourth camera was on the other side of the building and covered the sidewalk and street to the east. Deciding that Rod wasn't the kind to hang around for long before making himself known, Ethan started with the last 24 hours' spore worth of film and the side entrance camera. The cameras were set to only record when there was movement, which would be helpful on the garden side and back cameras. Not so much with the ones facing the sidewalks, but he'd take what he could get. Since the ladies were the only ones who used the garage or side entrances, it only took 5 minutes to find Rod. Ethan marked the time, then kept scanning, pausing the tape periodically to remotely open and close doors in the facility, check incoming information, and scan the feed coming through from the jail cameras. It took him over 3 hours to go through the feed Deirdre had given him, but he found Rod on it 4 times in the previous 24 hours. Nash stopped in around 1 o'clock. "Hey, how's it going?" "Found Rod. He's been casing out the neighborhood for at least a day. I need to check the previous day's feed before I send Deirdre the report." He brought up a screenshot for Nash to look at. It was the best of the bunch, but not fantastic. Big guy. Definitely big enough to push Sheila around. "Yep. I just wish I knew what he wanted. It's been 3 years. Why is he coming after her after all this time? Even news of the lotto payout is almost a year old." "She didn't know?" "Not unless she lied about it to me," Nash shrugged. "I'm sure he'll say soon enough. I better get back to rounds." Fun. Nash circled one finger in the air, miming fake excitement, and then headed out. Ethan watched the end of the footage around 4 in the morning. He compiled a list of sightings and sent it to Deirdre with screenshots of Rod along with the better newspaper shot he'd found online. She would need to scan through the few days prior to the footage she'd given him to see if she found any more. He could always try to convince Sheila not to go outside, but if Rod really wanted to talk to her, or whatever it was he had planned, there was no reason to believe he wouldn't grab one of the other women or children instead to use as leverage. Ethan doubted Sheila had left the house other than to walk the kids to or from school in the past several days, so Rod might not have been sure that she even lived there until the previous afternoon. He had to have followed them to Fisher's. He hated waiting around, doing nothing. After work, Nash and Ethan both went back to their rooms to shower and change, and after a quick call to his father, they headed to breakfast. The ladies would need time to get the girls out to school, and Caleb would help walk them over and go talk to the teachers, so there was no point going over too early and being in the way of their morning routine. He really needed to sleep. It had been a full 24 hours since he slept last, but it would have to wait at least until their meeting finished. They pulled into the rear parking lot just as Caleb, Bennett, and Vanna were crossing the street to return to the apartment building, and they all met on the side porch. "If you keep spending this much time here, we might have to let you park in the garage," Vanna said. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Bennett said with a glare to her friend. She tugged on her t-shirt, which read, "I'm sorry I hurt your feelings when I called you the Monday of my life. We'll see how it goes." But Ethan had every intention of convincing the ladies to not only let him park inside, but to take the apartment next to Caleb's upstairs before much longer, which would mean getting a key card for the building. Bennett keyed them inside, and they came out onto the second floor a moment later to find the other women already congregating in the common room. "We saw you in the cameras," Mina said. "Come on in and we'll chat." "You want to share your findings?" Deirdre asked Ethan when they were all seated. "I scanned 2 days' worth of video and found him 6 times, starting around noon on Monday. I don't know if that's the first time he came to town or if that's just the first time on Monday that he came into the view of the cameras." Deirdre picked up from there. "Sheila gave me a picture of the guy, so I spent a little time last night looking at Sunday. I didn't see anything of him on the feed, so he must have arrived Monday. I did, however, make flyers, which they took to the school today, and I emailed it to Lisa to spread around the police department. I also took it to the construction crews. We have framers, electricians, and painters all on site today, and we got a hit." "What does that mean?" Bennett asked. "Adam saw him hanging around across the street yesterday. A couple of the crew said he tried to sneak in with them when they came to work today. But they know how picky I am about background checks, and he didn't have a work card, so they didn't let him up when he said he'd just been hired. They said for him to call me to take care of the access cards if that was the case. He looked like he wanted to fight them for it, but there were 4 of them, so he backed off. Does he carry a gun? Nash asked Sheila. She cradled Parker closer to her as if afraid he would fall through the floor if she didn't hold tightly. He couldn't have gotten one on the plane, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't have bought one after he got here, or that he didn't drive in. He definitely likes his firearms. Then we'll let the guys know that's a possibility and not to confront him, just to let us and the police know if he's hanging around, Caleb said. And I'll stay here today, Ethan said. You haven't slept, Sheila protested. So, he'll stay at my place upstairs to sleep, but be close enough to respond if needed, Caleb said. What about Nash? Bennett asked, giving the man the stink eye. Nash grinned. If you're feeling insecure, I'm happy to bunk down here in one of the empty apartments. I don't think we need 2 watchdogs during the day, Deirdre said, and we'd prefer not having either of you just roaming this floor all day without a reason. No offense. None taken. Bennett could teach me to spin wool, Nash suggested. Try again next year. Bennett turned back to Ethan. So, you hang out upstairs today and sleep, accompany whomever is walking the girls home from school, and stay until Caleb returns home. That's my plan, if you're all okay with it. Are the girls' teachers keeping them in for recess today? Deirdre asked. Yeah, for a day or 2. We'll reevaluate next week. They have a long weekend, and hopefully Rod will be gone by the time they all go back to school. Hopefully. Ethan had been playing with a thought, and it started to grow, knowing about the extra day off, which correlated perfectly with his scheduled trip home. Where did you say you lived before? Nash asked. Sheila's eyes narrowed. Why? To see if we know anyone in law enforcement wherever you were. We have Army contacts all over the country, Nash said. When Sheila hesitated, Ethan answered for her. LA area. I found information about Rod online last night, he added when she looked at him in surprise. Isn't Parsons out there? Nash asked Ethan. Yeah, one of those departments. Sheila considered for a moment before nodding. It was Pasadena, but Rod had business in several of the surrounding cities. Okay, I'll make a call and see if he's familiar with Rod's name or knows someone in a unit in that area. If he's as dangerous as you think, he said to Sheila, someone's bound to know who he is. Maybe it won't help, but maybe it'll give us a little more insight so we can plan. Okay, thanks. Sheila looked tired, as though she hadn't slept much the night before. Anything else? Caleb asked. I think we covered the bases. You can head to work, Deirdre said. And take Nash with you, Bennett said. Nash just grinned as he got up. One day, Bennett, you'll change your opinion of me. Don't hold your breath. He didn't appear the least discouraged as he started to mosey toward the exit. The fact that Bennett's comments were less vitriolic than they had once been wasn't lost on Ethan. Maybe, if Nash was very, very patient, he might get her to like him after all. When Caleb finished kissing Mina goodbye and followed Nash out, Ethan stood. I guess that's my cue to head upstairs so you can all do what you need to today. Unless you need me to do a post office run for you? Caleb already has our packages in his car, Sheila said. Great. I'll keep the door open and my phone on in case you need me. And my door will be open so we can use the baby monitor to call him if needed, Mina said, referring to the audio-only monitor Caleb had set up in her apartment when she'd had a stalker freaking her out a month earlier. Fine, that will work. I'm not making you a key card, Deirdre told him. I don't expect one for a day. Besides, if I really wanted one, I could totally make one to your system myself. He shot her a smug smile. You could not. Her look was practically a dare. He just smiled. Unless she had done something insanely protective, he totally could, but he respected them too much to do it. Could not. Now go up to bed before you fall over. Deirdre walked away dismissively. Sheila stood and slid her hand into Ethan's, giving it a tug. Come on, I'll take you up. Sounds good. He hadn't gotten in his daily workout, but it would have to wait until later. Is your room locked? She asked Caleb before he walked into the stairwell. Her hair was falling out of the elastic she had used to put it in a ponytail that morning, and strands fell down along her face. What's the point? You guys are the only ones who can get to it, he said. And Deirdre has a copy of the key. So true. Sheila accompanied Ethan up to Caleb's room. Thanks for helping out so much. I really appreciate it, she said as they came out onto the 3rd floor and turned left to Caleb's door. Of course, I just wish we knew what it was he wanted so we can get rid of him. Ethan hated seeing the tension around her eyes. I'll think about it today, see if I can come up with any ideas. Sheila hesitated. Do you think he wants my money? Anyone would, but if that was the issue, I think he would have approached you by now. They came to stop at Caleb's door, and he reached for the handle, about to say that she could call him if she needed anything. Wait a minute. Ethan turned back to her and saw a look in her eye, searching, suspicious. Yeah? Anyone would want the money? Does that include you? Are you looking for a cash infusion for your business? Is that why you keep asking me out? Ethan couldn't help smiling. No, sugar. You interest me on every level, and that has nothing to do with it. I ought to be offended that you'd ask me that, but it did take you a long time to think of it, and it's pretty funny. He leaned back against the door jamb. Why? Go ask Vanna about my background check if you want to know. I'm going to bed. He saluted her and headed into the room, drawing the door almost closed behind him. He started unbuttoning his uniform immediately and drew it off his shoulders. Laying it over the single wooden chair that Caleb had bothered to acquire, he headed for the bedroom. Sheila's apartment was lavishly furnished compared to Caleb's, but then he pretty much only slept and showered here. The door opened and Sheila burst in. Tell me. She paused, taking a solid look at his bare chest. Oh, tell you what? He ignored the ogling. Making an issue out of it was sure to get her back up, and he was enjoying her look of appreciation too much to ruin the moment. She blinked and focused back on his eyes. Don't make me ask someone who went behind your back for information. Tell me yourself that you're not in it for the money and how I can be sure. He didn't usually talk about this. It felt too much like bragging, and that never ended well. On the other hand, this time it wasn't about bragging, but about easing her concern. Okay, this building. I already own 5 apartment buildings that are a similar size. Okay, 4. The 5th one is in the works. I need to make a trip home to see it. This weekend, actually. You want to come along? The Nuggets are playing the Rockets in my hometown this weekend, and Nash and I got leave for 3 days. It might be a good time for you to get away. Ethan moved closer. He'd already booked his flight, but the plans could be adjusted. No way, you are not rich. You live like Caleb and Nash. She didn't move back, just stared as if she couldn't believe that it was true. Yes, Way. I choose not to make a big show for everyone around me, but if we look at how much you have in your net worth versus mine, I win. I'm not bragging, just clarifying that I'm not in any way interested in your money. She looked so pretty, sweetly uncertain, with her big blue eyes boring into him. He came to a stop in front of her and slid his fingers gently, oh so gently, to rest on her waist. When I look at you, the only thing I'm interested in is you. Her face was turned up to his, her eyelids fluttered as he leaned in closer. She was so pretty, that look of confusion and surprise on her face, making her lips hang ever so slightly open. He savored the moment as he slowly moved in, the tug to kiss her growing overwhelming as he gave her every chance to pull away, then finally brushed her lips with his. Ethan had the feeling that not many people had been gentle with Sheila, and he wanted to be that for her, the person she could count on, the support, the man she could turn to for kindness. Wary of scaring her off, he brushed his lips over hers one more time before making himself pull back. Her small, warm hands settled on his bare chest, and they stared at each other for 2 heartbeats before her hands slid up around his neck and pulled him back down. This time, Sheila controlled the kiss, and it was anything but gentle as she invested every particle of her attention on him. Happily, he stepped closer, one hand sliding up the lean length of her back, his fingers shooting into her silky hair. She went up on her toes to get a better angle, pulling herself against him, and it was all he could do to make his other hand stay still on her hip instead of sliding down. Amazed by the softness of her lips and perfection of her frame against his, he focused on where their mouths met, careful not to cage her in or make her feel as though she didn't have control over the kiss. He slanted his lips over hers and took his first real taste. Sheila's fingers slid up his nape and she gave back with equal fervor. The moment stretched until she finally pulled away. They stood there, breathing heavily for several seconds, 3 inches apart and staring into each other's eyes. "Whoa," she finally said. Oh yeah, that had been 10 times the kiss he had even dared hope for. There was no way he wasn't doing that again in the near future. Deciding to break the ice, knowing she would start to feel awkward otherwise, he quirked a smile. "Does that mean you want to meet my family?" She pushed away from him. "Don't press your luck. Go get some sleep. I need to go, now." "Have a productive day." "Sweet dreams," she called as she disappeared into the hallway. "You pretty much guaranteed that one." He didn't say it loud enough to be heard over the slamming of the door at the top of the stairs. Holy moly. He turned back to the bed and fell on it, face down. The woman was going to be the death of him yet.
13. I kissed Ethan. I kissed Ethan. I kissed Ethan. I kissed Ethan. Sheila repeated the phrases in different ways in her head all the way down the stairs and into the second-floor corridor. She couldn't believe it. She might have looked a little shell-shocked because after she passed Vanna's office, Vanna came out. "Are you okay? Is something wrong?" Sheila turned, touched her lips with her fingertips, and then blurted out, "I kissed Ethan." Vanna smiled and chuckled. "It must have been some kiss. I never thought I would ever, not again, not after Rod, but then he, and then I." "Wait," Andrea said, coming to her door. "You kissed Ethan? Not the other way around?" Sheila cringed inwardly at the volume of Andrea's questions. That was her old roommate. She wasn't a quiet gal. A moment later, all of the women were poking their heads out of various rooms. "Story time," Mina declared, and Andrea waved them into the common apartment to gather around the table. Sheila laughed in embarrassment, but considering how not happy the past few gatherings around the table had been, she supposed everyone was looking for something to celebrate. "So, what happened? To lead to the kiss that I was sure you were still weeks away from allowing?" Andrea asked. "Not weeks," Vanna corrected, "but I figured at least a few more days." "Did he push you into it?" Bennett asked. "Hush, so she can tell us." Mina put out her hands, palms down, and lowered them in the universal sign for calming down. Sheila sucked in a deep breath. "I took him up to the apartment and he said something about how any guy would want to be with someone with money. That came out wrong. We were talking about Rod, there was context. Anyway, I asked him if that was why he was chasing me, because of our money." Vanna started laughing. Deirdre cracked a smile. "I guarantee that's not the issue, sweetie." Everyone else turned to look at Deirdre. "You can see the reports if you want, but it's sufficient to say he's doing just fine in the finance department," Deirdre continued. "Anyway, he said to go ask you if I had my doubts, then went into the apartment. I turned to do that, and then decided I wanted him to tell me himself. He was just pulling his shirt off in crackers. That man has some serious abs." "So does Caleb," Mina said with a happy sigh. "You didn't know that already?" Andrea had set her chin on her fist. "Well, yeah, but actually seeing them without the shirt." Sheila let out a low breath. "Anyway, he told me he was loaded and that I had nothing to worry about, and then he was so soft and gentle when he leaned in to kiss me. It was barely a brush of lips, and I got goosebumps and my heart went crazy, but in a good way. I wanted so much more, and he pulled away." "Ah, man," Andrea said in disappointment. "So I went for it. I ran my hands up those lovely pecs and laid one on him." She could still hardly believe she'd done that. "It was good?" Mina asked. "About blew my head off. Never has anything like that happened to me before." Sheila still couldn't believe she'd done that. Even letting him kiss her was total instinct, because a few minutes earlier, or if he'd approached her differently, she would have pushed him away and told him to back off. Now that they both knew the chemistry between them, she seriously doubted she could put him back into the little cubbyhole in her mind, marked Caleb's friend. Was she being stupid? "So now what? You want me to make him a key card too?" Deirdre asked, though her tone said she wasn't at all ready to do that. "Whoa, don't get ahead of yourself. It was just a kiss." "Good, because I don't think we're ready to have all three of them running around here constantly. We see enough of all of them with just Caleb staying here," Bennett said. "Do you have a problem with Caleb being here?" Mina sounded hurt. "Of course not, just one of his friends in particular." "So back to the topic at hand," Andrea said. "The kiss was great, and he was a gentleman, yes?" She waited for Sheila's nod, then continued. You're going to give him a chance? I know Rod seriously undermined your confidence in men. He just put the final nail in the coffin. Sheila touched her lips again, brushing them no harder than his lips had done when he'd initiated the kiss. But Ethan's different from the abusive jerks I knew before. I don't know if it's different enough to trust him in a real relationship, but I guess I need to think about it a little more. Vanna smiled and patted her hand. Think all you need to. Think a lot, and be careful, Bennett agreed. You'll figure it out. No need to rush into it like I did, Mina said. That was right for you, Sheila admitted, though she'd had her reservations for a long time. And you'll figure out what's right for you, whether or not that includes Ethan. Mina stood with the others. Devin is being fussy this morning. I think he might have an inner ear infection or something. I'm going to take him in to work with me. I have a shoot this morning, Andrea said. You didn't mention that to the guys when they were here. I'll be careful. I'm taking photos of the new fire chief along with the full crew and the ambulance team. I'm sure there will be plenty of muscled men to come to my rescue if the creep follows me. She patted Sheila on the shoulder. Can you watch the boys while I do the shoot? I'd be happy to take them all afternoon for you. That would work for me. I need to package some customer orders anyway. Sheila worked in one of the bedrooms attached to the apartment she'd converted into a metal shop. The boys played together well most of the time in the playpen, while she packaged a couple of orders and sent in bids for some custom work a couple of people had requested. She was working almost entirely in steel at the moment, but she was anxious to get back to working with iron again when she had the real shop finished on the first floor. The living room and kitchen area in this apartment just wasn't big enough or fire-safe enough to do everything she wanted. All morning, thoughts of her kiss with Ethan kept stealing back into her memory. Then they would be replaced with images of all the jerks she, her mom, and her sister had dated, lived with, or married. That was a lot of mostly abusive jerks. Man, could they pick the cream of the crop or what? And here was Rod again. Did he realize that Parker was his? Had he put it together, or did he think that Parker was younger? He'd see Parker as belonging to him, his possession. And then she would have to run again, because as much as she thought that both her kids deserved to have a dad, she knew Parker would only be belittled and beaten if he'd ended up spending time with his dad. More than anything, she wanted to keep her kids out of that cycle of abuse. She didn't think that Ethan would hurt any of them, but could she really be sure? She hadn't thought Rod was like that either, until he was. She pushed the circular worries away yet again and returned her attention to the bid she was working on. When she finished that and was about to switch to updating her bank account stats, Parker started to cry, and then Bobby joined him. Maybe a break to give the boys a little TLC was in order. If nothing else, it might distract her better than the paperwork had. 14, Sheila had planned to go back up to wake Ethan before school got out, but he came downstairs, freshly combed, before she went to check on him. You're up? Did you sleep well? She felt like an idiot stating the obvious. Well enough. Who's going with me to pick up the girls? Me, in about 5 minutes, Deirdre said. You need something to eat? We have fruit snacks, granola bars, and yogurt for after-school snacks. She gestured to the communal fridge. I'll take something. He rummaged and pulled out a granola bar and yogurt. I have something in the slow cooker for dinner. There's more than enough if you'd like to stay and eat with us, Sheila offered. It was only fair since he had to stay until dinner time anyway. I'd like that. Sheila had noticed before how comfortable Ethan had been with their group, sliding right in and mixing with everyone as if he had been part of it for a long time. And this afternoon, once the girls were back, was no exception. He helped the older girls with their math, teased the younger ones about a boy in their class that they both thought was so cute. He listened to Andrea discuss her husband's death and her theories about it without acting like she was imagining things, which Sheila had to admit many of the local officers hadn't managed to do. And every so often, she caught him watching her, as if he couldn't help but check to see if she was okay. She would feel weirder about catching him looking at her if she hadn't been looking at him 3 times as often. They'd shared a phenomenal kiss, but she didn't know if that really meant anything, or if she even wanted it to. At 4:45, she grabbed Parker, and after letting Chelsea know, headed to her apartment to finish making the dinner she'd thrown in the slow cooker earlier. She made drop biscuits, so they were in the oven almost as soon as she could heat it, and then Ethan came in with Chelsea. "We helped Andrea clean up the toddler toys, and Chelsea's homework is finished," Ethan announced when they walked in. "Good. Then there will be some time for games or TV before bed." "Yay, Anne with an E," Chelsea yelled, then hurried to her room to drop her book bag. It would probably end up just inside the door, where she would trip over it later, but Sheila let it go for now. "Anne with an E?" Ethan asked. "It's a reinterpretation of Anne of Green Gables, which is a total girl series." "I'm familiar with that one. My mom watches it at least once per year. Usually my sisters join her. It's a marathon." "Yeah, pretty much. I only saw it once when I was at a friend's house. I was probably about 13, but I fell in love immediately. Now I can actually afford it. I might have to buy the video." "It's not like you've gone crazy spending your winnings," he teased. "I remind myself that this place is going to suck up a huge chunk of the winnings, so I need to be somewhat circumspect about my other spending until we finish the major expenses." She pulled plates out of the cupboard and he took them to set the table for her. She couldn't remember the last time a man did that, one she dated or had been around, other than Caleb. Maybe it was because he was trying to impress her, but Sheila wouldn't complain. "Is that why you haven't replaced your car yet?" "Yeah, all of us decided to make a stab at frugality until the building is done. You never know what expense might slap you in the face next, and we need to be able to pay utilities, taxes, and insurance on an ongoing basis. It's too bad more lotto winners don't have your foresight. More of them might stay solvent if they did." He finished with the plates and came back for glasses. "Someone said that the girls have Friday off school." "Yeah, they're all excited to have a break from school." She dropped her voice so Chelsea wouldn't overhear. "We talked about taking them to the zoo, but we'll have to put that off until this situation gets resolved." She thought he was reaching for the spoons in her hand, but instead he wrapped his hand over hers, causing her to look up into his gaze. "Come with me to Houston. It's only 3 days. We can leave as soon as the girls get out of school tomorrow. The weather is supposed to be gorgeous. My dad's company has seats for the Rockets games. You can see the Nuggets play, cheer for the wrong team, get a breather from everything here." "It wouldn't be the wrong team, but I couldn't do that. Then everyone who's still here has to deal with all of this." She waved a hand expansively, though it was obvious she didn't mean the building. "So, everyone can come. There are a lot of seats, and Dad said they're available this weekend. I talked to him this morning. We'll get a flight that will fit everyone." "Okay, so Caleb probably can't get a pass that soon, but Nash and I already arranged ours because I have that little bit of business to deal with, and we'll be back on Sunday night so Nash and I can work." That was tempting and also a little unnerving. What's to stop Rod from trailing us to Houston, getting his own ticket? "Trust me, it'll be fine." Ethan took her other hand as well. "Just say yes." "Yes to what, Mom?" Chelsea asked as she came back into the room. "Nothing, honey. Go wash your hands. We'll be eating soon." When Chelsea turned back around heading for the bathroom, Sheila shook her head, feeling crazy to even consider it. "I'll think about it while we eat. Then if I decide to go, I'll invite the others, or you can invite them whether I go or not." He let his hand slip off of hers, taking the silverware out of her hand. "You won't regret it." She very much doubted that would be true. Dinner was nice. Ethan sat across from Sheila, interacting with the kids as well as herself. He cut Chelsea's meat while Sheila cut some for Parker. He listened to what Chelsea had to say and shared some stories from when he was growing up. She had noticed before that he was good with Devon, and now she saw it with her own kids. He was kind and thoughtful. Every moment they spent together, she liked him more. But going to Houston with him, even with the others, especially if they would be introduced to his parents, if he really did have loads of money, he probably grew up with it, while she grew up in a neighborhood that was only half a step up from the ghettos. Meeting his family, was that the hang-up here? Was she afraid that they would reject her, or that seeing her with them would make him like her less? She really didn't know how she felt about any of it. She participated less in the dinner conversations than normal, thinking over the implications. "Mama, what's wrong?" Chelsea asked as they were finishing up. "You're quiet." "Yes, that's true," Ethan said. "Everything's fine. Mr. Wolf has to leave soon to go to work. Can you put the dirty dishes in the sink for me while I walk him out?" "Yes. And keep an eye on your brother. I'll stay in the building and be right back." "Okay." "And then Anne with an E?" "Yes, after we clean up from dinner." "Yay!" Chelsea picked up her plate and headed for the sink. Ethan snagged Sheila's wrist and headed out the door, sliding his hard, strong fingers through hers when they were out of sight. "What did you decide?" "I haven't. It's not as simple as it sounds." "Why not?" She felt like she was opening up too much of herself. But he had been so great, he deserved just a little bit more. "Your family." "I can't meet your family. I barely know you." "So, everyone else can meet my family, but you can't?" he asked as he opened the door to the stairs. "Do you think Mina and the others should stay here because they don't know them either?" She paused to make sure she had her key card before she exited her floor. "You know it's not the same thing." "Why? Because you kissed me this morning? You started it." And now she felt like she was 6, and you had a wonderful way of finishing it. "And?" They stopped at the bottom of the stairs, and she turned to him. "I don't even know how I feel about kissing you. We're not together, but meeting your parents usually means that a couple's getting serious, and we definitely aren't, though I want you to know that I haven't been out with anyone else since I met you. I haven't even been interested." "That doesn't mean you won't change your mind." "Of course, it doesn't, but I can't imagine that happening." He gently placed one hand on each of her cheeks and stared her right in the eye. "I promise it'll be fine. I'm not going to hurt you, physically or otherwise." His hands on her cheeks made her feel cherished. "You make me nervous." "Good nervous or bad nervous?" "I haven't decided." He smiled. "Be spontaneous. Say yes." He bent down and kissed her softly, slowly strengthening the pressure until she felt her reservations melt away. Maybe they would regret what was growing between them, but for this moment, this perfect, sweet moment, she gave into it. He was so different, so much kinder than any man had been to her. Yet she knew he had a steel core. There was so much she didn't know about him. "Come to Houston with me." He muttered again against her lips. In that moment, she wanted nothing more than to be with him. "Okay, if the others will come too." He took one last kiss, which was interrupted by Caleb coming in from the garage. "Whoa, sorry," he said when he saw them standing there. Sheila pulled away and looked at Caleb, who appeared to be trying to slide past them and up the stairs. "Don't worry, that was goodbye." "Hey, you think you could get the ladies upstairs to agree to take a trip to the Nuggets versus the Rockets this weekend? You could come too, of course. Sorry about the late notice." "Ah, man, I'd love to," Caleb said. "I don't think I should push for last-minute leave this time, though." "Well, try to get everyone else up there to join us." "Us?" Caleb's gaze switched between them. "Sheila said she'd come if the others do. I thought everyone could use a break from the drama, especially since the kids are out of school Friday." "Good call. I'll do my best to convince everyone," Caleb said. "Even if I can't come, I'd rather they get out for a while." "Agreed." Caleb pointed to the stairwell and then keyed through the door. "Have a good night at work." "Yep." When the door shut behind him, Ethan pressed one more brief kiss to Sheila's cheek. "It'll be fine. I'll make all the arrangements. Just be ready to go when the girls get out of school tomorrow." "But what about, I'll take care of everything. All you have to do is pack your bags. See you tomorrow afternoon." He squeezed her hand and then dropped it, exiting through the door. Sheila waited until the lock clicked shut and then headed back upstairs. What should she say to the others? Except that Caleb had, of course, already told everyone and gotten wholehearted approval from most and tacit agreement from the others. "We're going to Houston for a Nuggets game? This has your name all over it," Andrea said. "I wouldn't go and leave all of you here to possibly deal with Rod. Plus, I need a buffer." It didn't look like you needed a buffer a few minutes ago, Caleb teased. Oh, yeah, that's old news, Deirdre said. They started kissing this morning, in your place. Apparently, the man's got moves. Oh, yeah? Caleb's smile was not quite as full as usual. Huh, well, I'm jealous I won't be able to join you. Anyway, I'm ready for dinner. He turned to Mina. Did you already cook, or do you want me to order Chinese? I worked until just a few minutes ago, she said apologetically. No problem. Sweet and sour, here I come. Show me the takeout menu. He rubbed his hands together and they headed to her apartment. Sheila returned to her place and Chelsea had cleared the table and put away the milk and butter. Someone's going to the Nuggets game, Mom. Did you hear? She asked. Yeah, we're all going, including you. Really? Chelsea's eyes grew wide. Really? Take a seat and I'll start the show. She queued it up, then put away the food and washed dishes while they watched. The whole time she wondered if she had made a mistake, or if going away for the weekend was the best idea ever. It was too late to change her mind now, so she put it away. Screen time. Bedtime ritual for the kids, a little tweaking on her Etsy site, and tomorrow she would deal with laundry and packing. It would be fine. 15. Are you ready? Andrea asked, coming into the apartment 10 minutes before Ethan was supposed to arrive to pick them all up. Nash had been upstairs sleeping most of the day, but had come down a few minutes ago to help carry things to the garage before the girls got out of school. Do I look ready? Sheila had done her hair and makeup, but she stood in front of her closet, wrapped in a robe, staring at everything she now hated. Can't decide? Why is it that when you need something just perfect, everything in your closet is terrible? Sheila asked. What was I thinking buying this stuff anyway? I packed for the kids but can't figure it out for myself. She'd never been on a real vacation as an adult, not at all until they had gone on their cruise the previous December. Somehow this felt entirely different, mostly because Ethan would be there, and possibly his parents. Chill, babe, take a seat and let me look. Andrea searched through the clothes, pulling out a pair of jeans, a tee, and a sweatshirt that zipped up the front. She dug into the closet until she found Sheila's new tennis shoes and her Nuggets cap. The blue in the shirt makes your eyes pop, and the jeans make your butt look great. Trust me. They do, don't they? Why did all of that look terrible when I was looking at it? But it's perfect now. Because you're freaked out about seeing his family. It's going to be fine. Let's see what else you packed. Andrea rummaged through the suitcase and then returned to the closet, adding a few items, a nice skirt and blouse, just in case he convinced her to meet the family. Dress pants and a cute sweater. Sheila had forgotten she'd purchased, for whatever, and 2 more nice but comfortable blouses for running around town and looking classy in. That should give you a little extra flexibility, just in case. Get dressed. I'll go check on the Rugrats. Andrea closed the bedroom door behind her. When Sheila emerged a few minutes later, she was already second-guessing her clothing choices. And how completely stupid was that anyway? He'd seen her hot and sweaty in ragged jeans, and not with the fashionable kinds of rips. The buzzing of the outside entrance filled the room, and Sheila double-checked the camera to make sure it was Ethan. I've got it, Andrea said, after verifying it was Ethan over Sheila's shoulder. You grab your stuff and bring it to the elevator with the rest of our gear. Sheila double-checked the diaper bag to make sure it had plenty of supplies, threw in some fruit snacks and granola bars, and a couple of toys to keep the kids busy on the flight. Hey there, ready to go? Ethan asked from the open apartment door, wearing jeans and a red tee. Yeah, let's go get the kids. Do you think I brought too much? She asked, looking at the ridiculous amount of luggage. I could shift things if I need to. No, it's not too much. There will be plenty of room. Promise. He grabbed 2 bags and hauled them to the side entrance. Nash already has most of the other luggage down in the garage. Andrea came down behind them. Ethan turned, then whispered something in Andrea's ear. She leaned back to look at him. No, but it was clear that she liked whatever he had said. Go check. Andrea hurried through the door. He and Sheila headed out the side door as usual, though Sheila couldn't help scanning the cars and people for any sign of Rod. What was that all about? You'll see in a bit. Ethan took her hand. Take a deep breath. Nash is standing by the front door watching as well. She nodded, feeling better with an extra lookout. Kids getting a ride home would line up on the east side of the building for their parents to pick them up. They came to a stop in their normal pickup location, only 6 or 7 feet from the front door. She greeted a few moms she saw all of the time, ignoring the pointed stares at Ethan. "You're drawing attention." "Nah, they're just happy to see you with a brilliant, kind, handsome, generous man." He shot her a goofy grin. "Yeah, I'm sure they are all admiring how brilliant and generous you are right now." She chuckled, even though she felt her face burning. Maybe if she weren't holding his hand, they wouldn't look so surprised to see someone so plain and boring with a hunk like him. The bell rang, and 3 minutes later, Chelsea and Grace came running out. Less than a minute behind them, Kaylin and Corinda emerged. Corinda wrinkled her nose. "We have to go, don't we?" Ethan crouched down next to her. "What's wrong?" "I hate basketball," Corinda whined. "What? This is going to be so cool. Just wait. I have some awesome things planned for the weekend, including so much junk food that you'll want to puke." Corinda narrowed her eyes at him. "Nachos? And hot dogs and popcorn and whatever else. Plus, there's a big secret that you are going to love. Promise?" "Promise." "I told you it's going to be fun," Chelsea said. Corinda rolled her eyes as if thinking it over. "Fine, okay, let's go." He brushed his hand over Chelsea's shoulder, then turned to Sheila. "You set?" "Sure, you two walk with Ethan. You other two walk with me." She took Chelsea and Grace's hands and led the way back to the apartment. She appreciated that Ethan treated Corinda with the same kindness as Chelsea. He could have just smiled and let Vanna deal with the girl's behavior, but he'd taken time to calm her down and get her excited about the trip. When they got back to the apartment building, all of her luggage except for the diaper bag had already been moved. Sheila picked it up and dug into it. "Just let me grab my wallet. I want to make sure I have ID for the kids." A moment later, she had buried it in the corner of the diaper bag, and Ethan led her through the garage, stopping to pick up Parker's car seat. He snagged Parker from Andrea, who was talking to him and Bobby, keeping them in the garage amid the confusion. "Wow, everyone's more excited than they were when we left a few minutes ago. What are we riding in?" Sheila asked, eyeing the car seat. "Go out back and see." Andrea's grin was huge. Sheila stepped out through the normal door and stopped short. A hot pink stretch limousine spanned most of the parking lot, and a black Escalade sat on the other side of it. Bennett and Mina's voices came from the limo where they were installing the car seats, while the two drivers were loading all of the assorted gear into the Escalade and the limo trunk. Nash had changed positions after they had crossed the street and now stood across the alley, keeping an eye out for anyone approaching the rear of the building. Sheila shifted to the side to let the other adults out with the remaining kids, while Ethan took Parker's seat to the limo to be installed. Vanna stopped beside her. "You have to admit, the man's got style." "Oh boy," Sheila had to agree, knowing that going pink for the limo was for the girls' benefit because they were all oohing and ahing over it. "Is it love yet?" Vanna asked. Shocked and a little appalled that Vanna had gone there when Sheila was barely willing to admit she even liked the guy romantically, she blurted out, "No way, I don't even know if I call it dating. Kissing friends?" "You keep telling yourself that." Vanna sauntered over to the limo and stepped inside behind Corinda, finding them a seat. Ethan and Nash did some hand signals, then Ethan came back to Sheila. "Are you just going to stand there, or are you getting inside?" This was some surprise. He took her hand and pulled her to the car. "We're not done with them quite yet." "So, what other surprise do you have planned?" Sheila asked as she slid onto the oh-so-comfortable seat. "If I told you then, it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?" His eyes twinkled with mischief. "Come on." "Nope, you'll have to be patient." Sheila thought he was enjoying this a little too much. "Is everyone in except for Nash?" he asked, looking around the car. There was only one empty seat. He ducked out and gave the driver a quick direction, then slid back into his spot and the driver closed the door. "You're making him ride up front?" "Awesome," Bennett said. Today's shirt said, "Snark is my first language." No, he's going to pull my car into the garage for the weekend so we won't have to worry about vandalism. Good idea, Sheila said. I called Lisa this morning to tell her what was going on, and she said she'd have people keep an extra eye out while we're gone. Also a good idea, Ethan said. They stopped after a moment, and soon Nash was stepping into the car. Vanna shifted to make room, and he slid into the empty spot next to Bennett. Gee, thanks, Bennett said, in a voice devoid of enthusiasm. You're welcome, Vanna said, as if the thanks had been sincere. Before the car started moving again, Ethan pushed the button that lowered the window between them and the driver. Everyone. I'd like you to meet our driver today, Mike. Mike, this is everyone. Travel carefully. We're carrying precious cargo. Will do, sir. Mike pulled out onto the road, and Sheila was amazed at the minimal bouncing as they went through the gutter at the road. The window between the driver and the noisy bunch in the back went up, and Ethan held up his hands for attention from the group one more time. It's going to be about an hour, and there is a wide selection of drinks and snacks for every age, so help yourself. You can turn up the radio back here, pick a TV show, or there are some movies, but we won't be that long. It's all up to you. They had rented some large vehicles to take them to and from the airport when they went on their cruise, but this put all of that in the shade. There was bubbly for adults, sparkling cider for the kids, soda, juice, and coffee. Snacks came out and were passed around, and everyone talked and laughed, one conversation layered over the next. And the whole time, Ethan was snuggled up against Sheila's side, mostly with an arm around her shoulder. She could hardly believe he had found a limo big enough for all of them, or that they were actually riding in one. About half an hour into the ride, Andrea looked out the window, then over to him. She leaned into Ethan and said something Sheila couldn't hear over the melee. Ethan just smiled. Wait and see. No, she looked even more excited now. What? Sheila asked. We'll find out if I'm right, Andrea said, then lifted her glass. A toast to new experiences. A chorus echoed her words, and everyone took another sip of whatever they were drinking. What's going on? Sheila asked right into Ethan's ear. He turned and answered, nose to nose with her. I'm having a lot of fun knowing that everyone here is having a lot of fun. How about you? I can't complain. Good. He dropped a peck on her lips, then leaned back in his seat again. Less than 10 minutes later, the car slowed down and entered through a gate. Andrea started doing a dance in her seat. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Sheila looked out the window and realized they were in a small airport and pulling in front of a small private jet. No way. Ethan just grinned. The car came to a stop near the plane, and after the chauffeur opened the door, they all piled out. Andrea grabbed Sheila's arm and gave it a squeeze. Her other hand was firmly holding on to Bobby. How did you know? Sheila asked. I realized we were going north, not south, to the big airport in Kansas City. Sheila just stared at the plane. He wasn't exaggerating. He may have been under-exaggerating. About what? Andrea asked. When I asked him if he was chasing me for my money, and he said he had more than I do. I guess so. He doesn't usually act like it. No, I like him better because he doesn't make an issue over it most of the time. I'm liking him a whole lot right now, but you can have him. I'll just be glad for this. This one time I get to ride in a private plane. I was not a fan of dealing with security last time. Yeah, no kidding. Getting the kids through the lines and handling their carry-on luggage had been a nightmare, but that would not be a problem this time. Chelsea and Parker came over and stood with Sheila. We really get to ride in that? Chelsea asked. We really do. Sheila squeezed her hand. Well, go on in and claim your seats, Ethan said, coming back to them. He held 2 car seats, Parker's and Bobby's. Between the drivers and the flight crew, we'll have the rest of the luggage loaded in no time. I'm sure you'll want a few minutes to explore the plane before you have to sit for the flight. He added this to Chelsea. You were going to take this plane all along? Sheila asked when Chelsea had scampered off, tugging her brother along with her. No, I had a regular plane ticket, but when I offered for everyone to come, I figured we'd never all get on the same plane and be able to sit together on such short notice. This is much more convenient for this trip. I have to agree with that. She reached out and grabbed a fist of his shirt. This is amazing. Then she popped up onto her toes and laid a big kiss on him. "Kiss him for the rest of us, too," Vanna said. So Sheila did.
16 Rod was getting annoyed. He'd been in town 3 days and only seen Sheila 3 times. And other than the first time when he'd driven past her outside the school, she'd had that army guy in tow. He'd been sure the man hadn't lived there, but he showed up every day. If it wasn't him, it was one of the other men. But even if he could get to her, the building was locked down tighter than the base in Leavenworth, and the construction crew was suspicious and protective. How was a guy supposed to retrieve his property if he couldn't get close enough to even talk to her? And now they were gone. He'd been watching the building from the little cafe across from the fire department, so he'd noticed guy number 3 watching the intersection when Sheila had crossed with guy number 1. Did they ever work? One or the other of them had been around during the day all week. Then they had picked up 4 girls from the school and returned to the building. When he'd seen the pink limo, he'd known something was up and drove around to the park on the other side of the elementary school for a better angle. Were they all going on a trip? He'd followed a reasonable distance behind the Escalade until it had pulled into the private airport. That was not a good sign. Where had she gone this time?
The girls were disappointed that there wasn't a limo waiting for them when they landed at the private airport Ethan owned, but Sheila was satisfied with one limo ride in her life. Instead, Ethan ordered 3 ride shares to pick up them and their many bags and drive them the 7 miles to the hotel. They just managed to squeeze everyone and every bag into the various vehicles. Just barely. That is huge. Chelsea peered up at the enormous hotel when they pulled into the driveway. "We're staying there?" "Yes, you are." Ethan grinned at her. Chelsea's brow furrowed. "We are. But what about you? Aren't you staying there too?" "It would be much more fun staying in the hotel with you, but my parents live only a few miles from here, and they'll want me to stay there so I can see them. It's been a long time since I was able to come back to town. Nash has a room right next to all of yours, so I might stay there if it gets too late." Disappointment dripped from Chelsea. "So you won't be around?" He opened the door and got out of the car, turning to help her with her seatbelt. "Oh, yes, I will. Just not at the hotel with you all night. We're all going to dinner, then I've got some big plans for tomorrow for everyone. I have to duck out for a couple of hours to take care of a little business, and then we'll go to the game in the evening." "I guess that's okay then." Sheila pulled a fussy Parker out of the baby seat as a second car from their group pulled up behind. "I'll take the tot and go check us all in if you want to pull the car seat and oversee the luggage being unloaded." "There's the 3rd car with Nash," Ethan said, holding his hands out to take Parker. Sheila paused for a moment. She rarely let anyone but her sisters hold him when they were in public, but this was Ethan. She trusted him, right? "He's getting tired and his ears haven't popped since landing. You don't want him being all fussy while you're checking us in. He'll adjust soon. The hotel will give him something new to look at, and you have your attention divided in enough directions already. I can handle him for a few minutes. Promise." There was no good argument against that, so she handed over Parker. The look Ethan gave her after settling Parker on his hip said that he recognized her hesitation and understood. She nodded to him, then turned back to the car and her daughter, who was dancing around on tiptoes with excitement. "Chelsea, you don't leave my side at all. Stay right here next to me until Ethan comes back with Parker, okay?" "Yes, Mom." Chelsea frowned. "I know you're not a little kid anymore, by your standards, but this is a big place with lots of strangers." "I know." Andrea was already around the back of the car, overseeing the unloading of the luggage from the SUV, so Sheila pulled the 2 car seats and made sure that no one from their group had dropped anything on the floor or kicked anything under the seats in the 10 minutes that they were in the car. It was amazing how quickly the kids could lose something between car seat cushions. They were nearly done unloading everything when Ethan came back out with 2 bell carts. "There's one more available," he told Nash, who headed inside for it. "How much do we owe you for the hotel?" Bennett asked when she brought over her bags a couple of minutes later. "Nothing. The hotel is my treat." Bennett eyed him for several seconds. We aren't broke anymore, you know. We can afford to pay our own way, and you already paid for the limo, flights, and basketball game. We had planned to pay for the hotel. I invited you. You're my guest, so I'm handling the hotel. You all can be on your own to pay for everything else this weekend if you want, including the return flight. Bennett asked. No, that's already paid for. He grinned cheekily and hooked one last bag onto his bell cart. This one's full. This too, said Deirdre, who had been loading the second one. A moment later, Nash echoed the phrase, and everyone grabbed Kid's hands and shouldered the last few remaining items so they could caravan inside. Sheila was on the first elevator load of their group and looked around as they got off on the 14th floor. Head left, Ethan told her. The first room is 1427. A second elevator came to the top with the second bell cart and part of their group. So, what's the plan? Sheila asked. I have 3 suites here, each with an additional adjoining room, and Nash's room is next to all of you. You won't be able to open up the doors and run between them all without coming into the hall, but you'll each have some space for privacy if you need it, or to lay the kids down to sleep while you stay up and talk, or whatever it is you ladies do at night. The first elevator dinged again, and a moment later it opened to show the last group of their contingent. Great, the gang's all here. Who should get which keys? He asked. I'll take a set for me and Andrea. Give Mina ones for her and Bennett, and then the last 2 rooms for Vanna and Deirdre. Oh, sure, I'm always the last, Deirdre joked. Last the best of all the game, Keelan said. That phrase is ridiculous, but in this case, you're right. Deirdre and Keelan grinned at each other for a moment. The rooms were spacious with a nice sitting area, large TVs, a great little kitchenette, and very comfy beds. This is great, Sheila said when they had finished unloading all of the bell carts and her things had been moved to her room. She walked over and looked out the window. There's even a nice view of the park, and it's only about a 3-minute walk to Toyota Stadium. Ethan stood just inside her hotel room door with the shared sitting room at his back. She walked back to him, so grateful for his generosity. It's perfect, so very thoughtful of you. I figured we'd be sharing rooms. He took both of her hands in his. Oh, you are. All those kids had to sleep somewhere. I asked them to put you on this floor since you have to have a key card to access it so people off the street can't get to your room. I don't expect that Rod will follow us here, but since this is a whole lot more public than your apartment building, I wanted at least a measure of security for you. That was really thoughtful and did make her feel a lot better. So, what do you suggest that we do while we're here, besides the game? I've never been to Houston. She should have spent some time that morning researching the city, but between shipping for her business, laundry and packing, and the other 100 last-minute things that needed to be done, she had run out of time. Maybe if she hadn't agonized over her clothes for so long. There are lots of options. We have a children's museum, a zoo, a butterfly center, and half a dozen other great options that the kids will love within a few miles of here. Those all sounded terrific. We'll have to talk it over. For now, I'm thinking food. Same here. The kids are getting restless. And me too, Andrea said, coming up behind Ethan. There was a knock at the door, and Bennett stood on the other side. So, dinner? Convo in the hall, I guess, Andrea said. Sheila told Chelsea to keep an eye on the boys and that they would be right outside the door if she needed anything, then joined all of the other adults in the hall. Ethan took control as soon as they were all there. Food options. We can catch a ride somewhere, order in food, or walk somewhere close. Hearsay is in walking distance, but it'll probably be crowded with the Rockets playing the Suns here tonight. Then again, anything near the stadium will be crowded. Guadalajara is a few blocks away, a little quieter, and they have great food. Or we can just order in pizza and Chinese instead and let everyone take what they'd like. Traffic will slow down delivery, but it will be less hassle for us if that's important to you. That gets my vote, Deirdre said. Everyone agreed easily, and as keeper of the debit card for their group account, Bennett went into her room to place the order. So, when does your family expect you to show up? Sheila asked as Ethan slid his hand into hers and they turned back into the room. I actually have to meet them for dinner. I'd rather stay here and have Chinese with you. She wished he could too. It was amazing how much she had come to rely on his presence in the past couple of weeks. Me too, but I guess you do need to spend a little time with them. You haven't been home since before Christmas, right? As my mom constantly reminds me, as if planes don't go both directions. His words weren't so much a complaint as a wry statement of fact. Then go see your folks. Tell them we appreciate them giving you up for part of the weekend and for the basketball tickets. Thank them double for that. Ethan slid one hand onto her waist, leaning closer. I see. The tickets are worth twice as much to you as having me around. Well, I get to have you around all the time. Nuggets tickets are a bit harder to come by, she teased, as long as you don't let me forget my place. He leaned in and kissed her briefly. Nash will be right here with you. The hotel has security, and you can call me any time. I'll see you in the morning. She fingered the collar of his shirt with her free hand. Thanks for everything, really. You're welcome. He kissed her and then turned toward the elevator.
17. Ethan loved his family. He really did, but he wasn't looking forward to seeing them today. Maybe that was because of the voices that always ran in the back of his mind. The critical voice of his mom, asking why he hadn't found someone nice to settle down with and when he's going to move back to Houston. The disapproving one of his father, who always thought that Ethan was wasting his life in the army instead of focusing on his investments when he had such a gift for them. And then there was Jared, the older brother who strove to please his parents in everything he did and didn't understand why Ethan had to go his own way. At least he was willing to help out with some of Ethan's long-distance purchases. His sisters were full of hints about starting a family of his own. Well, if everything kept going in the same direction, maybe he would be able to stop that line of discussion. Eventually. The Wolf family home wasn't that far from the city center, only 20 minutes in normal traffic, but in pre-game traffic he was lucky to make it home in under 40 minutes. He was supposed to have been home and ready for dinner at 7:30, a concession to his guests since his original flight plan would have had him there in time for 6 p.m. dinner. And to top it off, he was going to be late and still wearing his regular street clothes instead of the slacks, dress shirt, and jacket his parents would have preferred. It couldn't be helped. At least he knew Sheila and the rest of the group were settled at the hotel, safe and comfortable. He thanked the man driving his rideshare when he got out at the curb and saw the man's brows raise in surprise as he looked at the house. Yeah, it was a little ostentatious, even for this part of Memorial Park, with its white marble exterior and Doric columns, but surely the man had been through here before. He said he'd lived in Houston his whole life. Ethan retrieved his smaller duffel and garment bag from the back seat and walked up the drive, noticing the new flowers the gardener had planted. His mother did like to change up the landscaping. He rang the doorbell and waited nearly a minute before the 40-something maid who had been working for his parents for at least a decade answered the door. "Mr. Wolf, your parents are expecting you. Your mother said for you to go right in, no matter what you're wearing, and I'll take your bags up to your room." "Thank you, Delise." Those kinds of directions from his mother were never a good sign. He strode through the high-ceilinged foyer and into the sitting room where his parents and brother had been waiting for him while they finished their pre-dinner drinks. "So, you did decide to join us tonight," his mother said, in greeting from her perch on the cream-colored Queen Anne sofa. He had once seen an episode of Gilmore Girls when the younger generation had gone to the affluent parents' home for Friday dinner. He had noted how much that situation had felt like every family dinner with his parents, though Trudy Wolf didn't have the same trouble holding on to household staff. He wondered, not for the first time, if the writer and set designer had ever been to dinner with his parents. Sorry, traffic was terrible with the game starting soon. Ethan leaned down and kissed his mother on the cheek, and then shook hands with his father and brother. "You could have let us know." She said, "You're right, I should have. I apologize. How is everyone?" The girls couldn't make it. He had learned long ago that a prompt and sincere apology could sometimes shorten the list of faults they would start the evening off with. "They're coming with the whole crew to Sunday brunch. I thought it would be nice to have a little less chaos this evening after your flight," his mother said. "You've missed drinks. Come, let's have dinner. We've been holding it for you." "Great, I'm starved," which was the truth. He took the seat across from Jared. "How are things going at work?" "Fine. Your walkthrough has been moved to 3:30 if that's okay." "Perfect. Later is better." "Mom, you had your big benefit last weekend, didn't you?" "Yes, it went very well." She went on to talk about the details as Delise returned and served dinner. They talked about business associates and a new hotel his father was looking at purchasing. "Speaking of hotels, I understand that you went in to check in your guests holding an infant," Trudy said. His mother always seemed to know exactly what he was doing seconds after it happened when he was in town, so Ethan wasn't at all surprised about this. "Parker's hardly an infant. He turns 3 in a couple of months." "And how is it that you came to be holding Parker?" His mother was busy overseeing the unloading of the luggage and keeping an eye on her daughter, Chelsea, so I brought Parker in with me. A mistake since someone immediately reported it to his mother. "And your relationship with Parker's mother?" "There are 6 women with children who came with me this weekend, along with Nash." It wasn't an answer, so he wasn't surprised when his mother wasn't distracted. "Yes, but you weren't holding any of the other women's toddlers." Ethan took extra long chewing the bite of roast he had taken immediately after his last answer, but eventually he had to swallow. "Her name is Sheila. She's a big Nuggets fan." "And her husband? Or is it ex-husband?" "I don't believe she's ever been married. I haven't specifically asked her that." "Maybe she's still married to one of the fathers then." "No, she's not." He was quite certain that if she had been, she would have told him so when he had asked her out the second, or maybe the third time. Vanna would have in any case, and no one had indicated that there was any reason why he should look elsewhere. "I see. And your relationship with her? What does she do anyway?" "I've been seeing her. It's a fairly new relationship. She's a metal artist. You should see the absolutely amazing wrought iron railings she recently made for the apartment building she owns with the other ladies who came with us." "So, they're entrepreneurs then." "Very good. Is it their first building?" "Is it large?" his father asked. Garth was a big proponent of people creating businesses. "It is large, and their first building. I don't know that they're intending to purchase any others, but this one is still under renovations, so it's possible in time that they'll decide to expand their holdings." He seriously doubted it, but he didn't need to give them the nitty-gritty. "And how many units are there in the building? Is it in a nice part of town? What is the projected monthly income?" "I'm not sure how many units will be available when they finish renovations. It's in the center of town, which has been experiencing a gentrification lately, with a lot of buildings being renovated and a very smart series of women's businesses being converted from older homes only a block away. I believe they are currently looking at turning it into a condo complex rather than rental units. They're renovating the upper floors and roof for their own use and would prefer to have more stability in the building's residents." Very understandable, but not necessarily the best investment, though it will put a large chunk of cash back in their pockets for reinvestment, Jared finally added to the dialogue. "And what sort of women are they? Where are they from? How do they feel about Sheila's children running up and down the halls?" Trudy asked. "They're from varied backgrounds. Most of them have at least some college education. They each own their own businesses in addition to the one they own together. They all have children and work together to handle childcare so they can focus on business during part of the day. They have complementary skill sets and are very impressive." "And Sheila, does she have a degree?" she asked. "I don't believe so. But then, a college education wouldn't have helped her with the career she chose, so I don't think that will hold her back." He shoveled in the last bite of potatoes on his plate, already wishing this conversation was over. "How serious are you two?" his mother asked. "I told you, we've barely started seeing each other. The only time we've been on anything you might consider a date was to get ice cream with her kids. I'd like to meet her." Delise entered, and his mother directed that the plates be taken away and dessert brought out. It took all of Ethan's self-control to stop himself from telling her no, just flat out not gonna happen. He'd somehow let himself forget just how snobby his parents could be. How could he have thought introducing them this early in the relationship would be a good thing? "I don't believe there will be time on this trip. Maybe if we're still seeing each other in a while. You took up 7 of our best rooms and made the desk clerk rearrange the room assignments so you could put them all together. The least you can do is let me meet these fascinating women," his mother said. "We have a full slate of activities planned, but we'll see." Sheila didn't need to be exposed to his mother's criticism. Maybe if he could get her to stick around for a few months, he could prepare her for the tornado that was his parents. Desperate, he changed the subject. "Jared, how are things with Tanya? About ready to get down on one knee." "We split up." Jared had never been one for over-expressing things that upset him. "When?" "At the benefit last weekend," Trudy put in. "It was a big row in public. She asked when he was going to go in and buy the ostentatious ring she picked out for herself at Tiffany's, and he said he wasn't, and she broke it off right there, screaming at how he was a cheapskate in front of 100 people, at least. It was very crass. I never did like her very much." She accepted the chocolate bomb Delise put in front of her and took a tiny scoop. As everyone was well aware, Jared muttered under his breath so only Ethan could hear. Ethan would have felt worse about that, except that he hadn't been a fan either, and it didn't appear that Jared was heartbroken. "Sissy Calloway is newly divorced," Trudy said. "She seems like just your type." Jared didn't quite manage to hold in his grimace. Ethan managed not to laugh at it. Fine. Far be it from me to interfere in either of your lives." Ethan thought of the welcome he had felt the one time he had visited Caleb's parents' home with him. They had treated him like one of their children, hugged and fed and included in everything. The only thing they wanted was for Caleb to be happy and productive. He supposed that was all his parents wanted as well. Only they thought the only way that could possibly happen was if he chose the kind of life they lived. He wished so much that he could have a better relationship with his own parents, but it seemed unlikely to happen. "I've been looking for a home for you when you finish your army contract," Garth added. "Oh, well, you should hold off on that for now. I haven't decided what I want to do about housing, other than the fact that I don't want to live here." "Don't worry, I've spoken to the realtor, and she's just going to tack the locations onto your outing to see the apartment building tomorrow. It shouldn't take too long. If you see a few places, you'll be able to make a better decision about what part of town you want to live in and how many amenities you'll need." Now, I was looking at a shopping center that's up for purchase in Laredo. I sent you specifics. I thought maybe you could look it over and let me know what you think. "Sure, Dad. I'll look at it later tonight." Because explaining that he wasn't planning on coming back to Texas would make the remainder of the trip home miserable, he decided to put it off until Sunday brunch. When dinner was over and he was excused from the table, Ethan headed straight for his room, which hadn't changed since his college days. Jared followed him up the stairs. "I thought we could go over some new information on the apartment building," he said when Ethan gave him a questioning look. "Sounds good." They went in and Jared shut the door behind him. "Okay, so there's nothing new to discuss. I just heard Mom coming up the stairs and didn't want her joining us." Jared slumped into the desk chair. Ethan stretched out on the bed without taking off his shoes. He had only slept for a few hours that morning between work and going to pick up the ladies. Most of his free time had been spent arranging flights, hotel rooms, the limo, talking with Deirdre about roof security and everything else. It had been worth it, but he was wiped, even though it was barely 9 o'clock. "Long day?" Jared asked. Yeah, good though. You?" He closed his eyes in bliss. "Fine." The chair squeaked as Jared leaned back. "When Dad mentioned the apartments in town, you weren't saying that you didn't know what part of town you wanted to live in, were you? You're not moving back." "Nope. You know how it'll be if I do. I'll obviously be coming home a lot more often to deal with business stuff. I know it's been a lot of extra stress for you having to keep on top of things here for me that I can't do remotely. You going to stay in the Kansas City area? Jared asked. That's the plan. Nash and I are starting that security firm. We're about to test a couple of new products on Sheila's building. It'll be epic. Plus, both he and Deirdre would have access to the feed while they fine-tuned everything, which would help him feel better about security when he couldn't be there. Which one is going to be the side hustle, then? The security company or the property management? Ethan smiled. You know the investments are just for fun and to keep Dad off my back. You got room for a third partner? Ethan opened his eyes in surprise and turned to face Jared. What? You know, a sales guy, someone who's good with people and can go where the work is. I could be that person. Ethan thought about that. Jared was really good in the sales department, which wasn't something he got to use very often while working for their dad. He did fine with checking out buildings and pushing papers, but it wasn't something he loved. You know, I thought we'd start out just winging it until Nash is done with his active duty and can come to work with me full-time. But a salesperson would be good when we're getting close to going full bore, which isn't too far off. You thinking of basing from here and traveling when needed? Or basing from there and having a landing pad here for either of us? My place has an extra bedroom you could take when you're in town instead of having to bunk in here, so you have your own space, and we could either take taxis or rent a car for trips in town. Or just keep a car at the airport for when we come home. How long have you been thinking about this? Ethan pushed himself up on the bed, so he was leaning against the headboard instead. About as long as you've been seriously talking about it. A good 2 years, though I wasn't ready to move on it then. You ready now? Beyond. I could always start here, put out some feelers that would lull Mom and Dad into a state of complacency while you're getting set up. We know a lot of people here, so it shouldn't be too hard to get a nice contract or two if you can get some good prototypes going. As soon as we branch out, I could make the move. When are you going to tell Dad? Ethan knew he was assuming that this would all work out, and Jared wouldn't change his mind. But since Jared had been thinking about this for a while, they could play with possibilities for a few minutes. Neither he nor Nash were really into sales, and having someone he knew and trusted, who had an actual stake in the company to partner with him, would be an advantage. Not until I have to. When you roll things out and I'm ready to start selling, I'll tell him it's part-time while you get going, which will be true. Then when things get busy enough, it'll be less of a shock for me to shift my focus. He'll be furious that neither of us want to follow in his footsteps. So true, and clearly Jared had been giving it a lot of thought. We're not exactly taking a 90-degree angle away from him. We're just diversifying our portfolios, Ethan said. I'll remember to use that explanation when he blows his top, Jared said with a chuckle. I'll chat with Nash about it, look at some numbers, and get back to you on this. He and Jared hadn't exactly been best buds since he had chosen the Army over his dad's business, but that had been shifting over the past couple of years. Sounds good, Jared stood. I'll join you at 3:30 tomorrow. We'll meet you in the hotel lobby. Okay, I'll be there. I hope you brought some fancier clothes than that. Mom will have a conniption if she finds out you conducted business in a t-shirt and jeans. You're telling me. Yeah, I'm set. He pointed toward the garment bag Delise had hung on the closet door. Great. See you tomorrow. You look exhausted. Get some sleep. I am, and I will. When Jared closed the door behind him, Ethan got up and prepared for bed. He would sleep like the dead tonight.
18. It was 2 in the morning, and Rod was finally sure that the airfield was quiet for the night. The last plane had left 2 hours earlier, but the crew at the restaurant on site hadn't finished their work and pulled out until 20 minutes earlier. Rod had waited impatiently for the minutes to click past so he could be sure that he wouldn't be interrupted by someone who suddenly realized they left something behind at work. It took only a minute to jimmy the lock to the cabin that provided flight control for planes moving in and out. He'd watched it for hours, and as far as he could tell, there was only one man inside during the evening, and he was long gone now. The space was small, a computer, cabinets, the radio clicked, and voices of pilots 20,000 feet above them slid in and out as they communicated with the main control an hour south. Rod rifled through drawers and papers, finally finding the day's outgoing flight plans filed in a desk drawer. Houston, he said in confusion when he looked at the flight information. He saw the name Ethan Wolfe on the paperwork and did a quick Google search, coming up with the picture of the guy he had seen Sheila with. He booted up the computer and grinned when the password he had found on the bottom of the keyboard worked to get him into the chart company's files. 15 minutes later, he shut everything down and wiped everything he had touched. They were coming back on Sunday. If everyone was gone, now would be an ideal time to access Sheila's apartment.
Even though Ethan had gone to bed early, he hadn't expected to wake up before his alarm went off in the morning, but he was wide awake by 6 a.m. So he got in his workout, did some pricing research for the system he and Nash were putting together for the ladies' roof, looked over the reports his father had sent him the previous day, and had a light, early breakfast with his father, mostly because he felt like he should. "What do you have planned for today, besides looking at real estate?" Garth asked when he'd put down the first section of the newspaper. "Looks like we're taking the kids to the zoo this morning, then they're planning some downtime while I'm out on business, and we'll head to the game this evening." "You said they all have kids. How many and how old?" "There are 3 boys all around 3 years old, give or take, and 4 girls in elementary school. They'll enjoy the zoo." "And you have to go with them?" "I want to go with them." Ethan took a drink of his coffee and picked at the breakfast Danish he'd picked off the plate in the center of the table. Garth had always been able to pack a wealth of meaning in non-words. "Tomorrow I need to talk to you about the discussion from the shareholders meeting. With you getting out of the army in a few weeks, it's time you took on a more active role. I'm not sure what the plans are for tomorrow yet, but I'll let you know." He had already reviewed the meeting minutes and sent back his thoughts, so he didn't know what else his father thought he could contribute at this point. "Don't you think that your playtime has gone on long enough?" Irritation leaked from every pore. Ethan took another bite of his pastry and chewed slowly so he would have time to rein in his frustration. He swallowed. "I'm not 16 anymore." "That's my point exactly." Garth put aside the newspaper and turned his full attention on Ethan. "See, we seem to be having a miscommunication about what that phrase means in context," Ethan said. "When you say it, you're implying that the past 12 years of adulthood has been squandered while I goof off and play games. When I say it, I'm telling you that I'm an adult, that I've finished my degree, fought in a war, and am making intentional decisions that lead me toward the future that I have planned for myself. I know that's not the future you have planned for me. I'm sorry if I'm disappointing you." His father snorted. "No, I really am, Dad. But let's be honest, the only way I can ever gain your approval is by ignoring everything I want to do, every part of me that makes me who I am, to follow your plan for me, to be a carbon copy of yourself. Believe it or not, I really am sorry that I can't be that person for you. Maybe, for once in my life, you can look at who I am, all that I'm accomplishing, and be proud of the man I've become, even if that's not the person you planned for me to be. Because even if I haven't become you, I've become a good man, and I'm going to make my own successes." Ethan pushed back from the table and left his breakfast half-eaten. It didn't matter. He planned to eat again with Sheila anyway. Ethan pulled out his phone and ordered a ride to the hotel as he walked into the foyer. He was grateful he'd left his backpack near the door with what he would need for the day. The front door shut behind him, and Ethan paused to take a deep breath, and then a second one. The car was less than a block away, so he walked out to the curb to meet it. There was no point in letting himself get tied up in knots. His parents would never approve, so why did he even try? He shot Sheila a text as he waited for the car. "Ethan, headed over now. I'll go harass Nash until the rest of you are ready for breakfast." "EA 20 minutes. Sheila responded as he sat in the car. "We'll be ready about then. See you soon." True to her word, Sheila was waiting in the hall when Ethan arrived on the 14th floor. "Hey, Hope you got some rest, because today is going to be very full. You're not kidding. He took her hand when he reached her, then leaned down and kissed her. It was chaste and over after only a few seconds, but he felt all of the frustration and anger start to settle inside him. How do you do that? Do what? Make all the craziness in my head get very quiet. Their gazes locked, and he cupped her cheek in his palm before he leaned in to kiss her again. This time, the slow, deliberate actions were filled with the indescribable yearnings of his heart. He knew she was holding back, not in the kiss, but her heart. He wanted her and her kids to be the center of his life. It was definitely too early to say so, but if there was any way to make her feel it with a kiss, he was going to tell her right now. Maybe it would end in heartbreak. Maybe it wasn't true love. Not yet. But he was willing to risk everything to see if they could make things work, if she would give him more than the half chance she had finally allowed him. What kind of example are you being for the girls? Deirdre's voice asked. Ethan pulled back at the voice. He hadn't even registered the sound of her door opening a moment earlier. He glanced up at her, then back to Sheila, but Sheila wouldn't meet his gaze. It was just a peck hello, Sheila said. Right? Are you guys ready to go down? Yeah. Sheila seemed to throw off the spell they had been under and smiled as if he had just walked out of the elevator and nothing had happened. I'll check with Bennett and Mina. Do you want to check in with Nash? Nash is ready. Ethan turned to see him opening his room door and wondered if Nash had known they were out there before. Great. Will you stash that in the room? He passed his pack to Nash. Apparently, his moment with Sheila was over. A few minutes later, they were packing into the 2 elevators and heading to the main floor for breakfast. He helped Sheila get food for her kids, then left them with Nash and some of the others while they went back for plates for themselves. Are you okay? Sheila asked softly enough that no one else in line would hear. Of course. You were worked up about something when you arrived. Well, you changed my focus pretty quickly, he teased. I'm serious, Ethan. I'm fine. I had words with my dad before I left their house. It was unpleasant, but nothing I haven't heard before. A few things he hadn't said so baldly before, though. She ran a hand down the length of his arm. I'm sorry about that. Me too, but we can't change other people, right? He needed a change of subject. Did you sleep okay? She shrugged. No worse than usual. He had a feeling that the usual wasn't great and wanted to ask more questions, but they reached the front of the line. Knowing it would have to wait, he piled their plates with eggs, pancakes, bacon, and fruit before heading back to the table with everyone else. Mealtime with this many kids was always interesting as food got spilled, dropped, and smeared. Just like real siblings, they grouched at each other and bickered over stupid things, and they laughed together and at their own ultra-lame jokes. Ethan thoroughly enjoyed himself. Even listening to Nash and Bennett poke at each other was entertaining, especially since it tended to be slightly more good-natured than it had been a couple of months earlier. After breakfast, they all tromped back upstairs to wash hands and change a couple of kids' shirts, and grab their bags and car seats for the day. Don't forget your car seats, he said as a message came through from Jared that his car had been left with the valet. Aren't we ordering ride shares? What are we going to do with the car seats while we're at the zoo? Andrea asked. My brother left me his car. I'll drive that, and we'll get ride shares for the extra people and stash all the car seats in my car while we're inside. Perfect. Ethan took Parker and his car seat down to the main level and headed straight for the valet, while the ladies ordered a couple of extra cars. He recognized the valet right off. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Great. Jared said you'd need the car soon, so I left it out. He gestured to the blue BMW X6 sitting under the carport and pulled the keys out of his pocket. Thanks. I appreciate it. He passed Mark a tip, then moved to the car to install the car seat in the middle of the back seat. He'd watched a video on how to do it correctly before picking up the ladies the previous day and was glad he'd thought ahead since it ended up being a bigger hassle than he had expected. Sorry, I should have done that, Sheila said, joining him a moment later. It's more detailed than you might think. It's done, but you can double-check my work, he said, standing up. I was thinking maybe we should bring Grace with us if Bennett is okay with that, It'll give them a little more space in the other vehicles if we put one girl on each side of Parker. Sheila backed out of the car after checking the seat. Where did you learn to install car seats? I had to go to a class to learn about the clips. You can learn anything on YouTube. So true. And I'll check with Bennett about Grace. A car pulled in under the carport, and Andrea moved toward it. A moment later, a second car pulled in behind it. It took nearly 10 minutes to get the seats installed and everyone settled, but soon they were on their way to the zoo a few miles away. When they walked up to the ticket counter, Ethan had 6 hours before he needed to leave to be a shareholder of Wolf Enterprises again, and he planned to enjoy every moment.
19. Sheila had enjoyed over 5 hours at the zoo with everyone, and then a lazy afternoon while the boys took naps, and the girls played Uno in Deirdre and Vanna's suite. To her surprise, she found she missed Ethan when he left for some business meetings that afternoon. "Hey," Bennett said with an arm wave when they had been chilling for a while. Sheila had been watching YouTube videos of some new metalworking techniques she wanted to try out. She hit pause on the tablet and pulled out her earbuds. "What? I feel funny about letting Ethan pay for our hotel with everything else he's already paid for. It's not like we can't afford to pay our own way." Bennett set down her phone. "I know he said we were his guests and he wanted to pay, but Mina feels the same way." She set down her phone, which she had been using to read an ebook. "Me too. I talked to him about it while we were at the zoo this morning, but he just acted like it wasn't a big deal." Sheila had continued to feel odd about it whenever she thought about it, especially since the front desk clerks had treated them practically like royalty anytime they called down for any reason. Bennett stood. "I'm going to go take everyone's pulse on the issue. I'm not having a lot of luck focusing on my book anyway." "Okay." Sheila returned to her video and scribbled some notes for later, and then set it down just before Bennett returned. "It's unanimous. I'll see if I can get the front desk to let me pick up the tab instead." "Maybe they'll charge back his credit card," Bennett said. "I'm done here. I'll come along. Just let me check on Andrea and make sure everything's fine with Parker." Andrea had opted for a nap with the boys. A few minutes later, they approached the front desk and a new clerk that Sheila hadn't seen before. "Hi?" Bennett said when the perky blonde near her own age, wearing a name tag that read Laney, greeted them. "We're staying on the 14th floor. A friend made the reservations for us, and we just feel really uncomfortable about letting him pay for our stay. We wondered if we could pay for 6 of the 7 rooms 1427 to 1432. I know you probably already charged his card, but is there any way to do a chargeback and use ours instead?" The woman paused as if thinking for a second, then held up a finger. "The 14th floor?" She opened a notebook next to her keyboard and then smiled. "You're staying in the rooms that Ethan Wolf reserved." "Yes," she smiled brightly. "I can't charge back a card he never had to use, but I'd be happy to help you in any other way possible." "Wait," Sheila said, confused. "What do you mean you can't charge a card he didn't use?" "Well, since he's one of the owners of the hotel, we didn't charge him for the rooms, so it's not actually possible to refund his card." Sheila pressed her fingertips to her temples, trying to process what she had just been told. "What? His family owns the hotel?" "Yes, ma'am. Didn't you know that?" "No, I didn't." Bennett took Sheila by the wrist. "Thanks so much, Laney." "Wait," Sheila protested as they headed for the elevators. "We should still pay for our rooms." "Nope. There's a difference between hosting us at a location which he owns and having him foot the bill to the tune of thousands of dollars from his own pocket. I think the others will agree with me when I say to let it go. If you want to pay him back, give him a big smacking kiss when he returns." They stepped into the elevator that a couple had just gotten out of. If nothing else, it explains how he managed to get all of our rooms next to each other, on a floor that requires a key card for access. Still, Sheila felt a little shell-shocked. And meant. He had mentioned that he owned some apartment buildings and wasn't exactly hurting, which was why she hadn't insisted that they pay for all of their trip expenses, but she was starting to think that he had been seriously downplaying his financial situation. The elevator dinged as the doors opened on their floor. "Well, glad that's out of the way," Bennett said. "Now I'll be able to focus on my book." Sheila went back to her own room and then crossed through to the sitting area attached to Andrea's room. The boys were playing with some small cars on the rug. "That was fast. Were you able to pay, or did the clerk not know how?" "They didn't do a chargeback, but not for the reason you're thinking. His family owns this hotel, so he didn't pay for the rooms, at least not at the front desk." "Whoa, girl, I had no idea he was so rich." "Yeah, me neither." "You're not wigged about it, are you?" Andrea asked, patting the sofa set next to hers. Sheila took the seat, grateful for a friend who knew her so well and was willing to let her bounce some thoughts off of. "I kinda am. I mean, it's not like I went looking for a guy who has money. Heavens, we have more than I can conceive of. And the part Bennett earmarked for savings is growing nicely, right? I mean, it's not like it's a bad thing, but still, it's weird. You'll have to get over that if you want to keep dating him." Andrea wore a smile that said she was enjoying Sheila's confusion, but not in a mean-spirited way. Dating. Were they dating? She didn't know what they were right now. Right. Well, I guess it's just a perspective adjustment. She checked her phone and noticed that it was nearly time for him to return. Just then, a message came through saying that he was on his way back to the hotel. "I guess I better figure it out fast, since he'll be here soon. I think I'll wait for him in the lobby if you're okay with me leaving Parker here. I mean, I can take him." "No problem. You go, girl?" "Yeah, go do what?" She wasn't sure. She waited in a soft sofa in the lobby for about 10 minutes before Ethan pulled up and passed his keys to the valet. Chuckling about something, the young man said. His smile widened even more as he came through the door wearing the navy dress pants and pale blue button-up he had changed into in Nash's room before heading to his appointment. "Hey, I didn't expect you to wait for me." "Yeah, well." Sheila looked around, but the lobby was mostly empty at the moment. She patted the spot beside her on the sofa. "Is something wrong?" he asked as he took the spot she'd offered to him. "Not really. I found out a few minutes ago that your family owns this place. Why didn't you tell us?" "It didn't matter." But there was a thread of guilt in his expression. "You let us think that you were paying hundreds of dollars per night for our rooms." He didn't answer for a moment, though his face showed that he was trying to figure out what words he wanted to use. "Okay, so are you mad because I have more money than you assumed from what I said, or are you mad because I didn't have to drop a wad of cash to host you here after all?" She only considered for a second before answering. "Yes." His mouth moved for a couple of seconds before his voice kicked in. "Hold on, those were two opposite things to be mad about." Sheila gestured with her hands. "I didn't say it made sense." When he didn't speak after a few more seconds, she sucked in a deep breath and then tried to put it into words. "I guess it just reinforces how very little we actually know about each other. Which is weird because I should never have accepted this trip from someone I know so little about. I'm an open book. Ask me anything, and feel free to tell me anything you've been holding back." She shot him a mildly annoyed glare. "This is definitely not the place or time for it." She shook her head. "You said that you had a few surprises this weekend. Was this the last one?" "Sugar, this wasn't even one of them. But there's only one more planned, and you won't have to wait until Sunday to get it. That's all I'm saying." He checked his watch. "We should start herding everyone over to the stadium. We didn't feed the kids yet." "No worries. There will be plenty of food there." He stood and held out a hand to help her up. Sheila put her hand in his and stood, but she didn't let go after, wanting to make sure he understood her. "I don't want you to think that I'm not grateful for your thoughtfulness. I just wasn't expecting all of this, I guess. I'm not sure how I feel about whatever is developing between us, and that scares and confuses me. You're welcome, and wait until the game is over to thank me." He walked her upstairs, greeting a couple of the hotel's employees by name as they passed. 20. Sheila had been surprised when Ethan took the whole group of them through a separate entrance from most of the fans, but she still had no clue what was going on until he opened the door to the private box and gestured for everyone to go inside. The place was spacious, with plenty of seating. both facing the court and facing away in groupings. There was a marble wet bar with assorted finger food and drinks. "No way," Bennett all but crowed. She whipped off her jacket to show off her tee that read, "Knitting is my favorite sport." Sheila just gaped, then turned to look at Ethan. "I told you there would be plenty of space for everyone," he said. She socked him in the shoulder, but not too hard. "This has to be the last big surprise you had for us." "Guilty. Do you like it?" The door to the hall shut behind the last of them, and she let go of Chelsea's hand. Since Ethan was carrying Parker again, she walked over to the windows and looked down onto the court. "This is amazing. Completely amazing." She turned back to find him standing behind her, though he was no longer holding Parker. Unable to help herself, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him in for a quick kiss while Chelsea was focused on the food. Ethan grinned, clearly pleased with everyone's excited reaction. "I'm glad you approve. Now, there will be more food coming later, so you might as well help make space." Only once before had Sheila been able to attend a Nuggets game in person, and this topped the scales of awesomeness for her. She cheered at every success, snuggled her kids without having to worry about strangers nearby, and ate enough to burst. And the first half wasn't over. And then the door opened, letting in a well-dressed couple who Sheila could tell at a glance were Ethan's parents. Oh boy.
Was the place impregnable? Rod wondered as he circled the building. The electronic surveillance covered every angle, as best as he could tell. He hadn't dared try again to sneak into the building with the construction crews around. Now that Sheila knew he was in town, it was likely that she had spread his picture around. He seriously considered breaking a window on the first floor to access the building, but he had the feeling that he would set off some kind of alarm. He walked around the back of the building, taking care to stay out of range of the cameras, and stared up the fire escape. Then he looked behind him. It would be idiotic to try to break into the building in full view of the police station. A police cruiser turned into the alley behind the building, and Rod melted back into the shadows until it had passed. He needed to rethink this.
Ethan felt the shift in the air before he turned to see his parents coming into the box. What were they doing here? He forced a smile. "Sorry, Sheila," he said under his breath. "I didn't expect this. I should have, but I didn't." He stood and joined his parents near the wet bar. "Hi, I wasn't expecting you." "You can't honestly expect us not to stop by to meet your friends, dear," his mother said as he leaned in to kiss her cheek. "What was I thinking? You remember Nash?" He was grateful when Nash came over to greet his parents. "Mr. and Mrs. Wolf, it's good to see you again," Nash said, shaking both of their hands. "Same here," Garth said. "How's the army treating you? Leavenworth is not nearly as hot as Afghanistan. I can't complain." "Your mother must just hate having a handsome son like you so far away. Your people are in Arizona, aren't they?" Trudy asked. Nash's face tightened almost imperceptibly, but he smiled at Trudy. "That's where I grew up. Yes, it's real nice of you to share your box with us tonight. Everyone just about went wild when they saw it." "I'm glad they're enjoying it so much." Garth took in the mix of ages and activities. Ethan hoped Garth didn't feel like he had wasted the box, since half the inhabitants were far less interested in the game than in the card games or toys that had been brought to distract them. Parker had passed out in Sheila's arms a few minutes earlier, and Devin wasn't far behind him. Ethan would have asked for the box if it was available, even if it had just been him, Nash, Sheila, and her kids. It was the perfect mix between being at the game and having a living room for the kids to run in. The bell rang, signaling halftime. "You have impeccable timing as always," Ethan told his mom. "I know." She grinned. "Let me introduce you to everyone. Hey, ladies, I'd like you to meet my parents, Garth and Trudy Wolf. Mom and Dad, let me introduce my friends." He started on one side of the room and named everyone, connecting parent to child for his mom's benefit. He had spent part of the flight to Houston learning the last of the kids' names, so he was pretty sure that he got them all correct, especially since none of the little girls corrected him this time. Sheila was smack in the middle of the group, so he didn't have to make a big production of introducing her, and he thought he saw relief in her gaze as he moved on from her and Parker to Andrea. "It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Trudy said when he was done. In an aside, she added for him, "It's an eclectic group." "Yes, but they're very close-knit." "That can happen when you go into business together," Garth said. Several of the women approached over the next few minutes to greet them personally and thank them for the use of the box. But Sheila waited until half-time was nearly over and she wouldn't have to wait in line before she finally walked over. "Hi, in case my name got lost in the jumble, I'm Sheila," she said. "We really appreciate your generosity, me most of all because I'm a huge Nuggets fan." "Are you from Denver?" "California, actually." She shifted the sleeping Parker in her arms. Ethan took the sleeping boy, knowing her arms would get tired quickly if she was standing. He was creeping up on 30 pounds now. Parker looked like he was going to rouse, but then settled back in, resting his head against Ethan's chest. It was sweet, surprisingly more than Ethan had expected. He glanced at his mom, whose gaze had slid to him. She looked a little dewy-eyed. She had been hounding both boys to find someone to settle down with. She was ready to be a grandma again. "So how did you become a Nuggets fan?" Garth asked. "I really liked Andre Miller when I was a kid. I used to play a lot of basketball at the neighborhood hoop when I could get the older kids to let me join them, or at the rare times when I could find an empty hoop and get together some 2-on-2 with a few friends." "Are you any good?" he asked. She laughed. "Not particularly, but I really liked playing. The weather was usually pretty good year-round, so it was a great way to get out of the house." Ethan wondered if this was all true, or if she was making something up off the cuff. He certainly hadn't been able to drag that much information out of her without putting in considerably more time and effort into coaxing her to talk. Granted, the discussion was only skating the surface, so maybe it felt safe to discuss. While Garth and Sheila became embroiled in discussing the current team, the halftime show ended and Chelsea wandered over to see what was going on. Trudy zeroed in on her immediately. Hi, that's my brother," she said, pointing to Parker. "That's great. You're Chelsea, right?" his mom asked. "Yes." "Do you like basketball?" "Yes. It's so fun to watch and to play. Sometimes Mom takes me out to the school playground in the summer to shoot hoops. I'm not very good yet, but I'm getting better." "You don't have a court of your own?" "No, but Mom wants to put one on the roof. Except Celine, Grace, and Corinda don't like basketball very much, so I don't know if we will. Maybe, though, because the boys might like to play when they get older." Ethan wondered if they were planning to net the top of the area so the balls didn't end up in the middle of someone's vegetable patch at the community garden next door or in the road on the other side of the building. He hadn't heard too many details about their plans for the roof yet, other than that they wanted to use it for play space and some garden beds. The basketball talk started to wind down, something he attributed to Garth knowing that Trudy would want her chance to interrogate Sheila. "Trudy has been talking about getting some kind of reclaimed metal sculpture for the garden," he said, gesturing for his wife as the teams came back onto the court. Sheila glanced briefly at the game she was about to miss, but then turned back to Trudy. "Really? Did you have something in mind?" "Something whimsical, a fairy or butterfly, bird or big bullfrog with a crown. I was thinking about fairy tales when I planned that corner of the garden. Have you ever done something like that?" "Not specifically, but it might be fun to play with some ideas. You can see the kinds of things I've created on my Etsy shop and my blog, which hosts projects that have already sold." "Really? I'd love to see it." Ethan knew that Sheila had to be dying to get back to the game, but she acted as though she didn't notice. "Chelsea, will you go get my tablet?" she asked her daughter. "Yes." Chelsea raced over to the diaper bag Sheila had brought, and a moment later returned with the large tablet. It didn't take long for Sheila to pull up her shop and pass it to his mom. "I'm just starting out, really. I've had some success with my projects, but the past 6 weeks I've spent most of my time working on the new railing for the stairs and roof of our building." She tapped a few times, and a series of pictures came up. "These are beautiful," his mom said. "Stunning, really." They talked wrought iron decorations for the next 15 minutes before Trudy stood. "I'm sorry, I'm keeping you from your game. It was good to meet you, though, and good luck with your business. You have a lot of talent, and your kids are adorable. Thank you. Sheila flushed all the way to her collarbone. Ethan, walk us down the hall a bit. I'd like to talk about Sunday brunch. Of course. He set Parker on a blanket that Sheila laid out for him. The boy was entirely oblivious to the noises around him as he slept. The door to the box had barely clicked closed before Trudy started. Ethan, really? Of course, she's very pretty and obviously talented at what she does, but she has absolutely no polish. How can you date someone who is so ill-suited for the kind of world you live in? Even if you ignore the fact that she has 2 kids by different men and has never been married, she's just a terrible match for you. Do be serious. Mom, you only spoke with her for a few minutes. It was more than enough. Now Vanna, on the other hand, would be a reasonable candidate. Even at a relaxed event, she exudes style and sophistication. How did she ever get connected with those other women? She stopped when they reached the end of the hall and turned toward him. That's not my story to tell. He honestly didn't care what his parents thought about Sheila. He didn't intend to bring her back to Houston and parade her around as a perfect society wife. It wasn't what he wanted, even if it had been something she would be comfortable with, and even going there was seriously jumping ahead about 100 steps. Anyway, you'll be in Houston full-time soon, so it's not like this relationship is going to lead to anything. How did the hunt go today with the realtor? Garth asked, though he would have already gotten a rundown from her. Ethan shrugged. The building I'm looking at buying appears to be a great deal. I have the inspection report to look over, but I intend to put in an offer next week if there isn't anything too crazy. Trudy huffed. The condos, Ethan. He means the condos, as you well know. I'm not ready to commit to anything like that for now. We only had time to see 2, and they were both very nice, but Jared has offered me his spare room when I come to town for now, so I'm not in any rush to purchase. Don't put it off too long. You'll need somewhere of your own if you're going to find someone to settle down with, Trudy said. I'll keep that in mind. I should get back to my guests. See you both for Sunday brunch. Ethan leaned in to kiss his mother's cheek and was grateful when they didn't push him to talk longer. Fuming and irritated, he walked straight past their box and almost to the other end of the corridor before turning back again, needing a moment to calm down and put his mask back on. No need to bring his attitude toward his parents back into the box with him. When he did return, Sheila looked up with an anxious smile. He managed a real, wide smile and joined her in the seat he had occupied before. They hate me. No, they don't. They think you're very talented. Your mom thinks I'm beneath you. Sheila's voice was tight and low, but not low enough because Bennett leaned in from behind. Or maybe she had been leaning in to eavesdrop. I wouldn't be surprised if they thought a royal princess was beneath him. They're that type. Not that there's anything wrong with thinking that your child is all that and a bag of chips, but don't take it personally. Ethan glanced back in time to see Bennett run her fingers over Grace's soft curls. The love in her face was overwhelming. They hate me, right? Sheila asked. Ethan sighed. They have a very clear idea of the kind of life they want for me. Since that is not the life I want for myself, as I've told them in the past, I don't much care what they think. And not thinking you fit their narrow little mold for someone I date is totally different from hating you. Seriously, don't worry about it. She nodded and turned her attention back to the game, but the way she bit her bottom lip told him that she was far from letting it go. 21. Angry with his parents and wiped after another long, long day, Ethan took the extra queen bed in Nash's hotel room Friday night and spent Saturday with the group visiting the aquarium, a visit to the park for the kids to run and play, and then a kids' movie in the evening. He knew his dad wouldn't be happy about it, but going around in circles over the same issues all weekend wasn't going to fix anything. He had packed an extra day's worth of clothes in the bag that he took to the hotel on Friday morning, just in case he had wanted to stay overnight with Nash, but he didn't pack anything for Sunday. After giving Sheila a kiss goodbye in the hall, he picked up Jared half an hour early and then headed to his parents' place for a shower and change of clothes before brunch. Plus, it gave him time to talk to Jared more about the possible partnership. Since Ethan had taken time to review plans and talk to Nash about it, he heard the bell ring as each of his sisters arrived, coming down after the second group came through the door. More people meant it was less likely that his mother would focus on him. Haley was bouncing and swaying back and forth with her infant son in her arms when Ethan came down into the foyer area. "Ethan?" She wrapped her free arm around him in a hug. "It's so good to see you. We missed you at Christmas." "I know. I had to work. You look amazing. Are you even skinnier than before your pregnancy?" "Oh, you." She waved that away but hugged him again. "Oh, I can't wait until you're back in town all of the time. How long until you get to come home?" "Oh boy." "Well, here's the thing. Ethan." He was saved when Nadine joined them and demanded her hug. The daughter in her arms was nearly 3 and shared her blonde hair and curls. "Hey, how are you doing?" "Great. I heard your voice out here. Why didn't you come in to join us?" "We were talking, so I hadn't." "If everyone's here," his mom interjected, "we might as well eat." "Of course, Mom," Nadine said. They all trooped into the dining room along with the other men and his sister's other 3 children. After spending so much time with Sheila and her friends, he was more comfortable with the noise and confusion that accompanied a meal with 5 kids under the age of 7. They made small talk, catching up on how things were going at work with his brothers-in-law, discussing the apartment building he was in the process of buying, and generally trying to avoid discussion of the future or Sheila. If only his mother had allowed that. "So you spent the past 2 nights with this Sheila," she said. "No, actually I slept in the extra bed in Nash's room." "Oh, we haven't seen Nash in ages. I thought you would bring him this morning," Nadine said. "And who's Sheila?" She grinned and wiggled her brows. "Didn't Mom already tell you everything?" Ethan asked. When the brows arched instead of wiggling, he knew Sheila had been discussed, probably with both of his sisters in detail. "Sheila is very circumspect in front of her children. She barely lets me hold her hand in front of her daughter. Not that I blame her. I don't want to confuse Chelsea either." Nash stayed at the hotel with Sheila and her friends. No need to explain that he was there partly as a security guard, even though there was no reason to believe that Rod was suddenly going to appear at the hotel. "So, when are you moving back?" Haley asked. "You never answered before." "Might as well tell everyone now and get it over with." "I'm not. I'm staying in the Kansas City area to start my security company with Nash." "This is about that woman," Trudy said, scowling at her son. All other conversation at the table stopped as the adults turned to stare at him, Jared with sympathy in his eyes. "This is about me making a fresh start near friends. I like the Kansas City area. I like having 4 seasons, and there's a major airport nearby, so it's not like I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'll be coming here more often, of course. I have holdings here and shareholder meetings, so I'll get to see all of you a lot more, but I'm not moving back to Houston." "You most certainly are," Garth insisted. Ethan met his father's eyes and shook his head, implacable. "No, Dad, I'm not. I know this isn't what you all expected, but it's what I want." Garth looked like he wanted to yell and scream, but his wife touched his arm. "Honey, we can hardly force him to make the right choices. He's a grown man. He'll figure out that he's making a mistake soon enough." "He didn't figure it out when he joined the army," Garth grumbled. "He's getting out, isn't he?" Ethan clenched his jaw to keep from responding. She didn't understand at all, but it wasn't worth arguing over the reasons why. "So, what are you going to do in Kansas City?" Nadine's husband, Ted, asked. Ethan took the shift in subject, and soon the others had resumed their conversations. Though his sisters kept shooting him, looks that meant he'd be dealing with calls from both of them in the next couple of days to discuss this in more detail. That was fine. He left the brunch before noon and headed back to the hotel. Jared dropped him off at the hotel. "They'll get over it. Just give them a little time to accept it." "Sure, because it should only take a decade or 2, Ethan joked. "Maybe even before you have grandkids of your own." "Right. Safe travels, and I'll talk to you soon." "Thanks." Ethan leaned over and gave his brother a quick, one-armed hug. Later, he slid out of the passenger door and grabbed his gear out of the back seat before waving his brother off. He turned and greeted the valet, then moved on inside and up to the 14th floor. He had arranged a late checkout with the hotel. So he left his gear in Nash's room and joined the others in a walk to Discovery Green for lunch and an afternoon at the park before they had to leave for the airport. If he turned off his phone so his family couldn't reach him, who could blame him?
He's been creeping around, Deirdre said from Sheila's doorway after they had flown back home and the kids were in bed Sunday night. Sheila turned from the computer where she had been printing out shipping labels for the next day. He meaning Rod? Yeah, I caught him a few times on the roof cam I installed last week. Ethan and Nash are going to do a more comprehensive installation later this week with a system he wants us to test for him. But I definitely got Rod on camera again. He's been paying attention because he managed to stay out of range of all of the other outdoor cameras. He was definitely casing out the place, but must have decided he wouldn't be able to get in. He had to know that we were gone. What was he planning to do? Torch the place? There must be something here that he wants. Revenge, because I wouldn't stay and be his punching bag? But Sheila's worry escalated that what he really wanted was his son. She would give up everything except her kids if Rod would just go away. I'm guessing it's not just revenge. A doorbell rang, echoing down the hall to them. They both looked toward the doorway, and Sheila felt the hair rise on the back of her neck. Is that Mina's bell? Who would be coming to visit her at nearly 10? Deirdre asked. Good question. Isn't Caleb already here? Sheila brought up the camera feed for the side porch. There's no one there. Caleb wouldn't ring the bell. He has a key card, and Ethan and Nash have been at work for ages. What's that on the porch? They looked at the white rectangle on the cement. Is that an envelope? Deirdre asked. The side door opened and Caleb stepped out onto it, scanning his surroundings before stooping to pick up whatever they had been looking at. It was the right size for an envelope. A moment later, there was a chime on both of their phones notifying them that he had accessed their floor. A moment later, he appeared at Sheila's doorway holding a white envelope. It's addressed to you. When she took it, she immediately recognized Rod's scrawl. Her hands shook as she slowly opened the envelope. Sheila, the diamonds are mine. Hand them over and no one has to get hurt. Are diamonds? Deirdre asked. I have no idea what he's talking about. He never gave me any jewelry. Did he give you something else? Caleb asked. Nothing that I can think of. She racked her brain. If he thinks I have his diamonds, that would explain why he followed me here, but I have no clue what he's talking about. They were silent for several seconds before Deirdre spoke. Maybe you need to search through your stuff for anything you brought with you from California. Diamonds are small. I could do that. It would help if I had some clue where to start looking. In any case, I can't dig through everything tonight, or I'll wake up the kids. Do you still have Rod's phone number? No. I had been using his phone plan in California, so I left it behind because I knew he'd be able to track it. I don't have any numbers from there. Let's see if we can find something online, Deirdre said. Is Ethan planning to sleep here tomorrow? Yeah, he said he'd be here early. Do you have my phone number? Caleb asked. On speed dial, Sheila said. I'll call if I think of anything. Okay, I'll be going up soon. Think about it overnight. He rested his hand on her shoulder for a moment and gave it a squeeze before going upstairs. Man, Sheila wished Ethan were around. She wanted to call or text him right now about everything, but he wouldn't be able to do anything about it and would most likely feel useless, so she decided to wait until morning. Not that she would be able to sleep. As Caleb walked out, she turned back to where Deirdre was running internet searches on Rod. He doesn't have a landline. What about a business number? Far as I know, his cell phone is his business number. He doesn't have a real office. He owns some car washes and a laundromat, but you don't need an office for that. He did go to meetings and stuff, though. Deirdre turned with narrowed eyes. Car washes? You mean a high cash flow business? How well did they do and how many did he own? He had 3 when I was dating him. He did exceptionally well. Fancy cars, a fancy home, the best of everything. Why? Car washes, laundromats, pawn shops, what do these things have in common? Sheila had no clue where she was going. No idea, they all seem pretty different. They're all excellent businesses for laundering money. cash, services, no regular inventory to account for. Pawn shops have inventory, but it's a lot harder to track inventory expenses and sales. Much harder for an auditor to track. Any chance Rod had some under-the-table deals going on? There had been some odd characters visiting Rod and strange trips to meet with clients that hadn't made sense, plus he'd gloated about having a magic touch with business. It's definitely possible. Deirdre did a search for the car washes, and then through the state business records before she found a contact number for Rod. Block your outgoing number with *67 and ask him for more specifics. Tell him you don't know about any diamonds and don't know where to start looking. Sheila's hands shook as she dialed. The phone rang several times before his voicemail kicked in. It went to voicemail. Then leave a message. Right? The beep sounded and Sheila tried to keep her voice from shaking as she spoke. It's Sheila. I have no idea what you're talking about. Honestly, I can't help you. She hung up. You didn't ask for more information. He'll tell me about it if he really believes I have something. Now we just have to wait. Deirdre didn't seem convinced. All right, we'll talk in the morning. Try to sleep. Sure, no problem. Sheila let out a sigh as Deirdre returned to her own apartment. Rod had left her a message. He had rung someone else's bell. At least that meant he wasn't sure which apartment was hers. Certain she wouldn't be able to sleep anytime soon, she finished packaging up the shipping for the next day, swept and organized her shop, and then dug through every single drawer, box, and pocket in her bedroom. By the time she finished that, it was after 3, and she found sleep came quickly, though it was filled with nightmares. 22. Sheila felt like a zombie when Parker's morning cries made her get out of bed a few minutes before her alarm went off at 6:30. Her eyes were gritty, and she was exhausted after the short night, but she had to get Chelsea up for school that morning. Hey, baby. Sorry about that. She hauled Parker out of the crib and into her arms. Mom, what's wrong? Chelsea groused from her bed. Nothing. Parker was just ready to get up, go back to sleep for a little while. Sheila ran a hand over her daughter's head, and the little girl was almost instantly asleep. After the excitement this weekend, Sheila wasn't surprised that Chelsea needed a little extra rest. She would get another 30 minutes before Sheila had to roust her out of bed for the day. She took Parker out to the table and slid him in his booster seat. Let's get you something to eat while I make breakfast. She sliced half of a banana for him and added a small mountain of Cheerios and set it all on a plate. Knowing Ethan would probably head over soon after he got off of work, and not wanting him to catch her in her t-shirt and sweats, Sheila took a 2-minute shower, pulled her hair back in an elastic, and put on something more appropriate for going out in public. Returning to the kitchen, she added a few more Cheerios to Parker's plate and mixed up some pancakes. About the time the first 2 came off the griddle, Chelsea wandered out of the kids' room. I'm hungry, Mom. I bet you are. Pull up a chair. Sheila was grateful her daughter had gotten up a few minutes early on her own instead of needing to be nagged. She flipped both pancakes onto a plate and grabbed silverware and a glass for Chelsea, taking them to the table. She put one of the pancakes on Parker's plate and poured a stingy teaspoon of syrup for Parker and got out the peanut butter for Chelsea's use. Then she took a minute to cut it up for both kids. She filled juice cups and whipped up scrambled eggs, all while making more pancakes. 7 o'clock rolled around, and she was nearly done at the stove when her doorbell buzzed. She glanced at the camera feed and smiled. There he is. She held down the speak button. I'll be right there, Ethan. Then she pulled the last of the pancakes out of the pan and turned off the stove. I want another one, Chelsea said. Sheila tossed one more onto her plate. Hurry with that. You need to get ready for school soon. After glancing at Parker's plate to make sure he was fine, she headed downstairs to let Ethan in. They had talked about adding an unlocking function on the side door to let people in remotely, except that the stairwell had locks at the top and bottom, so they would have to go down to let people in anyway. Sheila passed Bennett's door, which was still closed, and Mina's, catching a glimpse of Mina and Caleb wrapped around each other in a kiss. It made her smile, seeing her friend, her sister, so happy. A moment later, she opened the outside door, and Ethan came in carrying his ubiquitous backpack and pulling her close for a very nice good morning kiss of their own. Well, that was nice. She slid her hands up his muscled back, appreciating the hours he spent in conditioning for his job. He looked worn out after the long night at work. Based off the time of day, he must have headed straight over after his shift ended. Yes, it was. How did you sleep last night? He asked as they turned toward the stairwell so she could get them back upstairs. Are you asking because you're sweet or because someone messaged you about last night's letter? He stopped where they stood and turned her so he could see her face. What letter? Crap, that hadn't been how she wanted to bring it up to him. Come up and I'll show you. Procedure in percent. We'll discuss it after you and Caleb walk the girls to school. You haven't had time to eat yet, have you? I grabbed something when I swung by my quarters for a few things. He lifted the backpack he seemed to carry everywhere as evidence, though I wouldn't turn down a glass of juice if you have some. I do. Hey, Caleb, Ethan said as they passed Mina's place. Hey, I'll come talk to you in a minute. It must be a big deal. Ethan set a hand on the small of her back. His presence warmed her and made her nervous at the same time. This thing between them was never supposed to be a thing, but it was more and more like a real relationship every day, and she wasn't sure how she felt about that. Must be. Did you have a quiet night at work? She asked. Far too quiet. I could barely stay awake. Ethan, come eat with me, Chelsea called out as soon as she saw him. In a minute. You have a letter. He asked Sheila. No putting it off, so she passed it to him. He rang the front bell around 10 last night, and Caleb went out for it. This is the first time I've heard anything about the topic. She tried to keep the discussion general so Chelsea wouldn't ask too many questions. He read the short note. Huh, looks like we get to do a search today. Yep. Did you see it yet? Caleb said from the doorway. Ethan nodded. Be right back. He told Chelsea and went down the hall for privacy. That was irritating. Okay, so she didn't want the kids to know anything was going on, but they had essentially cut her out of the conversation, which was just wrong. Did they think she was a helpless idiot? Since Chelsea was half done with her last pancake, Sheila went to Chelsea's room to set out clothes and make sure her school stuff hadn't gotten spread from one end of the room to the other in the 3 hours they had actually been awake and home the previous night. Ethan returned a couple of minutes later. Sheila lifted her brows in question, and he glanced toward Chelsea. Yep, I thought maybe we could go onto the roof so I can double-check some details for camera placement. Okay. Sheila got out 2 glasses and poured each of them some juice. Are you interested in pancakes, or are you full from whatever you ate on base? I'm always interested in pancakes, just a couple. She flipped some onto a plate for him and some for herself, setting one plate in front of him. Syrup or peanut butter? Peanut butter? That is so gross. He scrunched his face at Chelsea, who giggled. No, it isn't. It's good. As Sheila pulled her hand back, Ethan grabbed it and studied her face. Thanks. You didn't sleep well, did you? He asked. No, more than you, but less than 4 hours. He squeezed reassurance before releasing her. We'll deal with it. It'll be fine. What will? Chelsea asked. The garden upstairs. Caleb said most of the stuff has arrived and is waiting to go to the roof, Ethan answered without missing a beat. Don't you need to get ready for school soon? Yes, she said with a deep sigh, and then perked up. No one will believe we rode in a limo and on a private plane. I can't wait to tell everyone. So true. They'll all be jealous. Soon we'll get the garden beds installed. Are you excited? Yes, it'll be cool. We get to help build the beds and plant seeds. We started in the greenhouse next door for my class already. That's awesome. Then you'll have to teach the rest of us about what to do. Yep. She stuffed the last bite of pancake in her mouth and spoke through it. I'm done, Mom. First, finish eating what's in your mouth before you talk. Second, clean up your hands and face and get dressed. I set out an outfit for you. Sheila checked her watch. 20 minutes until they needed to walk the girls over. Okay. Chelsea went to her room to dress. Sheila knew she would have to get up in 5 minutes to put Chelsea back on task. She inevitably got distracted halfway through getting ready in the morning. And then there was her hair to do. She might as well eat while she had a few minutes. 2 nags and a long whine while her hair was being done, and Chelsea and the other girls were off to school, and Sheila finished eating her now cold pancakes while Ethan did bodyguard duty for the girls. It seemed like major paranoia to have the guys walk the girls across the street, but at the same time, there was no way Sheila wanted to put the girls at risk by not making sure they were protected from Rod. Would he be able to tell which one was Chelsea? It depended on how good his memory was. She still looked the same to Sheila, but 3 years wrought a lot of changes in kids that age. Sheila's phone chimed, and a moment later, Ethan walked in through her open door. Caleb's headed to work. He left his door open for me for later. Everything went smoothly getting the girls back to school? No problems. So what are we going to do about the letter? Sheila shrugged. I searched my bedroom last night. I figured I'd do the kids' sprawl room and the rest of this place this morning. I honestly have no idea what he's talking about, but we might as well be thorough in our search. She filled him in on the phone call she had made the night before. Then let's get digging. You need some sleep, she protested. As do you, but let's take care of this first. Both of us will sleep better if we get it out of the way. 2 hours later, they had dug through every box, bag, pocket, or corner of the remaining rooms without any luck. Sheila kept Parker in the kids' room, distracted with some toys in the corner while she dug through everything. Since very few of the kids' things were still around from before the move from California, it cut down dramatically on the time she had to spend there looking for secret pockets or hollows where diamonds could conceivably be kept. Sheila finished putting everything back in the box that sat on the shelf above Chelsea's clothes and headed to the bathroom to dig through there. Do you have any boxes in a storage unit somewhere? Ethan asked when he finished the kitchen and living room area. Rocking back on her heels in her crouched position, Sheila shook her head. No, I didn't bring much with us when we came out here, and until recently, I didn't have enough money to buy things we didn't absolutely need. Sheila put the last 2 bins back in the sink cabinet, but I think I have a box or 2 in the closet across the hall. She accepted his hand up. Not knowing what else to do, Sheila grabbed her keys and opened the door to her shop while Ethan brought Parker along, putting him in the extra playpen she had bought for her shop, so Parker could play safely while she worked on certain portions of her projects. Pieces of steel lay in stacks from when she had cut and bent it before the trip to Houston. What's all this? Ethan asked. I prepared the pieces one evening last week, but as you've learned, welding is too loud to do at night while everyone is sleeping. The walls here are like paper. I'll have to work on that later today if I can get someone else to watch Parker. Sheila slid aside a couple of boxes of supplies that she would eventually organize on shelves when her space downstairs was ready, and then pulled out the first box of her personal items from the closet. I thought Caleb said you had the roof railing out to be powder-coated right now. Ethan took the box and carried it back to the main room to her work table. Sheila grabbed the other box and followed him. I do have some out. The place I've been using can only do about 24 pieces at a time, so I sent the stair rail out in one batch, and they're doing one batch of roof railing now. When I have enough for a full batch, I'll send them another one. Kids' clothes, old toys, a photo album, and Sheila's yearbook from her senior year of high school filled the boxes. I need to get rid of some of these things. Why did I keep so many of Parker's old baby clothes? Caleb and Mina are planning to have another baby or 2. Maybe they'll want some of this if you decide to get rid of it. Ethan had gotten to the bottom of his box and was now refilling it. Maybe. She turned as a terrible thought crossed her mind. What if I got rid of whatever held the diamonds? Or maybe he just made something up to make me miserable. Sheila paused and rubbed the back of her neck. That didn't make sense. There had to be a bigger reason than just to punish her for leaving him. She would have to run again and change her name this time. Why did Rod have to show up now when things were starting to go so well with Ethan and she had the support of her shelter sisters? Ethan pulled her into his arms. Hey, it'll be okay. Really, we'll figure this out. Sheila pressed her face into his shoulder, breathing in the slightly spicy scent of him. She felt so safe there, like nothing could hurt her when Ethan was around, but she knew that wasn't true. He was kind, thoughtful, an incredible kisser, and she was falling for him, but she couldn't expect him to stay, to be there for her. They had no future. No matter what he'd said, his parents hated her, and she wasn't going to cause him more problems with his family than he'd had to begin with. For one more minute, or maybe this one more day, she would lean on him and accept his support. And then they would need to step back because he deserved to be protected from her. She squeezed her eyes shut and was grateful when the threat of tears receded. He pulled back and, framing her face with his hands, pressed a short, soft kiss to her lips. "Let's take a break to catch our breaths. I could use an extra hand to double-check some details for the roof that I got using Google Earth." Sure. If nothing else, it would get her mind off this mess for a few minutes. Sheila grabbed a measuring tape, and Ethan retrieved Parker as they headed up to the roof. As they covered the last set of stairs to the roof access, Ethan said, "I keep meaning to get up to check out the roof. We kind of peeked out when we barred the door a couple of months ago, but it was freezing, so we didn't take a good long look around. And I know Nash didn't spend much time up there when he scaled the wall, either. Plus, it was dark," she reminded him. It was at that. They took down the bar on the door, unlocked it, and stepped out onto the roof. It was 65 degrees with little breeze outside, and with the sun's heat radiating back off the roofing material, it felt close to 80 instead. "The weather's decent today. You want to eat lunch up here?" he asked. "You can walk me through your plans for the whole area and let the kid run a little." "Sure." Sheila turned her face up to the sun, glad that spring was finally showing her face, since the winter weather had persisted far too long that year. "We really need to get the railing up here now that we have access so we can bring the kids up to play without having to watch them like hawks." "How much railing do you have built?" "About 200 feet being powder-coated right now, and a few more lengths waiting in the shop downstairs, including the one you helped me with the other day. Most of it's much simpler for the outside of the building. I'm only doing fancy pieces for the inner fencing. For example, we'll split the roof right about here." She stepped forward about 15 feet from the door to the stairwell. "From here to the front will be play area for the kids, half open for roller skating or whatever, and the other half will add some dirt and grass on so they can lay out under the sun or stars and dream if that's what they want. Also, we found some trees that do well in pots, and Andrea found some enormous pots for them so we can have a little shade on the grass. Beyond that will be the court. We're going to raise nets above the fence to keep in balls. Bennett found a great net system that we can lower or raise for volleyball or tennis, and it will roll completely out of the way for basketball. That will go all the way to the elevator. Beyond that will be the gardening area for flowers and food." "So, plenty of work to do still up here?" he asked. Ethan walked to the edge and leaned over it, looking onto the community garden below, where a family was clearing out a couple of plots. "At least you'll have a nice view on one side." "Yeah, basically, it'll be your private park." "Basically. Do you mind telling me why you feel the need to create your own private park here, at some significant expense, instead of using the park that's only a block away? Plus, you have access to the playground equipment across the street at the elementary school. I mean, you're entitled to spend your money the way you want, but why do you think it's necessary?" "You mean besides Mina's stalker issue and Rod showing up on my doorstep for diamonds I don't have?" He bumped her shoulder with his. "But these plans predate either of you knowing about these issues, don't they?" He snatched at Parker, who was trying to climb the roof wall, which was over 2 foot tall on its own, tall enough to keep him in, but no point taking chances. "No, kiddo, stay away from the wall. Go run to that wall and back. Show me how fast you can do it." He pointed to the one 60 feet away that ran parallel to Paisley Street. Parker giggled and started running. Sheila watched her son running and laughing. "I told you, we all have a past, and while I think some of this security is a tad overboard in general, I'm not complaining about it at the moment." True enough. Parker ran back to them, and the three of them walked the length of the building, while Ethan asked more details about their roof plans and took a few measurements. He pulled out his phone and adjusted the notes he'd made before. Looks good. I wondered if you'd want an extra camera of the play area up here, so you could keep an eye on the kids from your suites. That's a good idea, though it would probably only be the oldest girls. It would still be good. We'll have to discuss locations with everyone. You ready for lunch before you crash for the afternoon? I have sandwich makings in my apartment. Sounds good. Also, Deirdre thought it would be fun to celebrate St. Patrick's Day in style, so we're doing the whole Irish menu for dinner with music and dancing. She called it a good old-fashioned Irish Sealy. Apparently, she's been doing research, and she, Mina, and Caleb went shopping last night. So dinner's covered, and we'd love to have you join us. I know you have to get to work, but we're starting at 5:30, so you'll at least have time to eat something. After the Valentine's party you all put on, how can I say no? Ethan hefted Parker back into his arms, and they exited the roof to grab food for their picnic. Twosity 3. Sheila never did get back to her shop that day. After a picnic on the roof, Ethan went up to Caleb's place to sleep, and Sheila worked at her computer until she started nodding off at the keyboard. She lay down with Parker for a much-needed nap until Deirdre and Ethan came back from picking up the girls from school. Deirdre recruited all the little girls to help set up the common room for their party, which kept them all happy and busy. Deirdre must have spent most of the day cooking, because when Sheila showed up a little after 5 to see if she needed any last-minute help, she found a platter of Irish sausages, bowls with labels declaring they were Colcannon, Dublin coddle, beef hand pies, 3 loaves of soda bread fresh from the oven, and a selection of desserts. Holy cow, you've outdone yourself. And it smelled divine. I couldn't decide what to make, and there are a lot of us, so I went with variety. Deirdre said in a perfect Irish accent. You'll be wanting to get that young man of yours to join us for dinner before he has to go to work, won't you? I sure will. Thanks for riding herd on Chelsea this afternoon. Deirdre brushed a hand over Sheila's shoulder. You needed your sleep. It's been a crazy 24 hours for you now, hasn't it? Definitely. I'll grab Ethan. He won't want to miss this. Chuckling over Deirdre's obvious delight in the Irish celebration, Sheila took the elevator to the 3rd floor since Parker was so slow on stairs. Sheila knocked on the door and let herself in when Ethan called out that the door wasn't locked. She found him combing his hair in the bathroom mirror, a fresh uniform in place instead of the tee and jeans he had arrived in that morning. Why was it that she hadn't noticed what a uniform could do for a man before? Did you sleep okay? She asked as Parker ran over and threw his arms around one of Ethan's legs. Yes, how about you? He finished his hair and tucked away the comb before swinging Parker into his arms. I caught a nap with Parker for over an hour. I feel a lot better now. Good. He tugged her close and pressed a kiss to her temple. No word from Rod? Nope, and it was driving her crazy. I'm sure it'll happen soon enough. Deirdre said it's time to come down for dinner. She's prepared a feast. I'm looking forward to it. Ethan stashed his toiletries into the backpack and slung it over one shoulder before taking her hand. When they stepped off the elevator, the flutes and fiddles that characterized Irish music filled the hallway, and voices drifted along with it from the common area. As they passed the door to the stairs, they opened, and Caleb emerged as Sheila's phone chimed in her pocket, alerting her of his appearance. Looks like I'm right on time. You always did have a way of showing up when food arrived, Ethan said. It's a skill. Caleb grinned and fell into step. Come along, me laddies, join us for a bite. Deirdre continued in her brogue. The wee little people are clamoring for food. Well, we can't keep the wee ones awaiting, can we? Caleb asked, scooping up Devon, who had run over to greet him. They all tried a bit of each dish and practically inhaled the soda bread. Why haven't we done this before? Mina asked when everyone was full and sitting back in their chairs, satisfied. I worked the past couple of St. Patrick's Days, so Kaylin and I had a smaller celebration of our own, but this time I wanted to do it upright. Deirdre stood with a devilish grin. Now, a traditional Irish Sheila isn't complete without dancing. How can any of us even move after that feast? Bennett patted her belly just under the saying, "The whole world is Irish." Sure, and you can still move. Up, everyone. Clean your plates so we can make room for the dance. None of us knows how to Irish dance, Vanna protested. Do you honestly think I wouldn't teach you how to dance a bit? Oh, and Ethan, make up a plate for Nash. I should have thought to invite him. I'm sure he'll be grateful. It was delicious food. Ethan grabbed a paper plate and began piling food onto it, snatching the final slice of soda bread just before Bennett reached for it. I know you've had some already. Poor Nash is missing the festivities. Don't you think he should get some as a consolation gift? You do, so I doubt I can do anything about it. But Bennett seemed less annoyed by the thought than she would have been a month ago. Sheila was grateful. Deirdre threw something into a bag and took that and the plate from Ethan, covering the plate in aluminum foil. Scones for later. I know you have to go soon, but first join us for a dance. She walked them through a few basic steps, and everyone spread out to put it into practice. Ethan carried the food into the hall, and he and Sheila took a couple of minutes to stumble over the steps out there, laughing their way through it. The song that had been playing ended, and Ethan came to a stop, though another song started again on its heels. If I don't get going, I'll be late. We can't have that, Sheila agreed. He ran one fingertip down the outer edge of her cheek and along her jaw to her chin. Try to sleep more tonight, and I'll see you in the morning. He leaned in and kissed her. Though the move had started out soft, as though he only intended a peck, he lingered over the kiss, pressing his lips tighter to hers. She reached up, grabbing onto his collar to deepen the kiss. For a moment, all of the worries and cares fell away as his hands slid onto her waist, pulling her closer, and she let the magic of the Irish flutes and his warm presence fill her. Eventually, he pulled back and picked up the plate of food. I better go while I still can. See you. Sheila watched him open the door to the stairwell and then returned her attention to the continuing festivities. As soon as she entered the common room again, Deirdre pulled her into the dance. And though Sheila stumbled as often as she managed to hit the steps, she had to admit that it was fun. When the song ended, 7 or 8 breathless minutes later, the adults called it quits on the dancing, though the girls continued their dance as the next song started up again. Sure, and they've got endless energy. My granny would be proud. Is that where you learned how to dance and the recipes? Vanna asked. None better. Irish to the core was me, Granny. Aren't you putting on the accent a bit thick? Andrea asked. Deirdre lapsed back into her normal voice. It's fun to pull out an accent and play with it from time to time, and none better than an Irish accent for warming the cockles of your heart. This was awesome. I noticed you didn't serve any pudding, Vanna said. Ah, but I made Irish scones for dessert. Not super sugary, but sweet and a nice end-of-meal touch. I didn't make clotted cream, but I did bring out the Irish butter. You'll love it. It's so much better than the tub margarine most of you use that you'll hardly be able to stand the fake stuff again. I'm game, Vanna said. Soon, most of them were munching on scones, and the little girls settled down with Kaylin's toy tea set and water, pretending they were enjoying an Irish tea. Sheila lingered as long as she dared before finally standing. I need to get Parker into bed. And soon after that, herself. She kept waiting for someone's bell to ring, announcing another note from Rod, or even to find him standing on her doorstep. She tried to shake off the unease that clung to her like a second skin, but it didn't abate. 24. The next morning, Sheila received a text from Ethan saying that he would arrive just in time to take the girls to school and he'd eat breakfast on base. She whipped up scrambled eggs with cheese and toast for their breakfast and finished getting Chelsea ready only minutes before Ethan arrived. When the door to the stairwell closed behind their retreating figures, Sheila returned to her apartment and couldn't help it when her mind slid back to the questions that kept her up for a good hour after she'd gone to bed the previous night. She'd promised herself she would let him go, and she would, as soon as this situation with Rod was over. But now she thought that over again. Did that mean she was using him? She didn't want to do that. Should she break up with him now? She was certain that Ethan would stay to help anyway, but at least she wouldn't feel as if she were leading him on. Were they actually dating? Or, well, what were they? They had never defined the relationship, and he hadn't introduced her to his parents as his girlfriend, so he didn't think there was anything permanent between them either. Right? She wished she had an idea of how to put their relationship back in a neatly labeled box. When Ethan returned, he came right to her apartment and through the open door. Sounds like you had a quiet night. He pulled her into a hug. She melted into his arms and clung. She had to end this with him today, so if she soaked in his strength first, who could blame her? Yes, all's quiet. You must be ready to collapse. I'll sleep in a little bit. I brought a sleeping bag with me, and I'm going to ask Deirdre to let me stay on Caleb's floor since I have a couple of days off, unless I can convince you all to let me move into the apartment next to his for now. And there it was. She really couldn't put this off anymore. Sheila took in one more deep breath, inhaling his cologne and other scents that made him smell like Ethan and no one else. Then she released him. We need to chat. His brows lifted, but he didn't appear worried. What about? She put a few feet between them. Us, this, you, me. Succinct, but perhaps lacking in details. His lips quirked, and his hands slid onto his hips, making him appear amused. Annoyance flashed over her. You know what I'm getting at. You and me, we're a total mismatch. We don't even have real conversations about who we are or what we want. And I don't do relationships anymore. Not since Rod. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have terrific chemistry, but this isn't going to go anywhere, and it's not fair for me to let you think that there's a chance that it could. So, I'm saying it flat out. I so appreciate everything you're doing for me. For us. I don't want to chase you away, but I also don't want you to think that we're ever going to be more than whatever the heck this is. Thanks for clearing that up for me so I know where you stand. He still looked amused. She narrowed her eyes at him. Fine. But she couldn't stop a note of confusion from sneaking into the word. Now let me explain where I stand. I'm not going anywhere. Not while you're dealing with Rod. Not after he's long gone. I care about all of you ladies and the kids, but I especially care about you. We do have great chemistry, but we have more than that too. And I think once all of this craziness is cleared up, you'll see that this thing between us isn't just chemistry and convenience. So I don't get a choice about whether or not we're dating. Of course you do, but just because you push me away doesn't mean that I won't be around. And I don't think you really want us to end. Still, I respect the fact that you're overwhelmed, confused, exhausted, and terrified. So if you want me to take a step back while you figure out what the heck you actually want or feel, I can do that. I think once your fear is settled, you'll realize that we're not a mismatch at all. Did he think she was too emotional, hormonal, or whatever to know what she wanted? Men. Sure, go on upstairs and get some sleep. I have work to do. Yes, ma'am, he said, tipping an imaginary hat and laying on the Texas twang. I'm here to serve. Ethan turned on his heel and headed out the door, calling to one of the other women to let him onto Caleb's floor. Sheila slid onto the sofa and felt like a total jerk. Tears threatened, but she took a few deep breaths and willed them back. How could it hurt so much to end something that wasn't even really a thing? And how could he talk like that, but clearly be amused instead of unhappy? Was he really that self-assured that he had no doubt about her feelings, even as she was pushing him away? Or was she just that transparent?
Ethan managed to keep on the facade of amusement and good mood until the door to the stairs closed behind him. Then he let his smile fade as hurt poured through him. He'd pretended to be sure she was just freaking out, overwhelmed, and that she would feel differently when this all cleared up. In truth, he didn't know that, couldn't be sure that she felt half as much as he did. He was sure there was more than chemistry between them, that she cared about him, but that didn't mean that whatever they had would be enough. He'd never been enough for anyone. Not anyone who cared about him, the person he was inside, and not just as an heir to the Wolf fortune and hotel line. His mother had told him that he would never find someone who cared about him for himself if he dated outside people in the right, kind of society, but he had known that none of those women really cared about him as much as his pocketbook. Now that he'd found someone who didn't care about that, honestly didn't care, and whom he loved, she was pushing him away. After pulling his sidearm out of its hidden holster on his ankle and setting it beside him, he collapsed onto the lumpy sofa. Thankfully, he was so tired that sleep came quickly. He also needed some rest if he was going to put it all in perspective. When he woke up later, he was hungry and felt a little closer to human. His brain automatically latched on to the conversation he and Sheila had shared that morning. His thoughts almost blocked out the sound of women's voices coming from downstairs. He realized that was probably what had woken him, and then he realized one or more of them was upset. He couldn't hear the words, but the tone was definitely in the freaked out or angry zone. He checked his watch as he stood and stretched his back and neck. Man, he really needed to get a mattress of his own. That made him think again of Sheila, and he pushed it out of his mind. If something was wrong downstairs, it could be because Rod sent another note or something. He picked up the gun, checked it quickly, and held it behind him as he headed down the stairs to the second floor. He knocked and called out, "Hey, it's Ethan. Is everything okay?" A few seconds later, the door opened and Deirdre let him in. "No, everything's not okay. My car was stolen. We took the packages to the post office, and while we were in there, my car disappeared." Who is we? Surely Sheila hadn't left the building without telling him. Why had Deirdre? Vanna and I had a few errands to run, and we all had packages to mail for our Etsy shops. I'm armed, and we can't sit in here like maidens locked in the tower forever. Deirdre's voice bristled with irritation and an edge of her granny's Irish brogue. "How did you get home?" Tony Oliver, a guy we know from the community garden, happened to be dropping off some things, so we caught a ride home with him, Vanna explained. "How well do you know this, Tony?" The whole timing of everything seemed beyond suspicious to him. Well enough to be positive he would never get involved with someone like Rod, Deirdre said. Not well enough that we'd give him an all-access pass to the building. That made the little niggle at the back of his head come out of hiding. "But whomever took your car now has access to the garage." He'd seen enough to be sure that if Rod stole the car, he wouldn't be able to get upstairs to where the women were, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't try. Or hide in the garage, waiting to grab one of them, or try to get Caleb to bring him up when Caleb parked in there later today. Deirdre swore fluently in both English and something that was only vaguely familiar. "I have to go reset the garage door opener, right now." "I'll go with you." He could already be in the building. Ethan glanced at Sheila and saw the fear in her eyes. "Don't worry, you're safe up here." Unless Rod decided to burn the place down to flush out everyone, but there was no way he would suggest that possibility to any of the women. Well, maybe Deirdre. They headed down the stairwell to the secret entrance through Vanna's office. "You think he might resort to fire?" Ethan asked when he was sure they were alone. "It's crossed my mind. We have the pool guys in this week. The main crews have been pretty good at keeping out any looky-loos, but if he came in through the garage, none of the pool crew is going to know for sure if he belongs or not. And the doors on either side of the pool won't be locked during work hours this week." That meant Rod could get further into the building than just the garage. Ethan kept his hand with the gun shifted so that the workers wouldn't be able to see his gun, and noticed that Deirdre's hand rested on the back edge of her hip, only inches from where she concealed her sidearm. "Hey guys, it's looking great," Deirdre said, leaning into the pool room and scanning the space. "I can't wait until you finish this." Ethan didn't look into the pool area at first, keeping an eye on the hallway that led to the future retail space up front. "Anyone you've never seen before come in through the garage in the past hour or so?" she asked, stepping fully into the pool area. "Half a dozen or more. This place is like Grand Central Station." "Are they getting in your way?" Deirdre asked. "No. Thankfully, there's more than enough space for everyone to stretch out, but it seems like someone is coming through here all the time." "Why? Someone we should be keeping an eye out for." "Yeah." Ethan stepped in and pulled his phone out of his pocket, scrolling to Rod's picture. He knew Deirdre had passed it around the previous week, but the pool crew was new, so maybe she missed sending it to them. "Hey, he looks familiar," one of the guys said. "Sorry, Deirdre, I forgot to print it for the guys before we came yesterday," a short, squat guy said. "Take a good look. Has he come through here today?" "Yeah, I think so," a third one answered. "About half an hour ago." He was dressed a little too nice to be a construction worker, but I figured maybe he was an inspector or something. Deirdre looked up at Ethan, and she was as unhappy about it as he was. "Thanks, guys. If he comes through here, let me know, but don't say anything to him. He could be armed, and we don't want any trouble for you." The guy's eyes widened. "He's dangerous?" "Not sure. He's an ex-boyfriend, and we're having a hard time discouraging him, but he might have checked the doors, realized he couldn't get upstairs, and gone right back out the front way." Ethan hoped so, but didn't dare believe it. He nodded toward the garage, and Deirdre followed. When the door clicked closed behind them, he scanned the garage. "Hey, your car's here." "Perfect. At least we don't have to put out an APB on that, but I have to call Lisa. And I'll call Nash. Once we've checked the building from top to bottom, we'll reset the garage door and all the openers to make sure that he can't get back in that way." He quartered the garage space, double-checking the doors to make sure that they were locked tight and verifying that no one was hiding in the storage bay. Deirdre circled her car and then crouched beside it, out of his sight range, until he came back around and found her sliding out from under the car. "What were you doing down there?" "Checking for a bomb. I think you watch too many cop shows." "Nope, that's not even possible." She opened the car door and started checking under the seats and in the glove box. There are lots of places to conceal a bomb. That was a disturbing idea, though he'd known firsthand thanks to his time in the Middle East. They each made their calls, and then they checked under all of the cars, especially Sheila's, and thoroughly checked out Deirdre's car while they waited for backup. Officers Waite, Belliston, and Jackson all came to help, and Nash showed up a few minutes later. They split into 3 groups and searched every nook and cranny of the building, coming back to ask the pool guys if Rod had returned through there when they were sure the building was clear. "Nope, haven't seen him," the boss said. "Great, thanks. We appreciate it," Deirdre said. Ethan took another look at the pool, which he guessed would be about 25 foot by 50 foot. The men were installing blue and white tile from the bottom up, but had a long way to go yet before they finished the job. Holes had been drilled in the floor about 5 foot into the room, where a railing would block off the water from the pass-through entrance to the rest of the building, including Sheila's shop, Vanna's office, the retail space, side entrance, and elevator that only stopped on the top 3 floors. "Anything look off to you?" Deirdre asked, apparently noticing the way he was studying everything. "Nope, I was just admiring what you ladies are building here. It's impressive." "Thanks, let's go up and fill in the others." Lisa waved away the other 2 officers. "I'll just chat with them and then take care of the report. You can go." "Thanks, Lisa. Let us know if you need anything else," Officer Belliston said. "We will." Ethan had been glad for the extra help and to know there were a few officers the women trusted, despite Andrea's reservations about some of the others in town. When they came out on the main floor, it only took a few seconds for the rest of the women to come out of their various offices or apartments. "Let's all go sit in the common area," Andrea suggested. "I've been making cookies. Couldn't settle knowing you all were searching the building." "That's what smells so amazing," Nash said. "You would show up for cookies." Bennett sneered at him. "Hey, I was safe in Dreamland before I got called in to help look for that creep," he said. "Okay, that merits a couple of cookies." She led the way into the common room, and they all circled the table while the little boys were settled in high chairs for a cookie as well. Deirdre caught everyone up on what had happened. "We checked every corner of this building. Thankfully, the first floor is the only one that's been sheetrocked, so the rest of them were reasonably fast to look through, and the other crews in the building said they hadn't seen Rod." "Could he be hiding on site somewhere?" Sheila asked. There was nothing Ethan wanted more than to pull her close and make her feel safe, but she had made her wishes clear earlier, so he held back, letting her have her space. even though doing so was hard. I seriously doubt it, Deirdre answered. We checked every hole big enough to hold Kalen, and Rod is considerably larger than she is. I think he hoped if he got into the building through the garage that he'd be able to access our floor, but when he figured out that he couldn't, he exited through the front door. That's still too close for comfort. Lisa put an arm around Sheila while Andrea rubbed her hand on the other side. We've put the workers back on alert for him. If he wants the diamonds, he'll leave you another note. There's no other way to get them than to explain it to you, Ethan said. Sheila nodded unconvincingly. Right, it'll be fine. Ethan finished his third cookie. Now that we've ruined our appetites with cookies, Nash and I need to grab some lunch somewhere. You want to go, or should I? He asked Nash. Stay, both of you. I have plenty of leftovers in the fridge, Mina said. I'd be happy to feed you. You don't have to do that, Ethan said. You're giving up almost all of your free time to be here for us, giving up sleep. The least we can do is feed you once in a while. Come on. Clearly, she wasn't going to take no for an answer, so Ethan agreed and rose to follow her out. He stopped to squeeze Sheila's shoulder. She covered his hand with her own and squeezed back before they both let go, and he followed Mina and Nash out.
25. What made you join the Army? It was just after 2 that afternoon, and Sheila had taken Ethan and Parker onto the roof for a break in the warm afternoon sun. She was still confused about her feelings for the man, but hoped the fresh air would help her clear her mind so she could get a handle on the worry that continued to prickle at her skin. I get the feeling your parents were not so thrilled. You got that right. He slid down the wall that circled the roof and sat beside her with the wall to their backs, while Parker played with a truck on a road someone had drawn onto the roof in chalk. You have a degree, and obviously some skill with investing. Your interest lies in computers, yet you became an MP and a paratrooper. She wanted to understand him better, and she needed a distraction from the constant worry that plagued her as she waited for Rod to make his next move. Ethan picked up the extra matchbox truck Parker had brought up to the roof with him and then abandoned as he played with the other one. My dad had a brother. He also used to live in Houston, and he had kids about our ages. His son Mike was my age, and we went to the same school. Thick as thieves. We even roomed together in college. Summer after our sophomore year, his family went on a tour of Europe. It was late July, and they were in downtown Oslo. My uncle had been trying to negotiate something with their government, and they got caught in a car bombing. Mike and his dad both died. His brother John survived, but he was never the same after losing them. Ethan turned the truck end over end in his fingers, though he wasn't focusing on it. I was devastated. I ran out and joined the Army a couple of weeks later, hoping to help stop terrorism. Jumping out of planes just sounded like fun, so that was a no-brainer. Do you regret not taking more time to think it over? It sounded like it had been a bit of a reflex reaction for him. He paused before answering. No. I mean, I shouldn't have rushed into it. I think any decision with the potential to kill you should be carefully considered before you do it. But I still believe it was the right thing for me. I already knew I didn't want the dream my parents had for me. Even though I was pretty good at recognizing investments and picking good ones, it wasn't what I wanted to do full time. I understand that. They sat in silence for another moment before he asked, So are you going to return the favor and tell me how you ended up in Crystal Creek? It's a long way from Pasadena. I can't help wondering what brought you here. She considered the question. To understand that, we have to go back further than the 3 years I've been here. I'm up for a long story. She felt extremely uncomfortable telling him about her past. They had grown up on opposite sides of the spectrum. But she reasoned with herself. He hadn't been bothered by what he already knew. If he was going to look down at her for her past, it was better that it happened now, rather than when she grew even more attached to him. She set her hands flat on the rooftop, the rubber liner that waterproofed it warm under her hands. I grew up in a small apartment in the inner city. I don't know that I would call it the projects exactly, but it was definitely the poor end of town. My brother Garrett and my younger sister Angel and I lived with my mom and her boyfriend or husband of whatever time period. Dad took off when I was still young. None of these guys were winners, but Tom was her husband through my teen years. He wasn't the only abusive one, just the meanest of them. Or maybe I just took it to heart more because I was older. Or maybe he targeted me more than the others had. She had wondered about that for years before giving up on ever understanding. Persody. When Ethan made an angry sound in his throat, she hurried to explain, lifting her gaze to his for the first time in her narrative. None of them were ever sexually abusive, which is miraculous, honestly, but verbally for sure. And Tom loved to slap Mom and me around, and sometimes the others as well. Needless to say, I stayed out of the way as much as possible and I got out of there as soon as I could. She watched Parker playing happily in the sunshine. Safe here, free from fear, and desperately wanted to keep that for him. Ethan brushed his fingertips across the backs of her fingers in a gesture of comfort, and she continued. I crashed with a couple of friends, then met Chelsea's dad just before I turned 19. I knew he was using sometimes, but I was just trying to keep my head above water, and we moved in together, which helped with the bills, until his recreational use became more habitual. He became more and more unstable, not so much abusive as unreliable, and he'd be manic for a day or two and then crash, and then he'd disappear for a few days at a time. I put on blinders and pretended that everything was fine because I didn't have anywhere else to go. I started stashing away money so I could make sure the bills got paid, which did make him angry. She remembered it all so clearly and wondered how she could have been so willingly blind. The fear and hopelessness she had felt at the time came back as if it had just happened instead of being 9 years earlier. Then I got pregnant, and he freaked. I wanted the baby and have never regretted having Chelsea, but he was far from ready to be a dad. He gave me $1,000, which seemed like a fortune to me at the time, so I didn't ask where it came from, and then he took off. I heard a couple of years later that he got picked up for selling drugs, but I don't know anything else about it. Mom thought it was hilarious that I had fallen into the same trap as her, picking a guy who didn't stick when the baby came. That had made everything even worse, though Sheila had pretended it hadn't bothered her. After that, she had avoided contact with her mom for a long time. Somehow, I made it through the next few years, working, getting friends to care for Chelsea as much as possible to save on babysitting. I took jobs I could work from home or take her with me when possible, which wasn't often. I dated occasionally, but mostly I was too busy for a relationship. She remembered it so well and tried to ignore the slightly sour taste that invaded her mouth as she continued, as if the very mention of Rod literally tasted bad. Then Rod came into the restaurant where I worked. He kept coming back and flirting. After a couple of months, I finally decided to accept one of his date requests, and then things started to grow serious. There were signs everywhere. The way he grew jealous when any other man even looked at me, despite the fact that I wasn't looking back. The way he worked to separate me from my other friends by driving a wedge between us, though he was subtle enough about it that I didn't realize it at the time. The fact that he demanded his way or manipulated me into giving in to his preferences. Sheila's lips trembled and she rubbed her free hand over her face, partly to cover her expression from Ethan, and partly to give herself a moment to get back under control. Children's voices rang up from the school playground below, and she caught a whiff of Chinese food from Daquan's. She looked in Ethan's eyes and saw empathy, understanding, and patience there. 3 things she didn't remember ever seeing in another man's face before. It gave her the strength to push through the pain and lay it all out. We had known each other for nearly 2 years and had been dating steadily for most of that. Teep. I was starting to realize there were some real inconsistencies in what he told me, and strange meetings at different times of the day. I worried that maybe he was also selling drugs, though I saw no signs of it. I knew he frequently bought and sold antiques, especially small ones like clocks and antique silver. I didn't realize he fenced stolen items until 3 years ago. I confronted him about it when Chelsea was in school the next day, and he got angry. more than the regular kind of angry that I had been dealing with. Furious. Furious enough to beat me. Ethan's fingers tightened on hers, and she looked up to see the fury in his expression. Sheila shifted back, and he sucked in a slow breath before explaining his reaction. "It makes me so angry that he hurt you. How long did it go on?" His voice stayed soft, despite the emotions pouring out of him. "Probably only 5 minutes. It seemed like 30. When he finished, the apartment was half trashed, and I had a lot of bruises. He yelled at me to clean up the place and never to bring it up with him or anyone else again. I waited for 2 minutes after his truck left, then picked myself up and my belongings and got out of there. I went straight to my apartment and packed everything I needed with the help of a neighbor. I grabbed Chelsea when she got out of school, and we left right then. I pulled all of the money out of my bank account, which I think was right around 300, and we drove for 2 straight days, with only a few hours of sleep in between. When I reached Crystal Creek, I was exhausted. I didn't know where to go or what to do." "Whoa." She nodded her agreement. "I parked on the side of the road, just a couple of blocks down from here. I tucked us in with all the blankets I had packed and tried to sleep despite the cold. What little money I had left after paying for gas was lost at the previous gas station. I was afraid Rod had cracked a couple of my ribs, and it was a cold night in January." She focused on the continuous feel of his fingers brushing over hers to block out the emotions that came rushing back after all these years. "What happened?" he asked. "Officer Lisa Waite came knocking at my window halfway through the night. She took one look at my bruised and swollen face and made a couple of phone calls. Within the hour, I was moving into the shelter here in town, and that's where everything in my life started to change for the better. It's where I met everyone who lives here and found a place of safety. It was nearly a year before I answered any emails from my family, and I left my phone behind in Pasadena. When I finally contacted my brother Garrett, right after Thanksgiving, he came right out to see me. Then he met Lisa, and soon he decided to stay. So, I have the only family member who is capable of a healthy relationship living near me, my shelter sisters, and my 2 kids. It was nothing like the life I had dreamed or anticipated, but even before we won the money, it was the best I'd ever had." "So is Parker Rod's son then?" Ethan asked. "Yeah, but Rod never knew about him. I didn't even know I was pregnant when I left Rod, and I wasn't about to give him a chance to contest for visitation in court, but he might have done it just to punish me." Sheila shifted away when she saw Ethan's free hand lift toward her face, but he brushed a tear away from her cheek with one crooked finger. She hadn't even realized it had fallen. She wiped at her eyes. "Sorry, I didn't mean to get that emotional." "Don't worry about it. I'm not going to get upset with you for expressing the way you feel. Happy, sad, mad, they're all good." His voice was soothing. She believed him, a first for any guy she had been involved with. "So now you know more than most of my sisters. My mom is in yet another abusive relationship. Angel became an alcoholic who lost custody of her children to their father a couple of years ago. Last time Garrett checked in with her, she was in a terrible relationship again, but wouldn't accept Garrett's help to get out of it." Ethan nodded. "Let me sum up. The women in your family, and maybe Garrett before he came here, have a history of making very bad relationship choices. You got into an abusive relationship, but got out the first time he hit you, and you don't trust yourself to date anyone else since." Simplistic, but essentially correct. She tugged at the flannel shirt she had thrown over her tee, unbuttoned, pulling the sides together, though it wasn't really chilly. "So your decision not to date me isn't about me. It's about you. You make me nervous," she admitted. "The idea of dating again makes me really nervous. You're terrific, but—" The sound of tires peeling out of a parking lot punctuated the air. "All right, then let me make you a promise." Ethan paused until she met his gaze again. "I will never raise my voice to you or the kids unless you're in immediate danger from someone or something else. I will never, ever hurt you or your children, or your sisters or their children. And I will do my very best to be patient and not rush this relationship. I can't promise that I'll always succeed, but I'll try to let you set the pace, because I get that you have to trust me, and that trust isn't going to come easily. But I have no interest in dating anyone else." Sheila nodded, weighing his words. They weren't enough alone to allow her to date him, but maybe they were enough to continue a friendship on while she worked through her own issues. Good to know. She looked up at him and let out one of her biggest concerns. "Your parents look down on me, and they don't even know about where I came from." Ethan shook his head. "My parents want me to settle down and start a family. They'll adjust soon enough. Parker's a charmer." Sheila disagreed about how quickly his parents would come around, but she decided to table that serious concern until later. That fell behind several other more pressing concerns when it came to relationships. They sat next to each other for a long moment, each lost in their own thoughts as police sirens started to approach from down the street. Ethan looked at the walled perimeter. "Do you want some help building the railing for this place? I'm sure I can squeeze in some free time." She nodded. "When the railing gets back in a few days, we can start the install. You need to get some sleep still today." He stood and helped her up, then looked over the wall when the sirens came to a stop in front of the school across the street. A very bad feeling came over Sheila as she watched what looked like Lisa and Officer Jackson running into the school's front doors, while a second black and white came to a halt in the parking lot.
26 Ethan saw the worry rise on Sheila's face and called Parker back over to them. The toddler grinned and ran for the opposite side of the roof. Normally, this would be a sign for a few minutes of play, but Ethan could see that Sheila needed reassurance that the incident across the street had nothing to do with Rod before she would be able to relax. He loped over and snagged the giggling boy, twirling him in a circle to make him laugh some more before settling him in one arm. "Okay, kid, let's head downstairs." "No, run. We'll run some more later. Let's go down now. I bet Andrea has cookies." "Cookies!" Congratulating himself for the redirection, Ethan helped Sheila rebolt the door behind them as they headed down to the second floor. They were just passing the elevator on the way to the ladies' apartments when the door buzzer rang. Deirdre popped out of her apartment. "It's a cop." Ethan glanced at Sheila. Her face had grown paler than usual, so he handed Parker to Deirdre. "Something's going on at the school. I'll go see what they want." "I'm coming too," Sheila said. "Okay." He took her hand, and they hurried down the steps to the door. Officer Belliston stood on the other side and focused on Sheila. "Ah, there's been an incident at the school." "Obviously," Ethan said. "Chelsea? The other girls?" Sheila asked. "A man we believe to be your ex-boyfriend abducted Chelsea off the playground." All of the air rushed from Sheila's lungs, and her breath hitched before she spoke. What was she doing out there? Do you have people out looking for him? You have to get her back." "We're doing everything we can." Lisa and Officer Jackson are at the school talking to people, and she was giving them a piece of her mind about allowing the girls out to play when I headed over here. We resent his image to all of the officers on duty, as well as the state and county officers. We're doing everything we can. "You want me to go get the girls?" Ethan asked Sheila. Officer Belliston shook his head. "The younger two are in class and don't know what happened. They put the school on lockdown, so they won't hear. It would be better to leave them in their classes. Grace, though, is pretty upset, so it might be better if her mom picks her up. Miss Johansson, how about if we go upstairs and take a seat? You can tell me more about Rod. Maybe you'll think of something else that could help us find him." "Okay." Sheila looked blank, as if she was too numb to process his words. Ethan used her keycard to get them back upstairs, and then settled her in the common room with Andrea by her side while Nash and Bennett returned to the school for Grace. Thinking of surveillance video, Ethan headed to Deirdre's apartment. "I've already pulled it up," Deirdre said when he walked in. "How long ago did it happen?" Thinking of the squeal of tires on asphalt that he remembered from earlier, he took the seat beside her. 20 minutes or so, maybe even less." Deirdre sorted through the camera feeds. "We don't have one that points straight on the playground, but the one in the first floor that points out the front door catches the corner of it. They found the white sedan pulling out of the back lot that was next to the playground and picked it up on a second camera a moment later as it turned right and headed east along Walnut. Any chance the resolution is good enough to catch the license plate? He asked. Doubtful. Deirdre played with the image, but other than what they thought was an L, or maybe a 1, at the beginning, the plate number was unreadable. She tapped her finger on the mouse for a moment, then backed up the video. Maybe there's a better image when he pulled into the lot. When they finally found the car, 15 minutes later, they had scanned through 3 hours of tape. Unfortunately, another car blocked the license plate for most of the time. Maybe the fire station got a better angle, he suggested, or the school cameras. Deirdre took a still of the car and emailed it to Lisa before they joined the others in the common space.
Numbness froze Sheila's brain, slowing her thoughts as if most of them weren't connecting to each other, so she couldn't follow one for long. All that popped into her head was the recurring phrase, "Rod has Chelsea." She'd give anything to get her daughter back unharmed, give him the diamonds in a heartbeat, but she had no clue where they were. She could only hope that he would contact her for ransom. Bennett and Nash brought Grace in a few minutes after Officer Belliston started questioning Sheila about Rod, and Lisa joined everyone 10 minutes later. Lisa sat beside Sheila. "I looked at the school video and have a copy for the PD. The recording isn't great, so it's hard to be sure from the picture you passed around if it's Rod, but it looks likely to me." "It's him." Sheila looked around the room at the women and men who were there to support her and realized she wasn't the same woman she had been when she had dealt with Rod the first time. She had a family. She was stronger, and she could handle this. "He doesn't want Chelsea. He wants the diamonds. I don't think he has a phone number for me right now, so I have to be the one to call him. Chelsea could give him your number, but let's give him another option." Deirdre said, coming into the room. "I have an internet-based number I've never given out. It was a backup number. It's all set up on my phone. Block your outgoing number, call, and leave him that number." She handed Sheila a note with the new number on it. "Then he'll be able to reach you, hopefully without getting your normal number that your customers have. Having to change that would be a pain." True, Sheila would have gladly hassled with a number change later. But having this avenue was a relief. She pulled out her cell phone and made the call, blocking her outgoing number. This time the message on his number simply said, "Sheila, bring the furry." Confused, she waited for the beep. "Rod, I'll look for it. You can reach me at this number." She read off the number Deirdre had given her. "Please don't hurt Chelsea. She hasn't done anything wrong. I'll do anything." She hung up before her pleas crossed over into what he would have termed whining. The furry. The furry. What the heck was he talking about? "He left a message on the recording for me. He said to bring the furry." What is that supposed to mean? "He gave you a fur?" Ethan asked. "Not even close. I think the nicest thing he gave me in the whole relationship was a cheap necklace from Walmart." "Anything with fur at all?" Sheila racked her brain, trying to think about any little trinket he might have given her that could possibly count. "Come on, think," Andrea encouraged. "It's been 3 years since I left him. I honestly have no recollection of him giving me anything furry, or even owning something furry, ever." "No pens with a puff of fur on the end, or fur-covered notebooks even?" Ethan asked with a twinkle in his eye. "The answer to that would be a big no, and it's not like he could hide a bunch of stones in something like that anyway." "Right. Looks like we're going to search everything you brought with you from California again to see if we can figure it out." Parker came over while she had been on the phone, and Ethan scooped him into his arms. "Hey, bud, how are you doing? Your mom's a little distracted right now." "Snack. I guess it's snack time." He walked over to one of the cupboards and pulled out the granola bars that Parker preferred, then sat him at the table in one of the booster seats. Andrea stepped up and settled Bobby and Devin in the other seats, getting them snacks as well. Sheila watched his action with amazement. Every day there was some new proof that Ethan was nothing like the other men who had been in her life. Of course, Rod had been nice enough to Chelsea to begin with as well, but it was more of a condescending, "I'm showing you that I'm a nice guy to kids" kind of action. Ethan seemed to actually enjoy interacting with her children. She would wonder if he was just a really good actor, trying to impress her, but he had been good with all of the kids, even before he asked her out the first time. "Look, I'll stay here and watch the kids," Mina said. "Then the others can help you search." "I've been through everything already." Frustration rocketed through her. "Maybe you missed something. It doesn't hurt to look again," Andrea said. "Besides, you can't just sit here and wait. You'll go crazy." "I can help until we pick up the other two girls in 15 minutes, Vanna said. "If they're calm enough to sit down with the boys, I'll come join you, but they'll probably need to talk through some worries when they find out about Chelsea." "Of course, I'll understand if you need to be with them too," Sheila said to Deirdre. Deirdre seemed unconcerned. "Vanna and Bennett will handle them. If not, Keelan will come find me. Ben and I will get back to the station and get the Amber Alert filed and get out there looking for him." Lisa gave her a hug. "I'll be back soon with help and equipment. We'll find Chelsea." They made arrangements for an escort and childcare. Then the rest of them headed to Sheila's apartment and shop to search for anything furry. Ethan started digging through the kitchen drawers. "It won't be in here. I've been through these cupboards every day for months, and there shouldn't be anything furry in them," Sheila said when she saw what Ethan was doing. "I know, but I believe in being thorough. Plus, I feel less weird about digging through your pans and food than through your personal drawers and boxes. Vanna is in the bathroom, and Andrea is in the kids' room." "Good point. I'll start in my dresser. When you finish in here, tackle the coat closet. There shouldn't be anything too personal there either." Sheila emptied every drawer, one at a time, and replaced everything in them, tossing a few things into a box for goodwill, as she realized she hadn't worn them for a couple of years. Though she wanted to tear through everything, she made herself be methodical and put everything back in an orderly fashion, knowing just throwing things willy-nilly would lead to frustration when she went to search other areas of the room. Half an hour passed, and Sheila had finished her drawers and sorting through the clothes hanging in the closet and was finishing up the boxes on the shelf above. "Where to next?" Ethan asked, standing just outside her bedroom door. "See if Andrea needs help in the kids' room." Bennett joined Sheila in her room and pulled out the under-the-bed boxes and started digging through them. Sheila didn't argue, though she honestly didn't think there was anything in either of them that came from California. Sheila finished the nightstand as Bennett finished up the boxes and slid them back where they belonged. Sheila studied her space for a moment, trying to think if there was anything else or anywhere else she hadn't looked. Giving it up as done, she moved to the hall to see Ethan and Andrea replacing a couple of boxes from the kids' room. "Looks like you've about hit rock bottom," Sheila said, her anxiety growing. They had checked the entire apartment now, and she doubted Deirdre had any more luck. Ethan glanced up. "Yeah. Did we miss anything?" he asked Andrea. "That was the last of it. You specially." Deirdre joined them after going through the shop and boxes Sheila had stowed in the closet in there again. What if whatever these diamonds were supposed to be in got thrown out in the past 3 years? Sheila finally voiced the question that had been running through her mind since getting Rod's message. "He must be sure you wouldn't have gotten rid of whatever furry thing he hid them in," Andrea said. "I didn't see any toys from when Chelsea was little. Dolls and little girl stuff that used to be around. Have you gotten rid of all of that?" Andrea asked as they returned to the living room. "I put some of them away in the shop, but I gave away a lot of it to other women in the shelter when Chelsea outgrew a lot of it." Deirdre cocked her head. "Hang on. What did the message say again?" "Exactly." "He said, 'Sheila, bring the furry.'" "Are you sure he didn't say to bring the Furby?" Deirdre asked. "As in the Furby you gave to Seelan when Chelsea grew tired of it." Sheila remembered the smug and angry way Rod had suddenly started behaving whenever Chelsea had wanted to play with the old toy, and grabbing it on the way out partially out of spite as she had left his apartment that final day. "I am such an idiot." "You had a Furby?" Ethan asked. "Rod had a Furby. It was something old from when he was a kid, I think. Chelsea used to play with it all the time when we were over there, and then one day he started getting all smug and more jerky than usual, and he stopped letting her play with it. He kept it out in plain sight so she would cry for it, and then smirked like he thought it was funny. They all followed Deirdre to her apartment and waited while she grabbed the ratty, old toy that didn't even work anymore from Seelan's room. Jerk. Ethan said it as if he wanted to say something far worse. Well, yeah. So anyway, I grabbed this Furby on the way out of his place the day he beat me up. Chelsea loved it. About a year after we moved here, she had moved on, so it went with her baby toys when we moved into the other apartments. Eventually, I gave away some of those toys, including the Furby, since Seelan was interested in it. Deirdre returned with the familiar purple-furred animal. Here it is. She carried the ugly toy over to the table and set it down. If this is what Rod meant, then it has to be inside there somehow. Let's see what we can do. Ethan removed his multi-tool from his belt and pried the fur out away from the base. There were screws along there, so he started undoing them. It has to be reasonably easy to get into without causing major damage, or you would have noticed. It took a moment for him to get the screws out and pry off the side panel, and then a plastic baggie slid right out and landed on the metal table with a smack. Inside the baggie was about 2 tablespoons worth of shiny, clear stones, cut and ready to set in jewelry. 27 Sheila blinked. Whoa. I can see why he'd be upset about you taking the Furby, Andrea said. Yeah. Sheila still couldn't believe her eyes. So now we have them. We just have to wait for him to contact us about getting them back to him, Deirdre said. Sheila had heard Lisa and someone else come in some time back. Now she came to Deirdre's open door. We have the recording equipment set up and are waiting on his call. Good. We found the diamonds. Sheila stepped out of the way so Lisa could see the baggie. Wow. She came over, putting on a vinyl glove. Picking it up, Lisa rolled the baggie in her gloved hand. Those look like diamonds, all right? They have to be stolen, don't they? Andrea asked. Hey, Mina, come in here. A moment later, Mina arrived in the doorway. What is it? We wondered if the stones might be stolen. They must be real or he wouldn't be going to such extremes, Andrea said. One possible way to find out. We could take them into my studio and see if any of them have serial numbers. Most don't, but it would be worth checking out, Mina said. Normally I'd say we'll let our lab handle them, but since you're going to have to give them to him to get Chelsea back, having any information to hand to law enforcement in California is better than none, Lisa said. For what it's worth, Andrea said. I'll go keep an eye on the boys so you can do that. As if on cue, one of them started crying. They listened for a moment before Andrea turned to Sheila. That one's yours. Yes. With nothing else to do to distract her from the mind-numbing terror that kept threatening to grasp her again, Sheila headed for the group space. The next hours seemed to crawl like an injured insect, creeping along at a half-limp. Every minute Sheila had to fight the worry that Rod would get angry and hurt Chelsea. He had never done it before, but the fact that he had beaten Sheila proved that it wouldn't take much for him to fly off the handle at Chelsea. It took nearly 2 hours for Mina to check all of the diamonds for serial numbers. But when they returned to the common area, she and Lisa both wore satisfied smiles. A dozen of the stones had serial numbers. It may not make any difference, but if they're stolen, we should be able to track them, Lisa said. I'll have to make some calls and see what I can dig up. Do you mind if I go to your apartment for a few minutes? That's fine. Vanna had the girls in her apartment with the door shut to keep them out of the way, and the boys played in the corner, though they were fussier than usual, obviously picking up on everyone's anxiety. The time inched past so slowly. Sheila had no idea what Rod would do next. He wasn't local to the area, and they all knew who he was. She hoped that would lead to him letting Chelsea go instead of... She couldn't even think the alternative. Finally, Deirdre's phone rang. The number was blocked, so Sheila answered immediately and pushed the speaker button. Hello, Rod? The one and only. Did you find the stones? A little while ago. I didn't know you had hidden them in the Furby. Right. His sarcasm vibrated across the line. When I get them back, I'll release Chelsea. Where do you want me to meet you? Is she okay? Please, let me talk to her. Say hi to your mom, Chelsea. Mama, he took me. Oh, baby, it's going to be okay. She glanced at the woman from the Kansas Bureau of Investigations who was recording and tracking the call. She gestured for Sheila to keep him talking, and Sheila nodded. What do you want me to do? Order a rideshare and tell them to take you to the airport you flew out of a few days ago. I'll call with new directions in 5 minutes. And Sheila, come alone. If I see any police or your army buddies following, Chelsea's going to pay for it. Terror far worse than she had felt the day he had beat her shuddered through her. Okay, I understand. Rod hung up. Sheila's hands shook as she pulled out her phone and ordered a car. Nash and I will follow you, but hang back a little. Ethan took her phone and headed with her toward the side exit. We'll have plainclothes officers in unmarked cars in the area as well, but they'll stay back, Lisa said as she joined them. Nash also popped up and followed them out. Sheila's heart nearly stopped. He said you guys can't come. No, he just said he couldn't see us. Nash, pull the car around to the front of the city building. I'll meet you there. He kept pushing buttons on Sheila's phone. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Ethan reached into Sheila's back pocket and pulled out the key card she always kept there, waved it in front of the card reader that led to the back exit, and punched in Sheila's code. Then he pulled out his cell phone and fiddled with both for a moment before handing hers back. Tuck Deirdre's phone into your waistband where it's not visible for now, then switch when you're in the car and no one can see it. Just in case he has someone watching, we don't want him to realize you have a second phone. I can track you now a couple of blocks back so he doesn't see us. Don't worry, we won't let you get too far away. This gives us a second way to track you, just in case. What if? Hey, trust us, we know what we're doing. He cradled her cheeks with both hands and brushed his lips over her forehead. The rideshare app showed that the car was pulling up. Ethan squeezed her hand. You're a strong woman. You can do this. She didn't feel strong, especially not right this second. Ethan disappeared out the door he had been holding open that led back to the garage, and Sheila pushed her way out and headed for the street. She saw the car parked at the curb and double-checked the license plate and looked in on the driver to make sure it was the person listed on the app. So far, so good. She was grateful for the trip to Houston, since she hadn't needed a rideshare app before that. You taking a trip today? The Hispanic male driver asked. No, just headed that direction. We may need to make a side stop or two. She slid into the back seat. You're not actually going to the airport? Actually, I don't know where I'm going. I was told to head that direction and then wait for instructions. Is it one of those scavenger hunt deals? He smiled and nodded. Something like that, she hoped. They had only driven a few blocks when her phone rang. I'm heading north. Good. I want you to divert to the parking lot of the Chinese place that is closed on Maple and Shaw. Get out and tell your driver goodbye. Wait 3 minutes and then order another ride, headed to the airport again. I'll know if you get back in the same car. Rod hung up. Okay. She redirected the driver, then mentioned that she had been instructed to change cars, so he shouldn't accept her request in a few minutes. Then she sent Ethan a quick text. Changing cars at a parking lot. We'll be standing still for a few minutes. Okay. She tucked Deirdre's phone back in her waistband and used the map function to guide the driver to the new location. She thanked him and studied the area around her before getting out of the car. She waited for the new ride near the parking lot of the convenience store next door, where people would be within shouting distance. She studied all of the cars up and down the street and realized the silver sedan parked nearly 2 blocks down the street was the one Nash always drove. She pretended she hadn't seen it and returned her gaze to her phone. Relieved that the guys were within sight, but far enough away not to be noticeable, she smiled at the white Corolla that pulled into the lot to pick her up. You, Sheila? The 20-something guy asked. Sure am. She glanced back at her phone to verify the driver and then hopped into the car, and they headed for the small private airport again. Deirdre's phone rang again. Hello? Stop at the corner of Main and Turner. Sheila gave the driver directions, and he pulled over at the corner. Okay, I'm here. Drop the phone in the garbage can, then get back in and tell the driver to take you to the walking trail at Rush Park. Have him come in the south side and park by the flagpole, then walk over to the barbecue pit near the trees and leave the bag of stones in there. And don't do anything stupid. Okay. Grateful she had the second phone hidden under her shirt, Sheila got out of the car and dropped Deirdre's phone in the garbage can, then got back into the car and gave the driver directions to the park. It was a well-wooded area, nearly empty at this time of night, with the sun setting low in the sky and a cold breeze kicking up. Sheila asked the driver to stay a few more minutes and made her way across the brown grass, still dormant from winter. She couldn't help looking around her, wondering if Rod was going to show up or if he was hiding somewhere in the trees. When she reached the wrought iron barbecue, Sheila pulled the bag of diamonds out of her pocket. Lisa still hadn't gotten back to her about whether or not they were stolen, but she wasn't about to quibble if they were the key to Chelsea coming home safe and sound. Sheila peered into the gloomy woods only a dozen steps away, and then set the bag of stones down as instructed. She began to back away. A car turned the corner barely within her sight, and she thought it might be Nash's car, but it kept on going. "Is that them?" Rod's voice floated over from the forest. For a moment, Sheila worried he was referring to Nash and Ethan, then realized he was looking at the barbecue. "Yes, as far as I know, they're all there. I'm sorry, I had no idea there was anything hidden in the Furby." She stepped back again. Rod appeared at the edge of the woods, a gun in his hand. "Where do you think you're going? You said you would let Chelsea go if I gave back the diamonds. Where is she?" He stepped closer, his cold eyes staring into her. "Somewhere safe and unhurt. You think you can just walk away from me anytime you want? After everything I did for you? Helping me out with a project here or there doesn't entitle you to beat me. I don't deserve to be treated badly." Though she shook from nerves, Sheila needed this. A chance to stand up for herself, even if he did have the gun. "Where's Chelsea?" "You have a one-track mind." He reached under the grate only 5 feet away from her, barely glancing at the bag before picking it up. He held in front of his face so he could look at the diamonds without taking his eyes off of her. "You have one of the people I care about most. You can't expect me to think about anything else before I get her back." He lunged at her, grabbing her hair and yanking it. Sheila felt the burst of pain in her head as he pulled her off balance to the side. She stumbled but managed to get her feet under her again. "You don't get to choose when to leave me. I get to choose. I'm not your property." Rod's response was dark and filthy as he pressed the gun to her temple. "You're nothing. You don't seem to be the person in control here. You have no phone. The driver you came with drove off when he saw my gun, and you have no backup. No one is going to save you." "Is that what you think?" Ethan asked, coming out of the forest from another corner to Sheila's right. He held a pistol as well. "You got what you wanted. Now release her. Give us Chelsea, and you can go on your merry way." Rod yanked again on Sheila's hair, causing her head to pound against the barrel of his gun. "You were told to stay away. And if you hadn't threatened Sheila, I would have stayed out of your way. We don't care about your diamonds. You're welcome to them, but you'll leave Sheila and her daughter alone." Terror locked up inside Sheila as she saw the intent in Ethan's eyes. Tears slid down her cheeks at the pain in her head, and she had to push back the fear from her past, the worry for her daughter, and try to focus on here and now. It wasn't working. "If you want her to live, you'll back off." Rod's voice shook, his hands less stable than they had been a moment earlier. "If you want to live, you'll let her go. If that gun goes off, so does this one, and I don't miss." Sheila didn't want Ethan to ever have to make that choice, and she wasn't going to be Rod's punching bag or victim again. She formed both hands into fists while he was focused on Ethan. She brought up her left fist hard under his wrist, forcing the gun away from her head, and then brought the second around and pounded it into his groin as hard as she could. He released her hair, and Sheila pulled away, falling to the ground and rolling out of reach. A moment later, 2 gunshots went off, and she screamed out Ethan's name. She looked up to see blood trickling down his left upper arm as he tackled Rod. Ethan tossed Rod's gun several feet away in her direction, and she picked it up, her hands shaking with fear and adrenaline while she watched the 2 men grapple. Pulling back a fist, Ethan punched Rod in the face once, twice. Rod went still, and Ethan dragged himself back, then flipped the man over, pulling his arms behind his back. "He shot you," Sheila said in shock. "You're covered in blood." Ethan glanced at his upper arm. "Grazed. Most of the blood is his. Call 911. We need backup and an ambulance." Sheila's hands shook as she called 911, and a moment later a police cruiser came around the bend with Lisa at the wheel. Lisa sprang out of the car. "Are you okay?" "Ethan got hit, but not bad. Rod's injury is worse." "We could use some cuffs," Ethan said. Lisa cuffed the unconscious Rod. "Where's Chelsea?" "I don't know." Tears sprang into Sheila's eyes. "Let's see if she's in his car," Ethan said. He pulled out his phone and called Nash, putting him on speaker. "Any idea where he parked?" "I think I found his car. She's not in it unless she's in the trunk." Sheila dug into Rod's front, right pocket and pulled out a car key on a rental tag. "Where are you, Nash? I've got the key." She and Ethan sprinted across the park and through a strip of trees to another parking lot. "It's okay," Nash said in a loud voice. "Your mom is coming really soon with the key. There she is." Sheila's hand shook as she pushed a key into the back lock and sighed in relief when it turned and opened. Chelsea lay in the trunk of the Corolla, her hair a mess, her face red and blotchy with tears, and the most wonderful sight Sheila had seen in a very long time. She reached in and helped Chelsea out, holding her tight. "Oh, baby, I was so worried about you. The mean man made me stay in the trunk, and it hurt when we went over bumps." Chelsea buried her face in Sheila's shoulder. "I know. It's going to be okay now. Aunt Lisa arrested him. You're safe." She looked up at Ethan and Nash and mouthed, "Thank you." Nash simply nodded. Ethan pressed a hand to her hair, sliding it down to her shoulder in understanding. "Maybe we should head home. We can swing by and see if Lisa needs anything from us first," Ethan suggested. "Good idea." Sheila didn't want to let go of her little girl, though. "Here, let me give someone a ride." Ethan scooped up Chelsea, holding her close in one arm while he wrapped the other around Sheila. They squeezed into the back seat with Chelsea in the middle and Nash driving up front. "You're going to make me play chauffeur, I see," Nash said when everyone was buckled in. "Well, yes. Aren't you lucky?" Sheila asked. "Lucky to see you all together and that you're fine." That reminded Sheila, and she sent a text back to the others to let them know all was well. Rod was awake when they returned to where Lisa was helping the EMTs load him onto the stretcher, both of his wrists shackled to the sides so he couldn't do anything. He looked at Sheila. "I don't know why I ever wanted you. You weren't much to begin with." His gaze slid to Ethan. "Then again, she does have money, so maybe that's why you want her." Ethan lifted his brows. "You don't know me at all, and you're not going to be in a position to hurt her ever again. I'll be out in a few hours." "You tell yourself that, buddy," Lisa said. "But you're wanted in conjunction with the robbery of those diamonds. Turns out people died when they were stolen, and that makes you an accomplice, if not the killer. You're going away for a very long time." Relief slid into Sheila, and she held tight to Ethan's hand while Nash distracted Chelsea in the car. "Do you need us to stay, or can you get a report from us back home?" Ethan asked. "You can go," Lisa said, more to Sheila than Ethan. "I'll meet you back at your place. Garrett's there now. He'll want to see that you're okay." Wondering if she could believe it was really over, Sheila slid back into her seat in the car and relaxed with her arm around Chelsea and her fingers entwined with Ethan as Nash took them home. Thanks for listening to Spontaneous Love, Book 2 in the Shelter Sisters series. Please like this story to help others find it, and subscribe to be notified when I post other sweet romance or romantic suspense stories. Hope to see you soon.